is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Bethan Holmes. 2 men involved in last week's unrest in Southport have each been jailed for 2 years and 8 months after admitting violent disorder. John O'Malley, who's 43, joined rioters in the town. William Nelson Morgan set fire to a library and attacked police cars on Merseyside. The judge at Liverpool Crown Court, Andrew Maneri, says Morgan, who's a pensioner and who also admitted possessing an offensive weapon, should have known better.
William Nelson Morgan, you are 69 years of age now, but your advancing years plainly did not prevent you from playing an active part at the disturbance on County Road. You were a part of a crowd of about 100 people who were running amok, setting fire to bins and damaging local property.
Sir Keir Starmer will chair another Cobra meeting with law enforcement officials this afternoon. After a week of violence, last night England saw largely peaceful protests as anti-racism campaigners took to the streets. It was a different story in Belfast, which saw its 5th night of violent riots. Police had objects thrown at them and fires were lit. Stormont has been recalled to discuss the unrest. Northern Ireland's Justice Minister Naomi Long says there's no excuse for intimidating others and wreaking havoc.
To those who believe that immigrants and asylum seekers are the cause of their own hardship, they are not. Your anger is misdirected. Lack of investment by the last government in public services and housing are the cause, and by taking out your frustrations on others because of their ethnicity, religion, skin colour or more scarce resources are being wasted, and you are being manipulated by far-right groups and social media fakery. As political leaders, it is our role to counter, not amplify division and disinformation. If you have genuine concerns in our community, raise it with us as your local MLAs.
In other news today, the Met Police says there's nothing to indicate a planned attack on a Taylor Swift concert in Vienna will have any impact on her shows at Wembley next week. 3 concerts in Vienna have been cancelled because of concerns about a possible attack. 2 men have been arrested. The UK government insists all the necessary intelligence will be assessed. And the waiting lists for planned NHS treatments in England has gone up for the 3rd month in a row to its highest level since last October. The Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, says it'll take time to turn the health service around.
5 Live Breakfast
with Rachel Burden and Rick Edwards.
Please let me speak to Matt Hudson-Smith. That is one of the best 400-metre races I've ever seen.
Honestly, I'm so happy. I'm just going to keep building from here, really, and keep going.
It was quite emotional last night, particularly when you spotted your family in the crowd.
How do you know they came? They hate watching me run because they get nervous, and I know I hate them watching me run because I get nervous. My mum literally finished work that day and jumped on the plane, and I had no idea that my whole family would be there, to be honest.
5 Live Breakfast.
Listen weekdays from 6 on BBC Sounds.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
So we've reached day 13 of these Olympic Games. Welcome to the Grand Palais in Paris, the venue for the taekwondo, where there has been disappointment for the 2-time gold medalist Jade Jones.
Jade Jones for a second Olympics. She is down, head bowed. Now on the mat, on her haunches, she drops to her knees. She is out of the Olympics in the first round.
Britain's Bradley Sinden is through to his quarter-final. We'll bring you that later. There's chance for more medals in the diving in the men's 3-metre springboard final. That's through Jordan Holden and Jack Law.
I've got a little bit of room. Definitely more in the tank. I'm looking forward to seeing what I can do.
Also, coming up this afternoon, we'll look ahead to what's going on at the velodrome. We'll bring you updates on the medal chances in the sailing, the women's golf, and the men's hockey has reached the bronze medal match stage.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yes, so welcome to Le Grand Palais. All the action here gets underway in around 20 minutes' time. The applause you can hear at the moment is for all the entertainment that they put on at all the venues before the events get underway, and they've just seen a demonstration of some martial arts down in front of us by various athletes, and they're getting that big round of applause from the crowd here. But we will be set to go in around 20 minutes with all the action, and Bradley Sinden and that quarter-final is just after 2:30 UK time, so 3:30 here in the French capital. Let's just update some of the live sport that's going on. We'll go to the women's golf. First of all, we reached the second round stage. Ian Carter.
And a lot of concerned faces in the large galleries of home fans following Celine Boutier, the first round leader, really stumbling on the way home at the moment. She double bogeyed the 13th after finding the water with her second shot, then bogeyed the par 5 14th. She is on the green in 2 at the 15th, but 2 over par for a round and at 5 under par. Morgan Metro of Switzerland is the leader after an incredible outward half of 28 today. She couldn't sustain it, came home in 38 and has just signed for a 66, but in the clubhouse she sits at the top of the leaderboard at 8 under par, 2 clear of a new player in silver medal position, the silver medalist from Rio, Lydia Ko of New Zealand. She's picked up 6 shots today, so she's at 6 under par. Georgia Hall has stumbled over the last couple of holes, couple of drop shots for her. She's back to 4 over par. But Charlie Hull, who had a horrible day yesterday, much better today, 3 under through 8 holes, so 6 over par overall. But it looks very unlikely that the women's golf is going to yield a British medal by the time we get to the end of the competition on Saturday, Mark.
When we had the men's competition, Scotty Scheffler equalled the course record for the men of 62 when he stormed through to win the gold medal. I can't imagine many people, men or women, have gone out in 28.
No, the outward half of 20, well, inward half of 29 was the best mark with the men. That 28 was just extraordinary. It was 8 threes, including 2 eagles at the 3rd and the 9th, and just 1 4 on your scorecard. Could you imagine filling in that scorecard, Mark? No, you couldn't.
8 threes and a 4. Right, let's go to Sarah Orchard watching the men's bronze medal match in the hockey. India against Spain. Sarah.
Yeah, day 13 of the hockey, match 37, and we're finally getting down to business. Early days in the first quarter of this bronze medal match. It's India 0, Spain 0. India, of course, they were the side that ended Great Britain's dreams of doing something at Paris 2024 when they knocked them out in that incredible penalty shootout at the quarter-final stage. Spain, they're perhaps happy to be here. They got really thumped in their semi-final by the Netherlands 4-0. So really interesting. 5th against 8th in the world here. Not much between them so far. Both have had 1 shot each that wasn't on target towards the goal. But 8 minutes to go of this first quarter. It's India 0, Spain 0. The gold medal match, of course, Germany against Netherlands. That one at 6 o'clock tonight.
Thank you, Sarah. So here we are in Le Grand Palais, built in 1900 for the Paris Universal Exhibition. It's the building that has the truly stunning glass roof and this amazing balcony and ornate staircase away to our left that all the fencers came down when the fencing took place here. But as far as the taekwondo is concerned, only the finalists get to do the walk down the balcony and that staircase. It has a capacity of 8,000 here, but the way the seating is configured, the real steep banking, Katie Smith alongside me, it has a feeling of maybe 15,000-20,000.
I think it's the lofted arched ceilings as well. It almost feels like you're in a church or a cathedral, doesn't it? These huge arch. I think it took about 6,000 tons of steel, they said, to put this together, and it's been renovated for the Olympics, and we've got these massive banked grandstand seating behind us and in front of us and both sides of the octagon mat in the middle. So it does feel, it's almost like going back to ancient Greece, isn't it? In the round, you've got this amphitheatre in the middle and the drama can be seen from all sides.
I can't think of many more spectacular venues that I've watched an Olympic event at than here in, and I'm not just talking about here in Paris either, I'm talking about previous Olympics as well. It is a breathtaking building. Set up where we are then, because obviously people join us all throughout the day here on 5 Live during the Olympics, where we've been and where we're at, because today was all about Bradley Sinden and Jade Jones.
So we have 1 in, 1 out is the very simple picture. Bradley Sinden was up first. We start with the round of 16. It's their first match, and it can be a really, really long day for these fighters. So it's all done in a day. If you make it through to the gold medal match, that is about 8 p.m, 8:30 p.m. UK time, and they start very early in the morning. Sinden comes in as the Olympic silver medalist from 3 years ago, and it was a huge disappointment for him when he lost what he perceived as his gold that time around in the last 8 seconds, and he did not blink. He did not miss a move in his first round match. He was up against the second lowest ranked fighter out of everyone in this men's under 68 kilogram category, Kevin Sogo-Casman of Papua New Guinea, and Bradley Sinden got the first. So they have 3, potentially, if you go the full distance, 3 2-minute rounds to get the job done. He needed 30 seconds of his first round to get the 12 points gap, which means the round is ended and that is given to you. And probably just a little bit less than that in the second round. It was such a display, and I think it is a real sense of where his mind is now. He wants that gold. He said it is the only thing he will be happy with here in Paris. So he was straight through. We're going to see him fight in his quarter-final match in just over an hour and 20 minutes time if everything goes to schedule. Then up steps Jade Jones, the 2-time Olympic champion, who had a shock first-round loss in Tokyo 3 years ago. Said she came back this time around. She was hungry for it. It was going to be her last Olympics. She said she almost felt like it was her first games again. And it happened again. She lost in the first round to a lower ranked fighter. This was Miljana Rilic, the 14th seed, so again down the rankings on her Olympic debut, and she came out, took the first round. And what that does now, there's been a change to taekwondo where it's best of 3. So if you win the first round, you put the pressure on your opponent because they have to do something in the second round. Jade Jones did that, but then it exhausted her so much that the third round it was done.
So let's mention a word that only is ever mentioned at an Olympics, which is repechage.
Yes.
Although it may be in some world championships in various sports, but there is a repechage system here. So that, whilst gold and silver has gone for Jade Jones, there is a chance of a bronze.
You have this cruel irony now where your fate is linked to the person that beat you. So Rilic goes on. She will be in the quarterfinals in the next couple of hours, potentially semi-finals. If she makes it through to the final, that means that Jade Jones gets a chance at fighting for bronze. So in this single elimination contest, if an athlete loses to an eventual finalist, the idea is that had they faced someone else, they may have got further in the competition. So she'll enter the repechage, she'll face the quarter-final loser of the woman she lost to, and then potentially make it through to a bronze medal match. But we've got to say, it is unlikely because she was the one expected to go through. So Rilic, yes, it was an amazing victory for her, but it would be surprising as a much lower ranked player to be beating people like Jade Jones in these latter rounds now.
Okay, so Katie's alongside us here, doing the TV for us this afternoon. Bianca Cook, medalist from Rio and Tokyo. Afternoon, Bianca.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Let's focus on the big positives first, and that's Bradley Sinden, who basically, the way Katie described it was brilliant. It is a man on a mission, isn't he?
Yes, he was. He was fantastic. He went out there. He showed everyone why he is here. He dominated in the first 2 rounds, actually got the 12-point gap against the opponent, and you can see he wants what he wants, and he's going for that gold medal, and he did a fantastic performance. He showed us what he's made of. The head shots were flying, the spin shots were coming out, and he's just performed so well. And he's got 3 more fights left to hopefully get to that gold medal that he wants.
Is it too simplistic to say he's basically coming out here, having missed out on gold by 8 seconds 3 years ago? He's coming out here and he's going to be on the front foot. I'm going to kick people in the head and I'm going to win.
Yes, that's literally the plan that he has got. It will. The only thing, it will get harder each time because obviously the opponents that he will face will be higher ranked along the way. But Bradley is the one to beat. He is world champion, he's European champion, he's silver in the last Olympic Games, and he's coming here to redeem what he wanted to get last time and show the world that he can. He is one of the greatest 68 fighters we've ever seen in that sport, and he deserves this title, and he's going to fight till the end to get it. But there'll be people there on the way, in his way to battle off, and we're going to see some epic fights.
We're going to hear from him now. This is before the games when he spoke to Eleanor Oldroyd and Steve Bunce about righting the wrong of Tokyo.
Taekwondo can be a really cruel sport, but it comes in swings and roundabouts. I've won fights in the dying seconds. In my semi-finals and my World Championships, what I won in 2019, it came down to the dying seconds to be the world number one at that time. And so it's gone in my favour. Sometimes it goes against my favour, but we train every day to put the best cards in our hand, so to say.
Did you qualify at the European Games last June or July in Poland, or did you qualify like at another event? Like maybe some of the boxers only qualified it last month, 7 weeks ago. I just wondered when you'd qualified.
So for us, we qualify, we are cycle, so it was free. Well, it's a 4-year cycle, that's how our points run. And basically the top 6 athletes, only one person per country in that weight category, but top 6 athletes by January 2024 rankings qualify the spot for their country. And then we only find out when the selection happens in May if we're the one chosen to be the representative.
Yes, it's quite brutal, isn't it? And yeah, could you face the Uzbek guy in the final again?
Yeah, it's a very real possibility, and then it's just about changing the outcome this time around. But I'm confident I can do that. I've been doing what I need to do in training. I've reclaimed my world title last year at the World Championships in Baku, Azerbaijan. Won the Europeans this year, so I'm on good form, and hopefully to complete that trifecta and bring home the gold in Paris this year.
So that was Bradley Sinden talking to Ellie and Steve before the games. Bianca Cook, bronze medalist from Rio and Tokyo, still with us. How easy or difficult, Bianca, is it to work in a sport and perform in a sport where one move, one blow in a split second can undo 3-4 years of hard work?
It's the emotions that come with the sport are ridiculous. Like Bradley said, there's all been times when we've won by a second, we've lost by a second. I think if everyone remembers, I lost by a second in Tokyo, and Latelo Mohammed in Rio lost his world Olympic gold chance by a second with the last kick. So it just shows the sport is so cruel sometimes, but also so exciting to watch because you just don't know what's going to happen. There'll be kicks flying left, right and centre, people swinging and covering, and it's just on that day you've got to make sure you get it right, be the best you can, and even then it's not guaranteed, but you've just got to be in that fight to win it. And Bradley knows that and understands that and knows it's not guaranteed for him to win. But has he got a chance? Yes, he has. He's got a great chance. He's got a superb chance to come back with a gold medal. But like he said, it will be tough still along the way.
Have you found it easy to accept the cruel moments, knowing that you will also have the glory moments?
No, not at all. You only remember the glory moments. You never forget the cruel moments, because I still think about this time, it would have been different. It could have been different from bronze to gold, like a chance for me to be in that final. But you'll never forget that. But you do know and accept it's part of the sport, and that's what makes the sport entertaining.
And if they do both go through, and Sinden meets Rashatov in the semi-finals, because that's what will happen if
it'll be in the final. If he will meet, so if Bradley will meet Rashatov in the final, if both athletes will make it. However, he will have China and before this, Rashatov from Uzbekistan, which will be an incredible match before, and Bradley will also have to face one of the Jordanian athletes as well, and Croatia on the way. So there's people in this weight who are entertaining, spectacular fighters, and they've got skills that will entertain the world. So it's going to be a hard day for him, but Bradley still is the one to beat, and hopefully we can both get to the final and we all see that rematch, but Bradley take the gold home this time, hopefully.
What are the dangers for you in that rematch if they do both get to the final?
Yeah, if they both get to the final, it'll be both of them will know that they can beat each other. There'll be headshots flying. Rashitov is a very tall athlete for 6'8", even though Bradley is as well. He has a lot of long reach, and he will try and keep Bradley away as much as he can and try and chop over the top. Like, that means when the leg comes up high and tries to kick to the face. And Bradley will be a very strong game at trying to get inside and trying to get them headshots that he's really good inside in the clinch. But both of them know what's at stake and they'll be going for it no matter what. One will be trying to defend his title and one will be trying to take it off the other.
And bearing in mind everything we talked about the cruel moments, balancing out the glory moments, and Jade Jones earlier, I mean...
Heartbreaking.
Yeah, heartbreaking.
Yeah. It's just so sad. It was. It just doesn't feel like she didn't deserve that. Like, everything she sacrificed and went away and trained, and she was on form. Her body was good, and sometimes it just doesn't come together on the day mentally or physically, and it just wasn't her day today mentally to go out there. And the Macedonian girl took the chance that she had, and obviously, like we said before, she's had 4 games now, and 2 of them have been golden, and 2 of them have been really upsetting. So it is really hard to be so consistent, and to even get to 4 Olympics in Taekwondo is incredible, and she'll always be one of the greats, but it's just devastating to end that way.
And now we have to follow her, don't we, as Katie was explaining, because the success of her opponent now is directly linked to whether Jade can go for a bronze medal later.
Yeah, so basically now Britain have to back up the Macedonian girl to hope she gets into that final. So if the Macedonian girl gets into that final, wins 2 more fights, Jade will have a chance to go into the repertoire, which will get it into 2 more fights to fight off of that bronze medal. So we do, obviously, now that it's really sad and cruel, really, that the person that has just took you out of the Olympic Games, now you have to be there cheering them on to hope, not physically, but be there hoping that they get through, and so it gives you that other chance to take your spot for the bronze medal.
We crossed that finally. We crossed over in the TV studio last night, and after you'd left, somebody else told me, I don't know whether this is a rumour or not, that Claire Balding asked you to practice your kicks on her. Is that right?
Yeah, it was true, and I was up for it, and then I think she got a little bit weary, so just in case I hit it. To be fair, she's took a few shots before. She's took the pad on, wore the pad once in Taekwondo, and I've kicked her, so I know Claire can definitely take it, but it didn't happen last night, so maybe it can happen tonight or the day after.
Right. You're not on the highlights tonight, are you?
To be honest, I don't know yet. I don't know. We're just going to, hopefully, and we'll see. We'll follow the way the Taekwondo goes on now, but you might see it later, so tune in, obviously, just in case.
If you are, I don't really want you practicing. I don't really want you kicking me in the head, is basically what I'm trying to say.
To be fair, you could take it a lot taller as well, so you'd be the perfect opponent.
Oh, thanks. I'm not sure I want to put it to the test,
I think we
Bianca.
should sign you up. This is it. This is the moment.
Right, see you later, says he with some trepidation. Thank you, Bianca Cook with us, bronze medalist from Rio and Tokyo. Let's talk about the cycling then. Britain have chances for more medals this afternoon. BBC TV's Chris Boardman, part of the commentary team, former Olympian himself, British cyclist, is with us for the next 10-15 minutes. Afternoon, Chris.
Good afternoon. I was just listening to that one, and I was thinking, getting kicked in the head is not an exciting prospect, really. I don't think I'd be volunteering for that one.
No, it doesn't appeal to me on any level. I'll be honest with you, Chris. This feels like, not just from a British point of view, but we've had a really good, exciting, story-laden start to everything in the velodrome.
Yes, we have, and I think it's a really important point to make. And we've had 4 finals contested so far, and we've had 4 different countries winning, and that means you've got a really healthy sport. It's great dominating once or twice, but no one invests if just one country dominates all the time. So it's good for a healthy sport, but it also makes fantastic viewing, and we've been competitive in every one of those contests, which is exactly what Great Britain promised, that they would be medal competitive in everything, and that's the way it's going, and that's what's making it great telly.
I mean, that is the thing that really comes through, and also, from talking to yourself or talking to Chris Hoy or Laura Kenny, all these countries are kind of driving each other on, aren't they? All the powerhouse countries. It's about, trying to work out what the other one is doing and then taking that on and improving it themselves.
Well, physiology, technology, all of it, the world has caught up, and Great Britain sort of led the march way back in 2004 when they started to look at the demands of the event rather than the history of it, and they just took each event apart, looked at each component, and the concept of marginal gains was conceived. And it's taken a long time, culture change always does, but the rest of the world has caught up now, and they're all paying a massive attention to all of the tiny details, and we're just seeing world records going all of the time. I think the great British team has set British records in everything, world records in the women's team sprint, so it's just become a standard now for the Olympic Games.
Is that partly down to the conditions at this velodrome as well?
It's certainly been a helpful factor. It's been really hot and humid as well, and both of those reduce air density and make it really fast. It's a great track as well. It's got an extra metre of height for the sprinters, so the timed events are showing quick, and it's just some great racing.
Laura Kenny was on with us last night. She was talking about the use of cyclists who are on the road and what they, this was in reference to team pursuit really, and then what they then bring to that team pursuit. And obviously one of the conversations there centred around the US yesterday, who took gold in the women's team pursuit, who had both Faulkner and Dyger, who had medalled in gold in the road race for Faulkner, bronze for Dyger in the time trial. Does that make a big difference to the pursuit teams?
I think you need a mix. I mean, the pursuiting was traditionally an endurance event, but it's got so fast now. It's more like sprinting with incomplete recovery. So you need a mix of athletes, and that's one of the big changes that's taken place. You haven't got four athletes the same. You have people with different abilities. So some will get it off the mark quickly. In the case of America, you've got Valente and Williams who will do the first bit, and you know that Dygard and Faulkner will have the endurance over the closing minute or two to do long turns and shelter the others. So it's got incredibly strategic, but riders from the road are showing that you can come across. Faulkner's performance was just incredible. It's the equivalent of running the marathon and then in the same week, or winning a marathon and in the same week coming in and winning the 200 metres. So it's an incredible feat to go from one to the other.
That really is. How impressed are you about the British women's bronze in that? Bearing in mind they weren't left with that long a period of time to mould that squad, and for them all to find their roles. You've talked about how important the roles are. Katie Archibald breaking her ankle then meant that they had to get a lot of work to get those roles and that team right for this.
Well, the loss of Katie Archibald, there's no putting a shine on it. She was going to be in contesting up to 3 gold medals, so it's a real loss to the team. But they stepped up, as the cliche goes, and broke the British record 3 times. Barker, Knight, Morris, Roberts, and obviously Nia Evans as well will also compete in the Omnium. And they just got the absolute most out of themselves. We have to remember, though they got a bronze medal, they've gone faster than any other British team, including the all-conquering ones of the past. So they're not hanging about. And the prospect of being able to go into the next World Championships, the next Games, with a Katie Archibald says they're in a healthy position.
We're going to hear from the men's team pursuit now, who got silver. Australia got the gold. 3 members of that team, Dan Bigham, Charlie Tanfield and Ethan Vernon, joined Rachel and Rick on 5 Live breakfast this morning, and Rick spoke to Charlie first of all on his thoughts having watched the race back.
It's quite difficult to watch, really, especially when you're running for the gold medal. It's one of those ones where the bronze ride-off, if you win that, you feel like you've won, and the gold-silver, if you don't win the gold, then you feel like you haven't. But it's settling in now. It feels like a huge achievement, but it's still difficult, I guess.
It was interesting hearing you talk yesterday afterwards, Dan, where I think you said it was scrappy because you're right on the limit. Can you sort of feel that as you're riding?
Yeah, absolutely. We really pride ourselves on being the most efficient team, the most drilled team, and executing what we consider to be good, clean rides. But the nature of the sport and how it's evolved is you literally have to be on what you call like the ragged edge. It's you're pushing yourself to the absolute limit physiologically. You're having to hold what is a very aggressive, uncomfortable position on the bike, and the line you ride and just how smooth you are in the application of the power, it becomes harder the closer and closer you are to the limit. And obviously everyone's trying to be as close as knit as they can as a team, get the most draft sitting on the rider ahead of them. And it does become scrappy, and that's where little mistakes happen. And legitimately that's what probably cost us that gold medal, because you push to the limit, you find that edge, and once you're over it, that's it. It just it quickly falls apart, as you saw.
Chris Boardman with us. That last line is sort of sums up that event, really. You push it to the edge as close as you can, and if you go over it, that's when it falls apart.
I think I've been using the term ragged edge an awful lot in the last few days, and it's perfectly apt. It really started back in 2007 when the British team needed to make a breakthrough. And I think we actually used the term back then. We're just going to have to live on the ragged edge. Rather than trying to manage fatigue, we're just going to have to manage the possibility of explosion at any point. And that was when things changed, and it opened up new ways of thinking. It's made the team pursuit event much more exciting now, because things happen regularly in the last 45 seconds of the event, because the fatigue is so high. And yesterday we saw Ethan Hayter just lose control a little bit, and managed to be sitting on the top tube while doing 100 revolutions a minute, just spent. And they were about a tenth behind and coming back at Australia. It was that close. I'm not sure they'd have got there, to be honest, certainly with that level of fatigue with Hayter. But it just shows you how incredibly precarious winning is now, and it makes it very, very exciting to watch.
And I mean, you said in the TV commentary yesterday, towards the end of that, it's all about protecting your weakest rider, which I'm guessing is quite a hard thing to do when you are flying around that velodrome at the pace that you are doing, having to concentrate on your own bike and tactics and so on and so forth.
Well, the time is taken on the third rider's front wheel across the line, so they're everything. Whoever's going the slowest, you're all that speed, and you have to look after them. So there's an awful lot of self-preservation in there. They train and train and train, and Dan Bigham was right. They are the best drilled squad in the world to manage that, and they're really, really good at it. But you don't always get it right. And when you've gone. Once you slip out of the slipstream, you lose ground really quickly. And so it's part artistry as well as physiology, I think.
Ethan Hayter goes in the men's omnium, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
which having been exhausted in the men's team pursuit, he's now going to be put through the ringer this afternoon, isn't he? Just explain the omnium process to us, because you need eyes in the back of your head for this, don't you?
Well, I think one of the things that we've seen is Hayter's in great form, and obviously we've got form in this as well. Getting a gold medal at the last games with Matt Wall, and Hayter's going to take it on for Paris. So there's 22 riders. They'll kick off at 4 o'clock your time with a 10-kilometre scratch race. So there's 4 events in quick succession. The rules say there should be, if possible, half an hour between events. So it's absolutely brutal. But you've got that 10-kilometre scratch, you've got a tempo race, and you've got an elimination race, which is always exciting, where you take out the last rider every other lap, and it finishes with a points race. So it's quite complex to get your head around, but it is absolutely enthralling when you watch it. Very tactical, very, very physical, brutal racing, and it's probably the most entertaining of all track disciplines.
Is there a fun one to commentate on?
It's quite tricky. So the elimination race, they are sprinting every 35 seconds to not be the last person, and the judge has 7 seconds to make a call on whether a rider is out. And they've got small flashing boxes on their hand. Sounds bizarre, but it's incredibly fluid when they start doing it. They've got a flashing box on the handlebars that tells them if they're the one that was out. Remember, nobody's got any brakes, and they're all committed. So they see a hole at the bottom of the track, they just dive into it and think about what happens when they've crossed the line afterwards. So it can be pretty precarious.
Chris, thank you very much for joining us. Chris Bullman, part of the BBC TV commentary team in the Velodrome. You can catch all of that later on, the Omnium, later on this afternoon, late afternoon, early evening, on BBC television. Back to Sarah Orchard at the bronze medal match in the men's hockey.
And it's India 0, Spain 1. We've got 5 minutes of the second quarter left to go until that half-time hooter sounds. And you have to say Spain would have been the underdogs coming into this. They're the ones that lead. It was actually a penalty shot awarded to Spain that was calmly taken by their captain, Marc Morales, that put them ahead. Basically, India in the box, they blocked the stick of one of the Spanish attackers, which you can't do, so the shot was awarded. And yeah, it's a pretty evenly matched around the rest of the field, that both keep having their moments. I just watched an incredible bit of pinball right in front of the Spanish goal, and India just couldn't find a way to get the ball inside the net. But in the end, it's closing in on half-time, and the Indians, they need to find an answer. It's India 0, Spain 1.
Where are we at with the sailing this afternoon? Shojo Saka.
We are still continuing to all be weather zen masters here, Mark, because you need a lot of patience to watch the Olympic sailing this time round. We have had the mixed multi-hull event decided this morning. We had the British pair of John Jimson and Anna Burnett in really good position going into that for a bronze medal. They false started, and I'm afraid they blew the chance of that. That happened a little bit earlier, so we have had some sailing this morning. As you were coming to me 2 minutes ago, we were due to see the kite surfing semi-finals. That's just been pushed back because the wind has dropped. The athletes were looking all smiling and getting ready to go out and compete in that. We have got a British man in that. Connor Bainbridge will be in the men's kite semi-finals when they do get underway. Let's hope they do, fingers crossed. And we have Ellie Oldroyd, who is through to the final of the women's kite. Hopefully action to come this afternoon.
So if you false start, a bit like if you false start in 100 metres round, you're gone, are you?
Yeah, it would appear so. I mean, there are lots of infringements which occur in sailing races. And sometimes they are given a penalty where you have to do a 360-degree circle to effectively turn your boat all the way around, and that obviously slows you down because everybody else is going in the other direction. But in this case, yeah, you can't cross the line before you are allowed to go. There's a countdown of 3 minutes. You get to position your boat, and it goes down to 2 minutes, then 1 minute, and then obviously they count you down from 10 down to 1 before you cross the line. And it looks like they made the infringement. They carried on sailing actually, and because they thought it was for someone else when they called it, but the race committee caught up with them on their boat and then chucked them out the race, I'm afraid, to put it bluntly.
Okay, Shojo, for the time being, thank you very much. Steve Bunce alongside me here at the taekwondo after a morning of mixed fortunes.
Mixed fortunes indeed, chappers. Jade Jones crashing out in shock and bewilderment and tears, and Bradley taking care of his opponent like he didn't like the smell of him. It was unbelievable. It was arrogant. It was beautiful. You know, I love that swag. Sorry I'm late. I got bogged down with an old friend of mine, Latala Mohammed. We were chatting. He's a massive boxing fan. And I'm a massive taekwondo fan. So we have a little bit of bonding. That's why.
How is he?
Late. He's in great form, but he gave me one or two bits of insight. He was as shocked at Jade Jones's exit as we were, and he did have a bit of a warning. He said the Croatian who's fighting Bradley sometime in the next 30 minutes or whatever, he said that's a tough one, because this morning wasn't tough.
Okay, shocked. In what way? Because he is used to...
Oh, is he ever?
Yeah, he is used to losing by one shot right at the end. And I'm not saying that that's how she lost, but we were talking to Bianca Cook before you joined us, and accepting the cruelty of this sport and that one blow can take you out is part and parcel of it.
It is, and it happened to Jade, of course, back in 4 years ago, whatever you want to call it, in Tokyo, where she lost in an earlier fight when she maybe had her eyes on a different prize, i.e. it would have been a triple run of gold medals, having won 2 previously. So perhaps that was on her mind then. Today, it just seemed, and I was with Katie doing the comms, and the last 30 or 40 seconds, all of the strength, and I don't want to be careful how I use the word desire, seems to just drop out. Not that North Macedonian woman changed in any way in that 30 seconds, because she was already, it was 1-1 and she was going to get it. I think that the shock that Latalo was talking about was the same as our shock, is that I know it happened before and it can happen, and it's a really bittersweet, heartbreaking sport, taekwondo, where you can really lose when there's less than a second on the clock. The way, they can start They can start a fight with 1 second left, and the kick can come in that 1 second. It's quite brutal. I like that about it. So I think shock because once again Jade Jones came up short when everybody, even in this heartbreaking sport, expected her to breeze through. We thought we'd have Jade Jones in the ring about now, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, that is it, isn't it? It is a sport where you have to keep watching all the way to the very end.
And it doesn't matter who you're fighting against, because the 21-year-old North Macedonian, and Latala repeated something that we talked about on air, they're having parties in North Macedonia now. They're having parties celebrating the 21-year-old's win. They're putting pictures of her on the wall. That was her FA Cup final, a World Cup final.
We ought to mention as well that the scoring system, Katie, has changed a couple of years ago. I think they changed it in 2022. Now, the thing with mentioning a change in scoring system would require all of us to remember how it used to be scored 3 years ago, which I'll be honest with you, it's a little bit of a stretch when you come back to it after 3 years away from it, or every Olympics we do taekwondo, and so. But it used to be an accumulative score, didn't it? And it just went up and up and up, and that's how it was judged. Now we have a rounds system.
Yeah. So you used to always know you would get 3 rounds. You could, if you were on the winning side, I suppose, build up a score and then protective, play some defensive taekwondo, if you like.
Park the bus.
Exactly.
You park the bus in taekwondo?
Absolutely do. Yeah, absolutely. And there is a Korean word, there is a Korean expression for it, and we will get it by the end of the night. Don't worry about that. Trust me.
Leave that one with you. But yeah, it was a move specifically designed by World Taekwondo to create more action from start to finish, to prevent those sorts of stalling tactics, or you might see strategic running out of the ring to build up penalty points and just escape the action. Now what we have, and the one thing that they did have, which was very dramatic in that way of doing it, was you could have a golden points round. So if it ended in a draw, you would have almost like a golden goal situation. Now it's best of 3, a bit more like tennis. It means you have to have a winner every round. So like we were saying with Jade Jones, once you go a round down, it forces you to come out like a rocket, and you have to produce.
So you get like a third round in the second round, because whoever's won the first round, he or she is to really defend in the second round, because that person can't let that second round slip. So actually, I think it's a brilliant rule change. I absolutely adore it. I think it's fantastic.
And of course, the difference is they know exactly who has won which round.
Absolutely.
Which isn't the case in the boxing when you're in the ring.
The boxers don't know, and maybe there's a hand signal, and I'm holding my hands up to show someone who's watching it on a monitor to send the signal to a corner, but that's still not science. These people know. They also know the quality of the points they've scored. So if it's ever even, and that noise you can hear, yes, you guessed it, it's a Frenchman. It's Chappers, and we're revisiting old ground here, Chappers.
We are.
This is the scene of our French fencing experience.
It's exactly the scene of our French fencing experience, which was just a brilliant night. The French women losing the team final when we were here on Golden Point. The atmosphere was amazing that night. It's exactly the same here. I mean, there are French flags wherever you look. Although on the big grandstand opposite, and that's the main grandstand with the steep banking, right in the middle, there's a middle section which Bunty is convinced goes to the ultras of any sport. So when we were here, they were the fencing ultras, Katie, right?
I see.
And they always carry big cardboard cutout heads of their athletes.
Which I also have a theory on.
Whatever their sport is. But right in the middle of the French Taekwondo ultras, there is a huge Spanish flag, and it is France against Spain in this next contest here. So we will keep an eye on that. We might do a little bit as the noise ebbs and flows here at Le Grand Palais, but we'll also go to Ian Carter watching the golf.
Morgan Metro is the leader after her 66 out in 28, back in 38 to lead at 8 under par. But the big names are mustering, and a couple of them are Olympic medalists. The defending champion Nelly Corder and world number 1 has got it to 4 under par, going to the turn in 4 under par. Remember, she was 3 over after 7 holes yesterday. And Lydia Ko on the 17th, the silver medalist in Rio, 6 under par for her round and for the tournament. and so she's in silver medal position as it stands, just 2 shots behind the Swiss leader. As for the British pair of Charlie Hull and Georgia Hall, I'm afraid it's not overly encouraging. Georgia Hall did pick up a birdie at the 14th. She's 1 over par for a round today, 3 over par overall in a share of 32nd place. And Charlie Hull, she has picked up 3 shots today. She's now played 11 holes and she's at 6 over in a share of 45th.
So Morgan Matreau then is the leader, 8 under overall, 6 under for the day, including that remarkable outward 9 of 28, which was basically 8 threes on the card and a 4, and we can hear from her.
I started the round really good yesterday as well, so I had a pretty good feeling about the first few holes. Didn't quite make the putts yesterday, but I started the same today, and actually the putts dropped. It was just fun, I just enjoyed it and try to, be present on each shot and not think about the next ones or the score, just keep going. And I think for the front 9, I did a very good job of that.
For people at home, like me, amateur golfers, trying to understand what that feeling is like when you're progressing through that, do you look at the scoreboard? How aware are you of what you're doing currently on the golf course?
I'm one of those players who always looks at the leaderboard, so I knew exactly where I was. Now, I know there's a lot of golf to play. I was only the second group today, so I knew there was so many opportunities for girls to, come and join me at the top. We'll see where I end up today, but it's just, I always know where I'm sitting.
So that's Morgan Matreau there. Sophie Walker joins us, European Tour player. Ian still with us. What a phenomenal outward 9 that was.
Yeah, she said, didn't she, that I felt I needed to hold some putts, and to go out in 28. A Swiss player from the home of the Olympics, the capital city of the Olympics in Lausanne. She's actually known as Mini Matreau because the 2 sisters that play on tour. Kim is the elder and Morgan is the younger sister at 27 years old. She's won twice on the Ladies European Tour, once on the Epsom Tour, which is the tier below the LPGA Tour. So this is uncharted territory for Mini Matreau.
So is that how she deals with it from now on?
Well, I think it will really sink in going into tomorrow. You imagine the amount of press at Switzerland to win a gold medal must be huge, no matter what sport they play. And she's got to manage that, really. That I think we saw John Rahm on Sunday, the pressure of trying to get a gold medal for somebody like that who was a major winner. And especially with what Ian was saying, the amount of class players that are really turning up this Friday afternoon. But Le Golf National, these last 4 holes, honestly, chappers, anything can happen. Morgan Matreau was having the round of her life and she found water on 18.
And that's it, isn't it? That's for a tournament point of view, the more big names are in contention, as we saw with the men, the better Sunday afternoon will be. But from Matreau's point of view, to look over her shoulder and see Lydia Ko there and to see Nelly Korda there, that's daunting.
I think it is daunting, but I really feel the Olympics, this year especially, it's the dauntingness of being an Olympian for one and being a medalist for another, and especially countries like Switzerland, the Swedish players, the Spanish players. I think that is possibly where Georgia Hall and Charlie Hall are maybe lacking a little bit in their sense of pride about representing their country. I feel like I'm listening to other players, and it just means so much to them. They want to stay in the village. They want to go and watch all of the other sports. I think that is going to be more consuming for a Morgan Matreau about the fact that she's at the Olympics, especially, like I said, where she's from. Then you've got the added pressure of Lydia Ko, who, like Ian said, has won a silver and a bronze medal. She didn't even know where they are, chappers. She was like, I'm not quite sure where those medals are, but I tell you what, if she wins gold, that's going on the mantelpiece.
That, Ian, is exactly what Tommy Fleetwood said afterwards, and the women will be feeling the same thing. The majors come round every year. If you don't win a medal in these Olympics, you're going to have to wait 4 years. And goodness knows how life might change for you as an individual within that 4 years.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't know if this will be your last chance. Ordinarily, for a golfer, there's always next week, never mind next year for the next major or whatever it may be. That is the way that professional golfers are built. But I agree with Sophie. You know, so many of the golfers have really bought into the Olympic experience. Tommy Fleetwood just talking about the fact that if he could win a medal, it would then be in his family to be passed down through the generations, as the Fleetwood family continues long after he has gone. So that's recognising that this is very, very special indeed. And I agree with Sophie. I spoke to Charlie Hull and Georgia Hall before they teed off, and I got the impression that I don't know whether they were just trying to downplay it to make it easier to compete, or whether they didn't quite feel it the same way as so many of the other players are concerned. Obviously Charlie's been coming back from an injury. She said she was very rusty yesterday, but an 81 was really an awful start, and Georgia's been relatively short of form this year anyway, and she hasn't found it in the first 2 rounds here, not the kind of form that is going to contend anyway. And Charlie just didn't get in until the Monday night, 1 day of practice. That's not really buying into the Olympic experience, I feel.
No, you have to soak it up, Sophie, don't you? Really?
Yeah, I think you do. And look, I grew up wanting to be a professional athlete, would have loved to have been an Olympian. When I was 5, 6, 7 years old, I didn't care what sport it was going to be. I happened to fall into golf at 13 or 14 because that was the sport I was better at. But if you look at a Charlie and a Georgia, they are childhood prodigies, and I'm talking kind of 5, 6 years old. And maybe their understanding of the Olympics and their love of the Olympics isn't quite there in that sense. But the last 2 Olympics have been, in Brazil and Tokyo, like not even on the same time zone. 2012 seems a long time ago, but 12 years for when you're their age, it is. And all I can hope for is, they come back from this one, they see what's happened with Tommy Fleetwood, and, Charlie Hall's mentioned about going to the boxing. Let's hope she does do that. I've just heard the taekwondo where you are minute chappers. It sounds raucous. I'm running in from my car trying to watch the trampoline in. Like, I'm invested in it, and I would do anything to be at the Olympics. And this is what golf is going to be. I think for many athletes, like Lilia Vu, for instance, at the moment, the American player, Lydia Ko. I've seen Anne van Dam, the Dutch player. She's been at the Velodrome supporting the Netherlands. I do feel that aspect is required because, let's be honest, none of us dreamed of being an Olympic gold medalist because that wasn't on the table until Rio.
Absolutely. Sophie, thank you very much for joining us. Fascinating to talk to you. Sophie Walker, former European Tour player. She mentioned the atmosphere here in Le Grand Palais. We've got France against Spain here in this men's quarter-final at the moment. Now, the first round went the way of the Spaniard, Javier Perez Polo. We are 9 seconds from the end of the second round. The Frenchman is behind 4-2, but he's just put in an instant video replay challenge that has been accepted, and it's taken him 5-4 ahead in this second round, which would mean, Bunty, if he holds on to this with 2 seconds to go,
that's it.
He claims the second round,
1 each,
with 9 seconds to go, and we are at 1 each going into the third round, which is exactly, Katie, what you were talking about if you lose the first round, you've got to go for it, and he did, and he had to challenge to add the drama to get the points accepted.
The drama of this sport is next level. We keep saying, but blink and you'll miss it, and it can turn like that. The only criticism I would probably add to just how they've done it here in Paris, I was here all of yesterday just getting my eye in, is they don't explain a huge amount of it to the crowd. So I think people, Bunsey, buy into the excitement, don't they? And they like the drama, but I'm not sure necessarily, even when the challenges are going in, that it's hugely clear what's happening.
Listen, what all they really want is the result of that challenge to be positive for them if they want the point, and negative if they don't want the point. They buy into it, they get sucked into it. Half the people at the fencing weren't actually living and breathing.
Speak for yourself.
No, I wasn't talking about our half. Our half, we knew.
I mean, we knew exactly what was going on.
What did we call them? Sabres.
Yeah,
we called them sabres. People sent me pictures of sabres.
We sat down, and within 20 seconds of the bronze medal match between Poland and China, you were accusing Poland of being too defensive.
And what were they? Honestly, I read the Polish press were absolutely livid with them. They were livid with them. Valdemar, my friend, was absolutely livid with them.
What I would say is comparing it. For the fencing, the scoreboards were a lot more prominent and a lot easier for the crowd to see. Now, what you have here is 4 monitors around the competing area that are fairly. I mean, you can make out the scores, but they are fairly small and they are not as dramatic, I wouldn't say. You know, when the fencing scores were put on, it was a big light thing and it shone across one half of the piste and then flashed, and you absolutely knew who was getting what point. This feels a bit, considering they're kicking each other in the head, this feels a bit more subtle.
And it actually looks a little more like those scoreboards are designed for the competitors themselves, so they can glance and see the score, because it can actually take them by surprise. We saw it with, or you might have heard us earlier with Bradley Sinder's match. Bunsey and I, we literally could not get our words out fast enough. That is how quickly the kicks were coming in. And you're right, there are a couple of other big scoreboards, one to our right, one to our left, and then a massive big screen so you can see close-up action. But it looks actually to me more like a tennis score, the way they do it either side.
And it was less than a minute, the two matches combined, and it was the 12-0 rule, which has got a simple name. It should be called Mercy. It's called something else, points gap, which doesn't really work for me, if you don't mind me saying so. But it was so Katie and I were just about getting going, and it was 7-0, 9-0, and we just about finished, and it was over. Then the next match, and it was breathtaking, and it was at a breathless pace. And he walked off. He walked off for the mat. Bradley Sinden with his shoulders back in slow-mo, looking. No one to look at, but he was doing it anyway, you understand me? And I like that about it.
Sorry, Katie, go on.
Well, we've been doing a bit of research, Bunsey and I, surprisingly.
Piccolino, as they say in Italy.
But we were wondering, weren't we, why Doncaster, which is where Bradley Sinden's from, where Sarah Stevenson is from, Olympian before him. Why are there so many fighters coming from? We thought, well, maybe there's a base was set up or some sort of performance centre. It turns out, right, in the 50s and 60s.
This is true, chappers.
I believe it more when Katie tells me than when you've told me.
Exactly what I told you would say.
The 12 original Taekwondo masters in Korea got together and they said, we want this sport to be the biggest martial arts sport in the world. So they decided to split themselves across the globe. And where did one of them land?
Doncaster.
In Donny.
If I told you that story, you would not believe it, would you?
No,
so Katie's got away with it.
Gospel.
So the 12 went wandering to the 12, 15, 50, 100 corners of the world. They landed in New York. They landed in the desert. They landed by the oceans. And they landed in Donny. Come on, my son. I love that story.
But they can't. I mean, they'd have had to have landed somewhere first within the United Kingdom and then go to Donny. Wouldn't they? Unless they flew into.
Well, we were saying it's on the East Coast train line, isn't it? So maybe they just did a trip up from London.
That famous Seoul Doncaster axis, that famous trade route. You've heard of the Silk Road. This is the Taekwondo road.
They docked in Hull, maybe,
Absolutely.
And then ended up moving down.
I think you're onto something there, Chapman.
Yeah, last 10 seconds of this men's quarter-final, and Suleiman Alaphilippe, the Frenchman, trails by 3 points to 1 to the Spaniard Javier Perez Polo. Down to the last 3 seconds. He needs something here, does the Frenchman. Otherwise, he's got 1 point back. That's 3-2. There's 0.1 seconds. The crowd are on his side. It'll be interesting to see the reaction at the end. He's now gone 4-2 down, and the victory has gone to the Spaniard, and there are a few Spanish flags being waved.
The ultras are out.
The Spanish ultras are out, and their man is through at the expense of the Spaniard. From the Spaniard in Taekwondo, to the Spanish in the men's hockey. Sarah.
Thanks ever so much. Yes, this is the bronze medal match, and Spain, who were pretty much in charge for most of the first half, all of a sudden are having to answer to the Indian captain, Harmanpreet Singh. He has scored both sides of half-time, both with penalty corners. He's widely regarded as the best in the world. He has a real aura around him whenever a penalty corner is taken. But the Indians, they won bronze in Tokyo. They're looking to defend that title. We've still got a long way to go, though. 12 minutes of the third quarter to play. India 2, Spain 1.
We're coming from the taekwondo at Le Grand Palais this afternoon as part of our Olympic coverage here on 5 Live, and the reason for that is that we're waiting for Bradley Sinden's quarter-final, which is in just over half an hour's time. Jade Jones went out earlier this morning. She does still have a chance of a bronze medal, but various things have to fall into place for that to be a possibility. We'll track that over the course of the afternoon as well, but as we approach 2 o'clock, we can get the latest BBC News.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
And with the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Richard Foster. The Prime Minister says we didn't see the violent disorder that many feared last night because police were deployed in the right places. 2 men involved in last week's unrest have been sentenced to 2 years and 8 months in jail. One of the men, a pensioner called William Morgan, lit fires and attacked police cars in Liverpool. Dominic Casciani has more.
Now, at the age of 69, he is going to prison, so he won't potentially leave prison until he's maybe 71 or maybe past his 72nd birthday. So that is quite a hard thing for a man of his age to deal with, and I think that's the message the judge wants to send, that in every one of these cases, if you are there as part of this violence, you will be dealt with severely.
The First Minister of Northern Ireland says there's no place for racism there after a 5th night of violence in Belfast. Objects were thrown and fires lit as police were attacked in the east of the city. The Stormont Assembly has been recalled to discuss the unrest. Michelle O'Neill says all parties are united over the issue.
We have mothers who are afraid to walk their children to the park. We have children that are afraid to go to youth clubs and to schemes. We have healthcare workers that are afraid to go to work. We have nurses that are afraid to go home. And that is not acceptable. And that is the real human impact of this type of activity, this type of racist activity in our society.
NHS waiting lists have risen for the 3rd month in a row in England. They're now at their highest level since last October. Figures for June show around 7.62 million treatments are waiting to be carried out. The Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, says it'll take time to turn the health service around. 3 teenagers have been shot in South London. It happened last night in Orpington. The victims are aged 18 and 14. Police say the injuries aren't life-threatening and so far there have been no arrests. And dogs and helicopters are involved in the search for a British man who's gone missing in the Pyrenees. Tom Doherty is 67 and from St Albans in Hertfordshire. Relatives say he fell while he was on a hike. They last saw him on Tuesday evening.
Escape with a good book on BBC Sounds, like Yellowface by Rebecca F. Kwong.
I play up our connection. My grief over her death becomes a cornerstone of my origin story.
Enlightenment by Sarah Perry.
Thomas examined the image of a stone woman stuck on the verges of the lake. I suppose she's in the water now. What is she holding?
And Giovanni's Room by James Baldwin.
Do you have a mistress? I asked him. I don't seem to be very interested in women right now.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
And today we're based at the Grand Palais in Paris for the taekwondo with Katie Smith.
And we had a gut-wrenching first round loss for the 2-time Olympic champion Jade Jones earlier this morning, but Bradley Sinden, the current world champion from Doncaster, is in quarter-final action. That'll be in around half an hour's time. He is the man to beat after blitzing his way through his opening bouts.
Could there be a British medal in the men's 3-metre springboard final this afternoon? Jonathan Overend.
The competition is just underway in the Aquatic Centre. 2 Brits to listen out for: Jordan Holden, who finished 5th after the semi-final, and Jack Law, the multiple Olympic medalist, who was 3rd and is a definite medal contender today.
In the athletics, Katarina Johnson-Thompson leads the heptathlon after 2 events this morning.
Katarina Johnson-Thompson, 3rd attempt, 1 metre 92.
Goes clear, 192. Third time of asking, she knows she needed it.
We aim to bring you every British medal here on 5 Live throughout the games. You can also follow everything on the BBC Sport website and app.
This is 5 Live Sports at the Olympic Games.
With Mark Chapman.
On 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
So let's go to Jonathan Overend, watching the men's 3-metre springboard final with, as you mentioned there, Jonathan, 2 Brits who did very well in qualifying in action.
Yes, and Jack Law, we would have expected it, being the multiple medalist that he is, semi-finalist in this event in Rio, bronze medalist in Tokyo, already a bronze medalist in the synchro in this event with Anthony Harding at Jack Law. So he's definitely up there as a medal contender. By the way, China are brilliant at this, like they are at every other diving event. So we have them as firm favourites for gold and silver. 1 medal potentially to be fought out by the rest of the world, but you never know. But then what about Jordan Holden from Sheffield? Great story. He's on his Olympic debut at the age of 26, and yet he qualified quite superbly, finished as the 5th best in the semi-final. So you have to have him up there, along with the Chinese, his teammate Jack Law, and a precocious Mexican by the name of Osmar Olvera Ibarra, only 20. There, for me, certainly looking at the results from the semi-finals as the medal contenders over the next hour or so.
Let's hear from Jack Law. This was after his semi-final yesterday.
Yeah, of course, I've got a little bit of room. Definitely more in the tank. But I'm obviously aware of Osmar and Jordan. Both of those had a little bit of an off morning. I think it's quite tiring going 2 mornings in a row. Tomorrow the finals at 3 p.m. So for me, I'm looking forward to a bit of a lie-in and seeing what I can do.
Yeah, I mean, this is your 4th games now. You're a dab hand at knowing how to pace yourself and build that momentum ahead of going into the final. So what is the routine now?
The routine is the same as normal. Go back, recover, eat some good food, get a good night's sleep and rest up for tomorrow.
Is it easy to sleep on the night before a final? I mean, this compared to your first games, do you feel your preparation, the way you do it will be different?
I think if I look back to London, I had no idea what was in store for me, and it was such a whirlwind of an event. I think that having like 17,000 people all cheering if he was nuts. I mean, here we've got a really good crowd, the facility's fantastic, and I'm just looking to recover as best as I can and keep this old body in good shape.
Whole body in good shape. Give us some of the reports we've heard about the food. It might be easier to get a good night's sleep than eat good food. I'm not sure. Jonathan Overend, how have the scores been so far? We're not far away from both Brits going.
Not far away, no. We're about to see the American Carson Tyler, who's 6th. We have 12 finalists in total. They go in reverse order from how they qualified in the semi-finals. So the best from the semi-finals go at the end. So Holden coming up shortly. In fact, he's now the one after next. Then it'll be this 20-year-old Mexican, silver in the synchro, Osmar Olvera Ibarra. Now, Jack Law talked about him there, said perhaps he felt that the Mexican could do even better today. So perhaps it will be Olvera Ibarra who will be Law and Holden's biggest rival for the bronze. That is the way we have to approach these diving finals, I think, Mark, these days, because the Chinese are so far and away the best 2. They have the reigning Tokyo gold medalist in Zhixi Yi, and then they have the reigning world champion Wang Zhangyang, who won the silver in Tokyo. So they've kind of flipped, and Wang, who is the younger of the 2 Chinese, it was the best after the semi-finals, and he will start as favourite for the gold. But they were so far apart from the rest, the 2 Chinese, in qualification, that you have to feel like the rest of the field are going for 1 medal. Hush descends because the Frenchman, who is Jules Boyer, who is an exceptional diver and qualified as the 6th best after the semi-finals. He'll obviously have the home support here, and the French enjoyed his opening dive, which means that Jordan Holden can rise up the steps towards the 3-metre springboard. 16 feet long, about 2 feet wide, a flexible board, so 3 metres above the pool. But because of the elevation and the spring and the propulsion that the divers can get, they're up to about 5.5 metres above the pool surface to perform their acrobatics. And if we look at the dives they're going to perform, Holden starts with a forward 2.5 somersault dive, but with 2 twists in there as well. 3.4 degree of difficulty. He's come through the preliminaries, he's come through the semi-finals, and here he is in the Olympic final on his Olympic debut. Jordan Holden from Sheffield, coached and trained at the Ponds Forge Club the famous swimming venue in Sheffield. Here he comes. Good luck, Jordan, in this Olympic final. Quite a lot of splash on the opening dive, but he'll be pleased to get that one out of the way. His first effort picked for this team because, in the coach's words, for his consistency in critical moments in competition. And certainly he proved that at the Commonwealth Games when he won silver, and at the European Championships in Rome when he also won silver. So they tell you that he is a big-time performer. We wait for the scores to come up for Holden after the first dives, and there are 7.5s in there. It's a great start from Jordan Holden, and it puts him right up there at the top, level with Carson Tyler from the United States and Jonathan Ruvalcaba from the Dominican Republic. So Holden, a solid start, 7.5s. He'll be very happy with that. Now we get a look at this young Mexican, only 20. Osmar Alvaro Ibarra. Wow, that's a good start. You can see why the Mexicans absolutely love him and why he has such a big future in this sport. He is going to be the major rival, you would feel, to the Brits for the bronze medal today, if indeed that is what's going to happen. Good scores coming in for Alvaro Ibarra. We'll get those confirmed in just a moment, but it was a lovely entry into the pool, and the Mexican supporters out in force in this aquatic centre, as they have been throughout the competition. 7.5 in there again, but there is an 8 as well, so he's scoring slightly higher than Holden, and Alvaro Ibarra takes the lead in the competition with 3 divers still to come. 6 rounds of dives for all these athletes, and as I say, they're going in reverse order of competition, so the best in theory towards the end of the round. Now it's Jack Law. Come on, Jack, enjoy your final. 29 years of age from Harrogate, brings all the experience, and it's a lovely opening dive from Law. It's a forward 2.5 somersault dive with 2 twists, the same dive as Holden executed a few moments ago. Law, who won silver in this event in Rio, bronze in Tokyo in his 4th Olympic Games. He's already got a medal to show for his efforts in Paris in the synchro 3-metre springboard. He actually took off right from the extreme right-hand side of the springboard, and at a slight angle as well as he entered into the water there, and not as good as he would have liked on the opening dive, Law, because there's a 7 in there and some 7.5s. So actually he is behind Jordan Holden. He's actually level with the German who went earlier in the competition. So Law with work to do and improvement to make. It is the Mexican who leads, as now we look at the 2 Chinese. They will come in succession to wrap up the first round of competition. And first of all, it's the 28-year-old Xia Ziyi, Tokyo gold medalist in this event. In fact, double gold medalist from 3 years ago, but silver at the World Championships, beaten by his teammate, who we'll see in just a moment. He's got strapping on both his feet, and he's tumbling and twisting. The acrobatics we see from this springboard, well, it's only going to rise in degree of difficulty, but the Chinese are happy with Xi's first effort there. You wait for the score, and then it'll be his compatriot to round off this first series of dives. Wang Zhongyang next. He's 6 years. She is junior at 22 and already has the gold medal to show from the synchro competition. The Chinese have been utter perfection in this aquatic centre over the course of the competition, in the individual events and the synchro events. They've won every gold so far. It's 8.5s on the board for Xia Ziyi, and frankly that is the least we will expect from them as the competition progresses. And so to the gold medal favourite, Wang Zhongyang, the 22-year-old from China, as the crowd see the scores flash up on the scoreboard for Xia. Silver medal from Tokyo, but as I say, in this Olympic cycle, he has moved above his compatriot to be the very best in the world. He is the world champion. He is the favourite for the gold here. It's a 3.4 degree of difficulty first dive. Rush falling around the arena for the best in the world, and he demonstrates it there with his back dive. First up, that somersaulting in between his body and the board, and an excellent start from the two Chinese. They will take some beating in this 6-round competition. China with the Mexican very much the challenger to the two Brits. Jordan Holden will be in joint 5th position after the first round of dives, and Jack Law in joint 7th position after the first round of dives, Mark.
And we're kind of seeing, aren't we, what we saw when we were together for the 10-metre platform in the women, that really the two Chinese women there, like the two Chinese men here, are streets ahead, and it leaves the rest of the field competing for bronze.
Yes, Wong, who we just saw there, the favourite, actually scored behind his compatriot and not that far above the young Mexican. So I'm sort of worried about this Osmar Olvera Ibarra, because people have really been talking him up ahead of this competition, and he is only 20. It feels like he could be the challenger to the Chinese today, but as you say, they are the top two, Mark, and it would be a big surprise if they didn't finish this competition in the top 2 places.
Thank you, Jonathan. You're looking at me, Steve Bunce, like you have a Mexican diving story.
Of course I have a Mexican diving story. Chappers.
Is this from your days as the Observer swimming correspondent?
No, because this stuff really, the diving I'm going to talk about, the water sport I'm going to talk about, is slightly renegade. It's that mad cliff diving, which they do for money in Mexico. Yeah. And it is genuinely, from 3 and 4 years of age, these babies of the divers are taught and shown and allowed to dive until they get. So wouldn't it be lovely if this Mexican diver was outside the system, that he was genuinely a cliff diver, and that he was following in the footsteps of 7 generations of Mexican Acapulco cliff divers? I'll throw it out there, Chappers. I'll leave it with you.
All I can imagine, as I go back to Jonathan Overend very quickly, is that he's furiously looking at this guy's Wikipedia page. Jonathan?
Do you know what? I mean, I didn't hear a second of that. Now that's working with Buncey, you see, over the years. You kind of zone out a little bit. Sorry, Buncey. I'm sure that was your best story of the fortnight.
He was telling me about the history of cliff diving in Mexico.
Yeah.
And whether the Mexican that you are watching here has risen to the heights that he has, no pun intended, from outside the Mexican diving system and from the slightly renegade Mexican cliff diving background.
Well, we had the brilliant story of the French diver. Did you hear this early in the event? Gary Hunt,
yes,
representing France. That's what he does. He is an extreme diver off cliffs, off anything. And there he was off the platform at the Olympic Games. I love that story. Good old Gary.
We'll go from Mexican cliff diving to the sailing. Shoujo.
Get excited, Mark, because I think we could be about to see some racing. The men's kites are on the Mediterranean as we speak. It's the first of 2 semi-finals that hopefully will get underway in just 2 minutes' time. Now we have Britain's Conor Bainbridge taking part in the second semi-final. So these things are amazing. We've been looking forward to this for the whole of the Olympic sailing regatta. These kites, it's kiteboarding or kite surfing if you want to call it that. They are kites or little boards on hydrofoils. They look spectacular on television, I must say. The azure blue colour of the ocean, of the sea, and then these yellow kites with the big canopies, and you've got a guy effectively on a little surfboard hovering above the air. We talked about Back to the Future and Marty McFly. This is exactly like that, and they should get underway in the next couple of minutes. Fingers crossed.
Just remind us what happened earlier in the multi-hull.
Well, in the multi-hull, we had the British pair of John Jimson and Anna Burnett taking part in the final. They were on for a bronze medal. They had to beat the New Zealand crew, but unfortunately they false started from the from the start line and were disqualified. So no medal for Jimson and Burnett.
And we can hear from both Jimson and Burnett now.
Let's first of all just give me the facts. What happened at that start, Anna?
We were over the line in the start, and we didn't think we were, so we carried on the race, and then we were pulled out, so disqualified from the race basically for being over at the start line. One small error in what's been a great Olympics and a great campaign for us.
It has been a great Olympics. It's been a hard Olympics, hasn't it? And every day you've battled for every place to put yourself in a medal position. Just perhaps put in context how hard this is.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal. I'd say that OCS is probably the most brutal way to lose because it's so out of our control. And I'm so proud of this week, how we sailed. we knew it would be a hard venue, and we chipped every race and got ourselves where we wanted to be. And to be honest, I felt so in control of ourselves going into that start, what the plan was, where the Kiwis were, and yeah, we made one mistake and it's cost us an Olympic medal, so you can imagine we're pretty broken.
Emotional interview from John Jimson and Anna Burnett there. We're at the Taekwondo this afternoon. We're in Le Grand Palais. We're waiting for Bradley Sinden to fight in his quarter-final bout here. We're a little bit delayed. We were expecting it just after 2:30 UK time. They're running about 10 minutes behind at the moment, something like that. Let's go back to the diving. Jonathan Overend.
I was there this morning, Mark. It's absolutely stunning, isn't it? And as someone who was at London 2012 inside Excel, how this sport has moved on in terms of the scoring system that you were talking about earlier, but also the presentation as well. Very, very impressive. Enjoy Bradley when he takes to the mat inside the next half an hour or so. Here at the diving, we're waiting for the second dives for the two Brits, Jordan Holden and Jack Law, who both have work to do to make their way through the field. We're watching Carson Tyler from the United States at the moment, and his inward 2.5 somersault dive. When we talk about inward dives, we mean they start with their back to the pool and dive in the gap between their body and the board. It really is quite worrying at times when you see how close they get to the springboard, but that was a good effort from the American there. When we talk about back dives, well, again, it's back to the pool, but they're rotating backwards. I mean, it's hard enough to think of doing these aerial acrobatics in a forward motion. Now try and do it backwards. That's why these are the very, very best. You also get the reverse dives as well, where you face forward and have to rotate backwards. They're throwing in somersaults and twists as well. It's the Frenchman next, and then it's the first of the Brits. So here is Jules Boyer from France. Stepping forward, 1, 2, 3 hops, gets to the edge of the board, and then somersaults and twists, and that was brilliant. That was one of the best dives we've seen in the competition so far. Jules Boyer performing well at his home games. And as we wait for the scores, a reminder, quite a complex scoring system in diving if you haven't been following our coverage, but the easiest way to think about it is the out of 10 scoring system with 0.5 increments. Eights for Jules Boyer, so that tells you that is an impressive score for him, and it does actually take him top of the board from those divers who have gone so far. 5 to go, and that means it's Jordan Holden back to the board, the 26-year-old from Ponds Forge Pool in Sheffield, proudly making his Olympic debut. He was the highest scoring of the two Brits after the opening round. And here he comes again with an inward 3.5 somersault dive, 3.4 degree of difficulty. So again, spinning inside the body, and that's an impressive dive from Holden. Will that be enough to take him above the Frenchman? If it does, it means he has made a strong start after a third of the competition. The scores coming up onto the board now, and it's looking good for Holden. Bit of a delay until they register on my computer. Come on, Jordan. Come on, computer. Come on, Wi-Fi. 6.5 and a 6 in there from Holden. So it's not the best, and it's not enough to take him to the top. In fact, after 2 rounds, he is the 5th highest scorer, Jordan Holden, and a rather sympathetic pat on the back from his coach there. Holden with a lot of work to do. So now we see the Mexican, and then it will be Jack Law. Here he comes, the Mexican, Osman Olvera Ibarra. Oh, he's going to take some beating. Wow, he's on a quest to win the best of the rest title. Is Olvera Ibarra today? You can see it. He shakes the water out of his head as he purposefully comes out of the diving pool. He means business, and not only is he looking to finish above the rest of the pool and try and get the bronze, I think he fancies chasing down at least one of the Chinese today. Olvera Ibarra to the top of the leaderboard with 8.5s after that reverse 3.5 somersault dive in the tuck position. He is well clear in the lead at the moment. So what will be very interesting now is to see, A, whether Jack Law can start to close the gap. He's next. And B, whether the first of the Chinese can move ahead of Alvaro Ibarra, the Mexican. So here comes Jack Law, equal 7th after the first round of dives. Needs a biggie here with his inward reverse 3.5 somersault dive, and that's looking good. There's minimal splash, and his coaches at poolside are impressed by that one. They're applauding. There's a knowing nod as if to say, that's more like it, Jack. And he moves into second position, Jack Law. So he has moved through the field. He's got the Mexican ahead of him, 11 points ahead already after 2 rounds. That'll be a little bit of a worry for Law. Maybe suggests that a medal might be too much to ask today, but a long way to go. Plenty of dives still to go. So now we get the 2 Chinese. Xi Yi first of all, and then the world champion Wang Zhongyang. And from an international point of view, watching on in this event, can the Chinese be separated by this remarkable young Mexican who already has a silver medal from the synchro 3-meter springboard event in the first week of the competition? Here comes Xi then, the 28-year-old, the double gold medalist from China. At his second Olympic Games, starting right at the back of this 16-foot-long springboard. 1, 2, 3 paces forward, then 1 spring, then a second, then the third that propels him high up into the sky, and he cascades into the water. And that was impressive, and the Mexican is watching on at poolside, deep in his own thoughts, listening to music, not actually watching. One of those divers who doesn't want to see the scores. Well, he might want to see the scores, the Mexican, because he has separated the Chinese. And after the second round of dives, it is Mexico from China, just with the world champion to come, who you would expect will finish top of the board. But Xi not that happy after that second dive. He only scored 8s, which by Chinese diving standards is not as good as they would hope for. So 1 more diver to come, and then we're a third of the way through the competition. 2 rounds complete. Wang Zhongyang, he has protective taping on his right shoulder. He's performing a reverse 1.5 somersault dive, but it's also including 3.5 twists. I mean, that's extraordinary. 1.5 somersaults and then 3.5 twists. How do they have time in just 1.5 seconds to perform that number of acrobatics? Just like that. And then to enter the pool absolutely vertically, so precisely, with minimal splash. So impressive from Wang, and that surely will take him top. Yes, it will. So after 2 rounds of dives, these are the standings. Wang, the world champion, is top. Then it's the young Mexican, Osmar Alvaro Ibarra, in silver medal position. Xi Yi, the gold medalist from Tokyo, is third. Jack Law is around about 7 points behind Xi, Mark, in 4th position. He's done well in that second round of dives, with Holden down in 9th.
Here in the Grand Palais, we're watching the taekwondo, and Rashitov, who is the Uzbek fighter who beat Bradley Sinden in Tokyo with 7 or 8 seconds to go, has just progressed through his quarter-final. There is a big Uzbekistan contingent here, Steve Bunce, and in the middle of them, there's a real kerfuffle going on down there. And people have got their phones out. I was trying to work out what was going on. Thomas Bach is in the middle of the Uzbekistan contingent down there, just to our right, the head of the IOC.
All of the Uzbeks are there. There's a couple of other athletes. There's lots of people. There's lots of bowing and people touching their chest. And right in the middle, there is Thomas Bach.
In a cagoule.
In a cagoule. I mean, no. Hey, listen, that's just back casual wear, but it's really interesting. He's surrounded by the Uzbeks there. There are certain sports where the Uzbeks have taken over. The boxing, they love it. They've got the big Uzbek, remember, Jalilov, in the super heavyweight final. It's a powerful Asian sporting nation.
Thomas Bach is dressed like he's going to go for an autumn walk in the Peak District at the moment.
Chappers, I'm going to go and get him. You hold it here. I'm going down there. I'll call him off. I'll talk to him about the Pennine Way. I'll have that baby up here in 3 seconds, and we'll be swapping stories about Chinley, I swear to you, any second now.
Just tell him your Mexico diving anecdote. He won't want to leave.
Thomas!
Sarah Orchard at the hockey.
Thomas was at the hockey last night. Actually, he was watching the women's semi-finals, but we're watching men's bronze medal matches at the moment. India 2, Spain 1, and there is 11 minutes for Spain to find a goal and try and take this to at least a penalty shootout, if not 2 goals, if they want those bronze medals. It has been so evenly matched, this fixture. Pretty much 50-50 when it comes to possession, very similar number of circle penetrations, both of them. The difference between them ultimately is the Indian captain, Harmanpreet Singh, who scored both of the Indian goals from penalty corners. But at the moment, there's still 10 minutes for the Red Sticks to try and do something. It's India 2, Spain 1.
Ian Carter at the women's golf.
Silver and bronze in the last 2 Olympics for Lydia Ko. The New Zealander is hoving into view. Despite a bogey at the last, it completed a 67 today that has her in a share of second place at 5 under par. Ominously, she is sharing second place with the gold medalist in Tokyo, Nelly Korda, who's picked up 5 shots in 12 holes today, and she at 5 under par is 3 shots off the lead. That's held by the Swiss Morgan Metro, ranked 137 in the world, rounding 66, having gone out in 28 today. She leads at 8 under par. The other danger on this leaderboard is the Chinese player who won the PGA last year. That's Ronnie Yin. She's picked up 5 shots in 12 holes today, and at 5 under is 3 shots off the lead.
Is Nelly Korda starting to look like the Nelly Korda of sort of January through to May?
She is, yeah, and she looked like the recent Nelly Korda in the first 7 holes yesterday when she was 3 over par. I was saying to Adrian earlier in the day, Mark, that it almost feels like you're watching a middle distance race and you're wondering where the favourite is, because there's a massive bunch and they're right there at the back and you're thinking, oh, you've got a lot of work to do, and then almost in a blink of an eye they suddenly cruise into control. It feels that way with Nelly Korda at the moment, but obviously a long way to go to even get to the bell.
There is, but as we were saying earlier, weren't we, to Sophie Walker, if you're Morgan Metro and now you're looking behind you, and a bit like when we talk about Scotty Scheffler circling everybody above him on a leaderboard, you would think that with Korda and with Ko, actually.
Absolutely right, and with Ronnie Yin as well, because she is a real proven figure when big titles are on the line that she can pounce. So that's a really strong sort of 3 contingent, all at 5 under par, all sharing second place as it stands at the moment. And the other thing to remember is that Metro had that extraordinary front 9 of 28, but the course caught up with her on the way back, the situation caught up with her, and she came home in 38 for that 66.
Celine Boutier, who struggled a bit today, didn't she? 4 over for her round, so 3 under so far for these Olympics. We saw with the men as well, if the home crowd fire on the Sunday, they can bring through a home favourite, but that was difficult for her today.
Yeah, I was chatting with someone who was in the galleries with Celine Boutier, and the word they used was, it was just insane out there. It almost felt like the level of attention on her was inhibiting rather than inspiring. She got off to a very steady start to her round, but the inward half was really ragged in that 76. She's not one of those players. Yes, she has won on French soil a major title, the Evian Championship last year, but she never looks the most comfortable in the spotlight. She's done great things in the Solheim Cup as well, but she did look a little inhibited when things started to unravel on the back 9. So a very challenging couple of days ahead for Celine Boutier. No one knows the course better than her. She's come through the French training system which uses this golf course, so she has a great deal of inside knowledge of how Le Golf National plays, and she's going to need that to get herself back on track here.
You wonder what Charlie Hull and Georgia Hall are going to get out of the weekend, don't you, really?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Charlie Hull, after her 81 yesterday, said that she's basically got 3 days to get a game in shape for the Women's Open, which is at St Andrews the week after next. That's not really how you should be approaching Olympic competition, is it? She's picked up 3 shots today in 13 holes. She's at 6 over par, but she's in a share of 43rd place. And again, there were promising signs for Georgia Hall earlier in a round. 3 bogeys in a row. She's now playing the 18th, 2 over for her round. She was 2 over yesterday, so 4 over par overall, and in a share of 37th place. And in reality, it's going to be about trying to find their games in time for St Andrews the week after next now.
Ian, thank you. Back to the diving, where the British men have really got some work to do in this 3-metre springboard final.
They have, Jordan Holden and Jack Law. At least Law was able to move his way through the field from joint 7th to 4th after the second round of dives. He's coming up very shortly. We're already through the field to the Frenchman, Jules Boyer, who was impressive with his last dive. And they're equally so, getting a lot of support inside the arena. But I think what we're learning from this competition so far is that it is the Chinese, the Mexicans, and Jack Law. That looks as if that's how the competition is shaping up. This is the third round of dives, so obviously after everyone has dived for the third time, we are halfway through the competition, and we'll obviously have the ranking after 3 rounds, but we'll also get a good idea of the separation in terms of total points. And because errors are so rare at this elite level, if you can get that lead, if you can get 10, 20 points ahead in total, then it's really hard for the others to claw back that deficit unless there is a glaring error from one of the divers. Next up then, Jordan Holden for Great Britain. His third dive, a 3.5 degree of difficulty dive. It's a reverse 3.5 somersault dive. So this means he takes off facing forward, skipping to the front of the board, but then somersaulting backwards. 1, 2, 3 times, 3.5 in there. And Jordan Holden completes his third dive, and we wait to see how impressed or otherwise the judges were with that one. They will mark him on execution. There are judges sitting on both sides of the pool. They'll examine everything, the takeoff, the entry, the extension, and just everything about this. Such a technical sport, such a scientific sport as well, because you want to keep that splash to an absolute minimum as you enter the pool. And if we look at Holden, he's got 6.5s on that dive, just slight over rotation on entry. Looking back at the replay, and Holden is behind the Frenchman and he is behind the American, and it's going to be tough for Holden from here, you would feel. So now the Mexican, Osmar Olvera Ibarra. Ibarra, here he goes. What a get. Ooh, and that's not as good as his first 2. Now, is that the slight window of opportunity for Jack Law? The 20-year-old Mexican might have a nervous wait for those scores to come in. You'd still expect him, because of his excellence early in this competition, to go to the top of the leaderboard as things stand, but there could be a little opening here. That was a back 3.5 somersault dive in the tuck position. Yeah, he is indeed up into third, but a 5.5 and 2 6s for the Mexican Alvaro Ibarra. And by his high standards, that is a weak dive. So now, Jack Law. Pay no attention to that whatsoever, Jack. Just focus on what you've got to do and what you've done so brilliantly at previous Olympic Games. 4 Olympic medals already in his collection, going for a 5th today. An inward 3.5 somersault dive with a 3.4 degree of difficulty. This is with a chance to potentially go into medal positions for Jack Law, but there's over rotation there again, as there was for the Mexican a moment ago. And in fact, one of the British team members in the stands has her head in her hands watching that one. I mean, these are such hard dives to execute. But Jack Law there is going to have a very nervous wait, waiting for the score. In fact, 3.5s, chappers, 3.5s for Jack Law, and that could be costly. He's in 6th position, so even behind the Colombian, who went really early in the competition, and indeed Jordan Holden. So we talked about there being an opportunity to take advantage of that poorer dive from the Mexican. I'm afraid Jack Law hasn't taken it.
It's Lois Tolson, one of those divers, who is Jack Law's girlfriend, and Scarlett Mew Jensen as well, who we've talked to many times on 5 Live during these Olympics, got Britain's first medal of these Olympics as part of the women's 3-metre synchro team. But that was a tough dive for Jack Law, and he falls back into the pack along with Jordan Holden, and it'll be difficult, you would imagine, for either of them to get a medal in the men's 3-metre springboard. But we will keep following it, keep bringing the commentary on it, and we are a minute away from Bradley Sinden and his opponent making their way here. We've got a minute of the previous fight to go, and then they will be on their way to Shoujo Osaka and the sailing.
4 guys, 4 surfers zooming their way across the Mediterranean, looking for a place in the men's surfing kite final. At the moment, it is Valentin Bontes of Austria who looks like he's going to get that spot. Only one person can go through. Britain's Conor Bainbridge currently in 3rd place. He's got some work to do with about a quarter of this race to go.
Thank you. So we're keeping an eye on that, and also the women's golf. We've got hockey as well. Katarina Johnson-Thompson leading the heptathlon after 2 events this morning at the athletics. The women's 4x100 metre relay team, by the way, won their heat, and they are in the final. For the men, they needed actual photo finish to get them through to the final. The big news really in the 4x100 metres, Jamaica, who are rebuilding as a relay squad after obviously you know who and a few others retiring. Well, Jamaica are out of the 4x100 metres relay, so they are the highlights from the athletics so far today. Kelly and the team will be in the stadium a little bit later on. You'll be able to watch it on BBC television as well. And we are maybe 15 seconds away, Katie Smith and Steve Bunce, from this contest coming to an end. And then it will be all about Bradley Sinden.
It will, Chappers, but I wanted you to... I was trying to catch your attention for the last 10 minutes of this fight. I know you've been busy, because we found something this morning. We've fallen in love with the referees. They're really building their case, and this particular woman has become our favourite. She dances, she's choreographed, she's within inches of the action. She's absolutely brilliant. She's from Poland, Agnieszka Scheffler, and I think she's trying to get the final position. She's showing off to the people here. We're not going to see any more. We've got a few seconds left. Chap, you've got 17 seconds. Just watch it, Chappers. I swear you'll be transfixed by this referee. She dominates the mat.
Do you think referees, a little bit like they do at football tournaments, have to compete to get the gold medal, to get the final?
Listen, it seems like hours ago, Kate and I had this whole discussion on there this morning with Adrian Charles. Without a doubt, she is bidding for her right to be the Olympic gold medalist referee, and she might get it, Agnieszka.
So that contest has come to an end. So Bradley Sinden is next while we wait for him. Shoujo.
Well, we have a winner in this semi-final. Valentin Bontes of Austria won that race, which means he's straight through to the final. He carried over 2 race wins in this kite surfing format. That does count for a lot, and he's through to the final. But that is the end of the Olympics for Conor Bainbridge of Great Britain. Creditable performance getting to the semi-finals. Later, we can look forward to Ellie Oldroyd, 27-year-old British surfer, in the final of the women's kite a little bit later.
And you wonder, Jonathan Overend, whether Jack Law's Olympics are over as well.
Well, there's still half the competition to go. It's still possible, but that was a big opportunity which Law missed in the 3rd round. 3rd round of dives complete. Wang from China, the world champion, in the gold medal position. From Jie, the reigning Olympic champion, in silver medal position. Then it is the Mexican, followed by the Frenchman, the nearest contender for the medals, Jules Boyer. Then Carson Tyler, the American. Holden in 6th. Law down in 8th. So much work to do for the 2 Brits.
Okay, so now we're focusing on the taekwondo here at Le Grand Palais. Bradley Sinden about to walk into this magnificent arena. A huge banking of seats opposite us. We're in the little media rows here, but opposite, it's got a capacity of 8,000 this. But before you got here, Steve, I was saying to Katie, and we felt this during the fencing, it feels more. I mean, it feels 15, 20, doesn't it?
I thought it was 15. I've been telling people it's 15. It has that feel of something much bigger. It's just... Well, it's the grandest event I've ever watched sport in. Not the biggest, but the grandest by some stretch, Chappers.
And as you can hear, Bradley Sinden is being announced to the crowd. He'll be in blue for this one. There are a lot of British Taekwondo fans in here. I reckon there are 20, 25 Union Jacks on the far side. There are a couple away to our right. There are 4, 5, 6 of them in the few rows in front of us, Katie. and there are 2 behind us as well. So 30 plus Union Jacks in this arena.
Extraordinary. They've popped out of nowhere, haven't they, and just taken over this arena. And we've heard other British athletes, Keely Hodgkinson amongst them, a gold medalist now here at Paris 2024, saying it feels, Bumsy, almost like a home games, and it's taken quite a lot for some of Bradley Sinden's family to even be here. We'll talk about his mum in a moment. She lost all the money she'd been saving up to get to the games. She was helped out by her local community in Doncaster who helped her, but his opponent is walking out now, the man in red from Croatia, Marko Golubic, 24 years old. It's his Olympic debut, but we should not be confusing this. This will be a much tougher bout for Bradley Sinden.
Lutala Mohammed had said to me as I was coming in, he looked at me, he said, this is a hard fight. And when you look it up, it is. The one thing interesting, you and I talked about weights this morning. If I'm not mistaken, he was the world champion last year in Baku at 74. Bradley was the champion at 68. 74 is not an Olympic weight. So that means he had to lose 6 kilos, which by my instant mathematics is about 12 pounds. Now, if you're a lean athlete, Chappers, and the 2 of you, that's an awful lot of weight. That's hard to maintain. Not that gives him any massive advantage. We'll find out in a moment.
This is
tough.
This time yesterday, Lewis Richardson, the boxer, was telling us on 5 Live the difficulties of going down from 75 to 71, which is what he had to do. We're underway, Katie.
The bout has begun, so potentially 3 rounds to come, although Bradley Sinden, 6'1" of him in blue, the slightly taller, I think, maybe of these 2, although they're both quite wiry and cagey characters. He will want to get this wrapped up quickly. Blitzed his opening round, and we're already getting the kicks and jabs coming. They are moving each other around this octagon-shaped arena right in the centre of the Grand Palais. It's 2 minutes per round, 25 seconds completed already, scoreless.
And you know why? Because they are quality and they look like quality. Look at the poise, look at the balance. And Katie, does it suddenly seem like everything's gone up in speed? Everything's that bit faster. And that's what happens when one fights 2 or one races against 2. That's what we're watching here.
And the atmosphere a little hushed now. So we saw the flags pop out in celebration, in anticipation. And now they go quiet to soak in every moment of this match, this quarter-final. Right, we've had a pause here. It looks like there's some sort of technical issue with Golubic from Croatia. He's making his Olympic debut. And they are just...
That's not a technical issue. I think they might be popping his finger back in.
It's a massively dislocated finger on his left hand.
So they masked him, and I think you just saw through the gap there, right? So he's... Wow, that was not pretty to watch or to listen to. We apologise for that, but we are fighting underway. This is what these guys are all about. Pop my finger back in, let's go. I want to take on the Olympic silver medalist, who is on the board. Kick to the trunk from Bradley Sinden. He's 2 points up. And another 4 points up, and this is what he does over and over again. It's relentless. He is a humble guy from Doncaster. He's 25 years old, but he reached the Olympic final last time out. He said that gold was his, and it was snatched away with 8 seconds to go, and we've been describing him as laser focused here in Paris.
And he is, indeed. It's the moment they said fight on, box on, he was straight in the middle, landing. He was 4 points up within 5 seconds of that continuing. Just to reiterate, yes, the Croatian fighter had his finger dislocated. They stuck it back in, they stuck a bit of tape on it, and they carried on fighting. Time of the break, between the break and the continuation, about 10 seconds.
Both just bouncing on the balls of their feet right in the centre. There's a Paris 2024 logo on the lilac mat, and they are dancing around it at the moment. A little bit of jinking and jiving. We got 33 seconds left here. Bradley Sinden is in a good position. He's in blue with the blue headguard and the blue trunk protector. He jabs in for another kick with his right leg. He's 4 points to 0 up, but it can change just like that.
In all fairness, Bradley's a lot more aggressive than I thought he might be with a 4-0 lead in this round. I know you can't settle back on your laurels, but that was quite aggressive play there. He might be able to see something in the Croatian's eyes that we can't see from here, Katie.
Or he might just be looking at that finger and saying, I know I've got you on the ropes perhaps already. 11 seconds now of this opening round. Into the final 10 seconds. They're in a clinch. They're pulled apart now by the referee, who tells them to fight again. And Sinden goes in. Big leg jab. 8-0 up now. Oh, he's being counter-attacked by the Croatian. 2.9 seconds on the clock. It's paused once again. It's a fury, it's a flurry, it's power.
You must not concede another point in the final second and a half here. Just get out of this round.
Penalty goes against him, and now Sinden is on the floor. So suddenly the score is 8-5. That will be another penalty for the fall. 8-6. And the buzzer goes. Ooh, take a breath, everybody. That is taekwondo. We saw Bradley Sinden taking control, and just like that, it can be snatched away.
Snatched away is the word.
Jonathan Overend at the diving.
Jordan Holden's just gone with his 4th dive out of 6, and it's his hardest dive as well. And the scores are going to come up shortly. A forward 2.5 somersault dive with 3 twists. He's on his Olympic debut, and he has got 6.5s and a couple of 6s so far for Holden, so he is behind the Frenchman and the American after his 4th dive. Law to come shortly.
Bit of a contrast there with Sinden. He was 8-0 up, and yet he was still on the front foot. If you go back to the Rashitov bout, who got the gold over Sinden 3 years ago, Rashitov, when he had a 7 or 8-0 lead and there was 20 seconds to go, floated and occasionally just came out of the octagon, took a penalty point because he knew as long as he was defensive and took the odd penalty, he wasn't going to get kicked in the head and get knocked out.
Because they also know what kind of opponents. They have the information that you and I don't have, that Kate and I don't have, about how these guys react. Bradley knew that when we thought he should be defending, he went aggressive.
And Sinden said it was a vital lapse in judgment 3 years ago that cost him in those closing 10 seconds of the final where he thought the gold was his. He's now a 2-time world champion, and he has so much more experience, and he's on the board again. So it is advantage Bradley Sinden. He won the opening round. If he wins this second round, he is in to the semi-finals in Paris. He leads by 2-0. That was another kick to the body, very nicely executed.
He does look poised and he does look aggressive. He does look, and I'm tempting fate here, Katie, he does look in control. I know that's a tough thing and maybe a stupid or ridiculous thing to say in taekwondo, but he looks in control.
What is control in taekwondo?
Indeed.
We're about to find out. It's a cruel sport. It's a cruel mistress, but Bradley Sinden is one of the very best. He lashes in for another kick to the body, but that one does not score. These are protectors on their body, on their heads. The socks they wear have sensors in them, so they will be picked up. They're weight adjusted according to the weight category. This is the under 68 kilograms that Bradley Sinden has so much success in already. He's dancing on one leg now as he jabs again with that left foot. We've got 1 minute 15 seconds here. He still leads by 2-0 as he goes in now towards the head.
That looked like a good shot. Indeed it was a body shot. That's good. 4 points up. And just to reiterate, both of these last year in Baku, Azerbaijan, won world championships. It's a clash between 2 world champions.
Gulabich in red, Sinden in blue, in the Lilac Arena in the Grand Palais, under the lofted arches, the lights down low as much as they can under these glass ceilings. The drama, though, ramping up. We've got less than a minute of this second round to go in the quarterfinals of the Olympic Games. Another combination from the Croatian. He scores now. So it's 4-2 in the favour of Sinden. He launches in for a punch, but that doesn't count.
Punches haven't been that popular with the judges, I've noticed.
But he does score there.
It's
shot. Another sneaky body shot from Sinden. He leaps up. He says that punch counts, and it does. The judges have given it 7-2, 35 seconds. He kicks again. 9-2 from the world champion from Doncaster.
You'd imagine at 9-2 with 30 seconds left it's enough, but we know it's not enough. And what's more, Bradley knows it's not enough. He was 12 seconds away from a gold medal in Tokyo. He will not make the same mistakes here.
And the beep there is because the fight has been paused. We are going to have a challenge from the red corner from the coach of Marko Gulabich, who hands his red card to the referee. So what we will see now here in this amazing arena on the big screen is a 360 replay where what his corner is essentially saying, Bunsey, is they think he got a head kick in there that was not counted.
But it wouldn't be enough to change the score. It would put pressure on Bradley, but assuming it's just a head kick, it's 3 points. Unless, of course, it was a turning head kick, in which case it's 5 points. We'll see.
And that has been accepted. So those points will go on the board. Good challenge. And what it means is the card is given back to his coach, and they could potentially, if they want to, challenge again in this second round. It is must win for Gulabich, and he's taken that gap to Bradley Sinden now down to just 4 points. That is a kick to the head. That is the difference. And he scores again. He's taken it to 2 points. A kick to the trunk. And now Bradley Sinden's lead is only 2 points. 9-7, 15 seconds left to go.
You'd think at this point Bradley might just like to move his legs and create a bit of space, create a bit of distance. 9-9, Katie, with 11 seconds left.
Gone level. He goes for a punch. He only needs 1 point to take himself into the quarterfinal here, Bradley Sinden. But it is level, 9 points all, and we're going to see another challenge almost immediately after the first from the Croatians. Now, what are they saying here? He tells the referee, I'm not happy with something. The referee will hold up the red card in the centre of this arena.
Is it gameplay, Katie? Is it a genuine call or is it gameplay?
So what he said there is they think there should be a Gam Jong awarded. We've not seen any in this fight, really. Or maybe we had one in the first round, but that is a penalty. So that is a point that will go against one of these fighters. And that here, clearly, with the scores level, absolutely crucial. So we're watching the replay. The music is tense as well. Now, this is not do or die for Bradley Sinden here. He leads by a round. You have to do the best of 3. So there is potentially another round to come here, but Sinden hasn't dropped one yet.
But equally, if it is rejected, this is so tense. I love this Matrix-style camera when they float around and they come up with it. He looks quite confident.
That has been rejected by the red corner. So we stay at 9 all, and there is 6.7 seconds left on the clock. What can Sinden do there? A punch from the Brits. Does it count? No, it doesn't. The judges have not given it. Now a kick from the Croatian. He goes 2 points up with 2 seconds left to go. Sinden goes for a spinning kick to the head, but it's out of time. And that is how you snatch it.
This is a heartbreaking sport. He was a second away from possibly going through. He was 9-0 up. He was 9-0 up at one point. This game, this sport is cruel. It's absolutely cruel. Watching it live does not make it any easier.
He said, I had 2 goals in my life. I ticked one off earlier than planned. That was becoming world champion in 2019. He went into Tokyo 2020 like the most confident man on the planet. And he said, I was seconds away from achieving that second dream, becoming the Olympic champion. And that is my only goal now. Now, we're looking at him close up. He's getting towelled down by his coach. He's having a conversation.
What did you see in his face there? I saw a bit of resignation. He was really frustration. I think, you know what, he might be angry with himself. Because I think he might be angry with himself. I know this whole game is about surrendering leads, clawing back leads, breaking your opponent's heart. But he looked quite comfortable in the last 20 seconds, yet conceded a couple more points.
Well, we are going the distance. Bradley Sinden is going to have to win this round if he wants to proceed through here for a chance at Olympic gold. And there's an immediate Gam Jong against him, which is immediately going to be challenged by his team. So the card is handed out. The red card from, the blue card from the blue corner. It's the first time we've seen this.
It's a very early challenge.
Coach request invalidation of Gam Jong.
So the replay comes out again. I think it's a bit like a Matrix style replay, isn't it, Bunsey?
It is exactly what it is. When they get the overhead shot, they show you every possible angle to work out whether the kick or the punch was a scoring kick or a scoring punch. Has it been given?
And that has been accepted there. So the card, it's a sport all about performance and ceremony. A bow from the referee to the coach. He says, yes, correct, here's your card back. And that point, I think, is going to now get taken off Bradley Sinden.
2-0 up.
Has been rescinded and it's gone to him. So he leads by 2 points to 0 here. So we have 1 minute and 53 seconds. It's 2 minutes, and we have learned here in these rounds that everything can change. The jeopardy is so high. Kick to the trunk from Sinden. He's 5-0 up, but it's not big enough yet. We cannot calm down yet, because there we go. The Croatian responds.
Straight over trunk kick. The poise on Bradley's face is slightly fading. He's now got to that raw stage where he knows he just has to fight. This is the Olympic dream he's fighting to keep alive. It's no good going out on a technicality. It's no good trying to be smart. You've got to do everything you've learned since you were 4 years of age.
And a huge spinning kick to the head from Sinden. It doesn't score, and the effort, the exertion, his back turned to his opponent as he goes behind the head means he falls to the floor, and that is a point against him. So the deficit now is 2 points to make up for Golubic of Croatia. It's Sinden who leads 5-3, a minute 20 to go.
Golubic suddenly looks like he's got a bit of ascendancy, a bit of control, a bit of power. Bradley breathing quite heavy, I thought there, Katie. That was the shot we just got then.
Sinden is the man to beat here. The referee pulls them apart and he says fight on. He immediately goes in with a punch, the man in blue, but that is not going to score. It's the lowest scoring move that you could have in Taekwondo, so he might want to start looking at those higher markers, but of course the cost comes at the exertion that it brings out in you.
And the high markers leave you exposed. You do a spinning kick or a spinning punch, you leave yourself exposed.
Another score, it's another kick to the body. That has been his best so far, Bradley Sinden, and it works again. 7-5, but the gap is still 2. Now he goes again, 9-5, he leads. We've got just under a minute to go. A response from the Croatian Golubic, a world champion himself at the higher weight category, and now we're back to 2 points. You cannot make this up. 45 seconds.
45 seconds in Taekwondo is a lifetime in sport. Every single second can last a minute. Every single 5 or 6 seconds seems to drag on for 20 or 30 seconds by the time they've stopped, by the time they've had breaks.
Sinden has talked about how much this means to him. It's the one thing missing from his collection. So he has to ask himself now, with 38 seconds to go, how much does he want it when it hurts? And he is tired, but this arena wants more. It demands more from him. 32 seconds. He still leads by 2 points.
And he's still going forward. He's still the one forcing the pace. And that will be beneficial if it came down to the final decision, which is it being separated by the referees and the scorecard.
A huge, powerful kick from Bradley Sinden. Left leg straight plumb into the body protector of Golubic from Croatia. Bradley Sinden now leads 11-7. But both score again, simultaneously, 13-9. It changes so quickly.
Ooh.
Blink and you'll miss it. Both going for the kicks to the body now. It's getting scrappy and chaotic. 15 seconds.
As you'd expect with 15 seconds to go after a hard day. This is their second fight, and it's the hardest one for both of them.
Sinden's been penalised there. A Gamjong against him. The gap is at 3. We've got 7 seconds. Both fighters now falling to the floor. There's pushing and shoving going on. The Croatian, remember, who dislocated his finger in the first round. How long ago does that seem? There's going to also be a challenge here from the British coach. So I think they will probably look at who caused that fall and who the penalties will go to there.
Neither of them were in a hurry to get up once they went down there. They took an extra 5 seconds just on their knees, just catching their breath. A head kick.
So they're looking at a head kick, potentially. Right, so we go back to the big screen. The whole crowd looking at this as well. So there is no hiding place. Everyone can see it. We're watching it in slow-mo. Now, it looks to me like the base of his foot lands onto the cheek of Golubic.
Maybe I'm biased.
And it is correct. The umpire has put up 3 fingers.
6 seconds.
3 points to go to Bradley Sinden in blue of Great Britain. That will take him to 16 points. The gap is 6. And there is 5 seconds to go. A kick to the head from Croatia. And that is going to be reviewed. Now, we have umpires sat around the octagon as well. They are conferring. What are they saying here? Now, the umpire himself, I think, is going to have a review of this. Because the Croatian coach is saying, I want to challenge this if you're not going to give it. But he hasn't given out his card yet. Over on the right-hand side of where we are sat. Now, this is a referee video review, so they are asking themselves, have we missed something here?
2 points technically requested by corner judge.
So, a kick to the head is worth 3 points. What they are saying here was, is there a spinning element as well? Because that could take it up to 5, and that could bring down Sinden's lead to just 1 point. We're watching the replay. There's been so many of these in this match. You think it's only a 6-minute match. It can go on so much longer. Now, the crowd are impressed, Bunsey, by what they've seen there.
Yeah, they are, and it was a review called by the Polish judge, I think. So he's obviously got some sort of button that he can confer.
That has been rejected.
Rejected.
So it will just be, I think, the 3 points.
They're not happy with that.
There is so much drama in this.
Not
right.
happy.
Bradley Sinden is leading. The There's still a stop here. There's 2 seconds to go. Will Sinden make it into the semi-finals? They're both down on the floor again. Less than a second to go. And Sinden has done the business, and he's done it the hard way. There was stops and starts, there was chaos all over that match, but the man to beat is still the man to beat. Sinden is into the semi-finals.
And the Olympic dream is back on. Beating another world champion v world champion in the quarter-finals in the afternoon, not in the final match, not even in a semi-final match. That gives you a taster of just how serious this sport, how competitive it can be, and what's more, how heartbreaking it can be. Because even with 2.9 seconds on the board, even with 5 or 6 points separating them, Katie, you would not have relaxed, you would not have believed it was over until you hear that final buzzer of pure relief.
And Sinden knows better than anyone, Mark, what it is like to have a lead. What seemed like a comfortable lead just taken from your hands. You were only ever one kick away in Taekwondo from elation to heartbreak.
And it changes the momentum, doesn't it? It
Absolutely.
completely does.
I mean, what I particularly like is you saw there, and I said it in the first 10 or 15 seconds, you knew you were watching quality, Chapman. And it's the same, and this is not me bragging about the way we do our business, us three, but we're used to watching elite level sport. Sure, we watch kids play football on a Saturday and a netball match for the over 60s. We might do that. Nothing wrong with those two things, by the way. But when you're watching elite level sport like this, whether it's diving like Over's there, whether it's the boxing, whether it's the fencing or the judo, you know when you're watching the elite. And I got that throughout that contest. I mean, the man had his finger dislocated. You turned away after 15 seconds. They carried on fighting after 17 seconds. What was going on?
Katie's tougher than me with a harder stomach, because for Katie, that was just a small technical issue.
Yes, it did.
I'm thinking that looks quite painful to me.
Well, do you know what? I was thinking at that point, this would be a great time to talk through all the different types of scoring you can get in Taekwondo. Glance down at my nose for 1 minute and it's all happening.
No, but also, the break to put the finger back in and send him back out must have been all of about 3.5 seconds. The medics rushed on, fixed the finger, carry on fighting.
And that's where Sinden took advantage of that, because
he did straight away.
He took that first round. Probably within the 30 seconds immediately after the dislocated finger, he went 4-0 up at that point.
Because no matter how many times you dislocate your finger or break your nose or damage your arm, you do go into a bit of shock. You'd have to go into a bit of shock. So and Sinden knew that. In fact, it'd be interesting if we get a few moments of Sinden at some point tonight, hopefully in gold medal revelry. Just pull him aside. Maybe you'll have him on the show tomorrow in the cafe and ask him how many times he's dislocated his finger. I'm going to go double figures. I'm going to go double digits. Get it? See what I did there, Chappers?
Very good. So how does it work now then? He will play the winner of he either has a Jordanian, does he, or a Turkish opponent?
And both really, really tough. So that was a level up. This will be a level up again. If anything, Bunsey, it might be quite good that he's had to go through 3 rounds, get himself warmed up, understand the tension, the stakes at play, remind himself of what is on the line, because it very nearly got away from him there. He also fights again in pretty much an hour. We're running a little bit behind schedule because some of these matches have gone on for quite a long time, but you get a semi-final now. We should also mention that does mean he's guaranteed to fight for a medal today. So he's in the semi-finals. Even if he loses that, he will be in a bronze medal bout. He wants so much more than that. But yeah, it's going to be either Zayed Karim of Jordan or Hakan Reçber of Turkey, and they haven't fought yet either. So Sinden has a bit longer to relax. Well, relax is the wrong word. Recover.
Yeah, recover. We're back now. The following bout is a women's 57 kilo fight here, and this actually is what we need to keep an eye on here, because Jade Jones's continuation at these Olympics, and she can't win gold or silver, but she could go into a repechage and then still fight for bronze. That is dependent on what happens here, Katie.
Yeah, so the woman fighting in red right now, going in for a lethal punch there to the body. This is Miljana Realchik of North Macedonia. She beat Jade Jones earlier, and now if she can reach the final, that means Jade Jones will go into a repechage. So we said earlier, Bunsey, this cruel fate, isn't it, that you are now tied to what your defeater has done.
Your conqueror, what he or she has done, it's down to them continuing their form. Lutala Mohammed, again, he's been the word of it. I've had to use him, of course, Sam. He's an Olympian. He knows what he's talking about. He's been there. He's world champion and all of that kind of stuff. He said to me, he doesn't fancy the North Macedonians' chances. He felt that what she did this morning was what she's going to achieve. And she's a 21-year-old kid, really.
Yeah. Let's go to Sarah Orchard in the hockey.
Yeah, India win the bronze medal in the men's hockey. It is the same colour that they won in Tokyo as Spain's wait for a medal since they last won a silver in 2008 continues. It actually finished India 2, Spain 1. And whilst the captain Harmanpreet Singh, he scored both the Indian goals, all credit actually has to go the way of the veteran Indian keeper PR Srijesh. Now, he saved everything that was thrown at him by Spain, and the 36-year-old now retires with a couple of bronze medals. Tonight, of course, the gold medal match will be contested between Germany and Netherlands, and that one gets underway at 6 o'clock.
Back to the diving, Jonathan Overend.
Well, Jordan Holden performed admirably in the penultimate round of dives, Mark, and he's up to 4th in this competition. So after 5 rounds of 6, it is the 2 Chinese, more about them in just a second, followed by the Mexican, followed by Jordan Holden. Now, Jack Law is down in 8th and out of the medals, but Holden is still in contention. Now, admittedly, he's 53 points behind the Mexican in bronze medal position. So if Steve Parry were here, he'd be talking about getting the fairy liquid out and all that sort of stuff. I wouldn't possibly dare go near there, but these things can happen in diving. One error, one final round slip, and it could let Holden in for a medal. Final round just getting underway. Meanwhile, right at the top, Mark, the lead has switched, and it is the Tokyo gold medalist Ji Si who is moved ahead of the reigning world champion, compatriot Wang Zhongyang, into the gold medal position going into the last round of dives.
Shoujo Sarkis watching the sailing for us this afternoon.
Well, the first thing to say is that we actually have some racing, which is great news, isn't it? We are watching the second semi-final in the women's kite event. A little bit later, we should see, fingers crossed, Ellie Oldroyd of Great Britain, who is already into the final. The format of the way the kite surfing works does need a bit of explanation, so we'll get to that eventually, I guess. But Ellie Oldroyd waiting in the final to compete for a gold medal, hopefully.
OK, we will be back with you for that. We're back with Jonathan for the diving, and as I say, we're keeping an eye on this, and we need the North Macedonian woman to go through here. And Katie, how has it begun?
Well, we're in the first round and we're all level with just under 10 seconds to go, and now there's been another punch from the Lebanese fighter. So the North Macedonian Relic is trailing here in the opening round. She goes in for a kick. 1.8 seconds left to go. This one's been quite a ferocious, high-scoring affair, hasn't it?
It has been a high-scoring affair, one of the highest-scoring affairs we've seen. What's quite interesting is how much shorter the Lebanese woman is. They've all been lean. All of the athletes have been lean. I hadn't noticed how short she was in her earlier contest, but she's about 4 inches shorter than the North Macedonian Relic.
Yeah, and she's lost that opening round, Mark. So she lost that 9 points to 8 in the end. So, I mean, literally within 5 seconds of talking to us, the scoreline completely evolved. So she will now have to win this second round. Otherwise, she is out and Jade Jones is no longer in the competition.
OK, let's go back to Jonathan Overend at the diving.
Yeah, so final round of dives to come, Mark, and it does look as if the 2 Brits are going to score fewer points than they did in the semi-finals, and just by my amateur reading of that, you've got to feel that they'll be disappointed. You want to bring your best to the final, don't you? But we have to say, from Jordan Holden's point of view, he was 4th after the 5th round. So a sort of sporting catastrophe for the Mexican could occur and could let Holden in for a bronze. So those dives will be coming up shortly, and the battle are very much on for the gold medal as well between the elder of the 2 Chinese, Ji Si, the gold medalist from Tokyo, and his compatriot, the younger man, 22-year-old Wang Zhongyang, who won at the World Championships in Doha earlier on in the year.
I suppose this all depends, doesn't it, Jonathan, on whether the pressure gets to the Mexican or not, really.
Yeah, exactly. And, well, we saw it. You mentioned Scarlett Mew-Jensen and her partner, Yasmin Harper, who goes again tomorrow. Yasmin, by the way, in the women's 3-metre springboard, along with Grace Reed. They've both qualified for the final. We saw that they were behind the Australians going into the final round, and they saw the error, and we saw the shock on the Brits' faces watching at poolside because they didn't see the error coming. It was the last thing they expected, and suddenly they were in the bronze medal position. Now, the lead is healthy. I mean, it really is healthy, and the Mexican has performed as well as we anticipated he might over the 5 rounds so far. It's a 53-point lead. So, as I say, it would have to be an absolute catastrophe from the Mexican. There would have to be a slip off the board or something like that, you would suspect, for him to score as low as he would need to score to let Holden in. But you just never know, and that is the beauty of sport, isn't it? Carson Tyler from America is next. Then it's the Frenchman Jules Boyer, who's slipped down the leaderboard slightly after his strong start, and then it'll be Holden.
OK, so let's update you on what's happening here, and remember, keep just emphasising it whilst it's Lebanon against North Macedonia. The reason we keep coming back to it, well, the reason we keep coming back to it is because we're not just focused on Britain.
Not at all. And
we're global.
Yeah, we're not just global, but we're tiny global as well in the sense of sporting nations.
Right.
Lebanon and North Macedonia. So we're not just bringing you the Uzbeks. No. We're not just bringing you the mighty Cubans at the wrestling. Which we, by the way, did I tell you about my lunch with Lopez?
No, you didn't. But you can tell me about that in a minute.
Okay,
when you went not just global, I was thinking, well, what's beyond that, as in galactic? Anyhow, very quickly, the score, Katie.
And no galactic scoreline here, but it is going the wrong way for Jade Jones, for Relic of North Macedonia, although they're just landing a solid kick to the trunk, which I think might be challenged. They're going to have a look at this. But she's trailing by a round. She's also trailing in this second round, and we've got about a minute left to go. Sorry, no, not a minute. 41 seconds, less than a minute.
Combining taekwondo and diving this afternoon. How far away are we from Jordan Holden, Jonathan?
Yes, one more diver to come, and that's the Frenchman Jules Boyer, who is down the field somewhat. His sixth round dive to come, just by way of contrast, as an illustration of how well the Chinese are doing. Xi, the leader, is ahead after 5 dives of Carson Tyler after all of his dives, and Tyler went 6th in the final round. So, I mean, they're a long way clear, but they are battling each other, and the final 2 dives in this competition are going to be really interesting to see which of the Chinese is going to take the gold. But will it be Mexico or will it be Great Britain for the bronze? Mexico start a strong favourite because of the healthy lead. We have to add that caution that something would have to go majorly wrong for Osmar Olvero Ibarra. And before that, Jordan Holden from Sheffield has got to nail this final dive. A forward 4.5 somersault dive with a 3.8 degree of difficulty. The second hardest dive that he has performed in this final. Now, if he can get this right and get a really high score, then he piles the pressure on the Mexican, and anything could then happen. So good luck, Jordan. A man who, in his 20s, has been diagnosed with ADHD and has been told he's lived with it his entire life. Both of the Brits have battled mental health issues over the course of this Olympic cycle. So huge congratulations to them for being in this final and competing so well. And that is a nice dive from Jordan Holden. So first things first, we look to the scoreboard and see if he's gone ahead of everybody who has dived so far. That's the initial aim for Jordan Holden, and it could secure him 4th position in the Olympic Games, and what a tremendous performance that would be. As always here at the diving, they delay putting up the scores a little bit after the final round of dives, just, I suspect, to add to the suspense a little bit, but Holden looks pretty satisfied. 6.5s for such a high degree of difficulty dive for Holden, but it's not enough to take him above Carson Tyler. So Holden will not be winning bronze here at the Olympics, but nevertheless a brilliant experience, and he'll be back, I'm sure, to compete at LA and beyond. Next up, the Mexican, Osmar Alvaro Ibarra, and then we'll get the final Jack Law dive. And I think for one of the great British Olympians over the last 3 Olympic cycles, it'll be nice to say farewell, if you like, to Jack Law with his final dive. There goes the Mexican. There was no hope of him messing up because he's been exemplary. Only 20, bronze at the World Championships, silver already here in this pool in the synchro event, and he's heading for another medal here. Osmar Alvaro Ibarra, definitely a rising star of diving, and we wait for his scores. Surely it will take him above Carson Tyler. Could he challenge even one of the Chinese? That looked a really good dive for me. The coaches watching on know that that was very close to perfection from the Mexican. Cheered on by his supporters. It's 8. He feels it should have been more. 8, but a 3.9 degree of difficulty dive. It takes him on top of the leaderboard onto 500 points, which is a really key mark in diving, 500 points, and he's got there in 6 rounds. Brilliant performance. Now he waits, the 2 Chinese to come, but before that, it is Jack Law. Jack Law in his 4th Olympic Games. Double medalist from Rio, a medalist from Tokyo, and a medalist last week in the synchro with Anthony Hardy. What a career he's had. Not saying this is going to be the final dive of his Olympic career, but you have to feel he's closer to the end than the beginning. Britain's most successful diver in terms of collection of medals won. Come on, Jack. Finish things off in style. It's been a disappointing final from him, but this back dive is executed well. Back 3.5 somersault dive. He actually chose to do 2 of his harder dives earlier in the competition, rounds 4 and 5. But Jack Law has done what he can. He has competed so hard for Great Britain. That again was a disappointing dive by his high standards. It's not going to score particularly high on the judges' marks, I would imagine. 6 and 6.5s for Jack Law, and he is down the leaderboard. He is 7th at the moment, and the highest, that is the highest he can finish. So the 2 Chinese to come, and we will know which of these 2 remarkable divers is going to win the gold medal. Men's 3-meter springboard final. First up, it will be Zhixi Yi, and he is the 28-year-old double gold medalist from Tokyo, who came in as the 2nd favourite. This would be a surprise were he to leave with gold, but he's definitely got a chance. It's going to be the Mexican with the bronze medal, but he might have higher hopes than that. With 500 points, there is a chance he could leave with more. Here comes Xi then, up to the end of the board, springing, somersaulting, twists all the way. It's a lovely dive, and the Mexican, who's kept himself in his bubble, listening to music, not really watching the other dives, can only stand and applaud as he sees his silver medal rival twist and turn and enter the pool, well, to the naked eye, to the untrained eye, with perfection. Beautiful starting position right in the centre of the board, and the same on entry as well. That was Zhixi Yi, and the scores are going to be high. They're 8.5s, they're 9s for a 3.8 degree difficulty dive, and that takes Xi onto 543.6 points in total. That is huge. That would have been the highest score in the semi-final. So it's asking his compatriot Wang Zhongyang to complete the competition. The final dive, it is asking for a huge final dive from Wang to deny Xi the gold medal. China dominating once more. This will be their 6th gold medal out of 6 competitions in the aquatic centre. 2 more to come. The men's 10-metre platform final on Saturday, and tomorrow the women's 3-metre springboard final. And we have 2 representatives in that after the qualification today. Both Yasmin Harper and Grace Reed will be there. Same time, same place. That'll be tomorrow, right here on 5 Live. But here is the end of the men's 3-metre springboard, and here is Wang Zhongyang, the world champion, needs to deliver to get the gold. There he goes. There are the somersaults, and that was really good. Oh, and his teammate is applauding. His teammate looks worried. That could well take Wong above Xi into gold medal position in the final shakedown. We know it's going to be Mexico bronze, China silver, China gold, but in which order? He was slightly to the left of the board, that's all I'll say, when he took off, and the judges may well mark him down for that. Slight angle on entry as well. The coaches are showing him the dive on an iPad. It is nines for Wong, 3.8 difficulty dive. It's not quite enough to take him above Xi Ziyi, and Xi defends his Olympic title. What an achievement. And the world champion Wong has to settle for silver, and it will be bronze for Osmar Alvaro Ibarra of Mexico. We look for the Brits, and we see Jordan Holden finishing in 5th and Jack Law in 7th. Congratulations on a brilliant Olympic career, Jack Law, if that is to be the end. And congratulations on your Olympic debut, Jordan Holden, 5th.
Yeah, Jack Law, a bronze here already. Got a bronze in Tokyo. He also got a synchronised gold and an individual silver in Rio. But it was tough today, wasn't it, Jonathan?
It was for Jack, and 410 points in total. Just looking by way of comparison, Mark, yesterday in the semi-final he scored 467. I mean, that's a big difference. Big difference. And you talk about performing when it really matters in elite sport. Law will know as well as anybody that had he scored 467 again today, he would have been right up the leaderboard. Although it has to be said, that would have been still well off the Mexican, who won bronze with a score of 500. Seriously impressive.
Jonathan, thank you. Just coming to the end of the quarterfinals here at Le Grand Palais in the taekwondo. Bradley Sinden is into the semi-finals. Now, originally we were expecting that about 10-4 UK time. We are probably about half an hour or so, Katie, running late, something like that, we think?
Yeah, it's a significant amount. We're now going through a fight that was supposed to start over 20 minutes ago, so yeah, that's probably about right. So
you're probably looking somewhere around 4:15 UK time. Tony and Ellie will take over after an extended news at 5:30. Ellie in the velodrome, more excitement there. The men's omnium tonight or this afternoon and into tonight, which is one of the toughest events for either the men or the women. So she will be across that for you a little later on. Let's just reflect earlier on India claiming bronze in the bronze medal match, men's bronze medal. They beat Spain 2-1. Shada Ugra is an Indian sports journalist, joins us now, not only to reflect on the hockey but how India's games have gone already. But that's a good showing in the hockey, isn't it, Shada?
Hi, Mark. Yes, we are very relieved that all of us sort of lying here collapsed in relief that we won a bronze medal after. So this is the first time India's won 2 hockey bronzes since 1968 and 1972. So that's been a great result. It was a tough game. We had a tough last quarter, but much happiness that there's a bronze medal from the hockey team. It's the 4th bronze, which is not a lot of medals. Yeah.
How much pride does India take in its hockey? Where does hockey rank? I mean, I think we all know what the number one sport in India is, but where does hockey rank in popularity?
Hockey ranks enormously sort of in popularity and in emotion. And when it comes to the Olympics or the Asian Games or the Commonwealth Games, suddenly, attention and public interest and television, everything turns to hockey. And it's almost like it carries a whole lot of sentiment, I think. The oldest Indians alive, like I say, remember when India was a great hockey nation and won gold. So it's got a massive emotional sort of clout with it. And these 2 medals will really help in keeping the sport in, the public eye. And there's a new hockey league that's starting in a couple of months from now. So it's a good thing that they've come back with a medal.
Are the Olympics, ask lots of different journalists and people this from different countries, how popular are the Olympics in India? I mean, is there wall-to-wall coverage for Indians to enjoy?
Oh, my God, we are absolutely obsessed because we don't win that many medals. So, it's just on the whole time. We do have wall-to-wall coverage. We've got, we can watch any sport that we like on a internet sort of OTT feed. We can follow Indian especially. You can follow a women's stream. the Olympics literally gets a massive blanket coverage here. And the whole build-up, it starts, say, about a month before the games or 2 months before the games. And particularly sort of politicians are involved. Everybody's in it. Massive advertising. It happens every 4 years, and then it's the Asian Games and it goes back again. But there is no denying that we get non-stop Olympic coverage for at least 2 weeks.
Tokyo was India's best ever games in terms of medals. Does that success need to carry on, particularly when I think there are some Indian politicians out there who will have one eye on trying to host an Olympics when we get into the 2030s?
I think this Olympics has been a bit underwhelming because we are at this point where a couple of days left to the end, and we've got 4 bronze medals, and they were hoping at this time, the entire contingent and sports fans and journalists thought that we'd get close to about 10 or more, which is a small number if sort of Britain or America or Australia is looking at it, but it's a big number in the sense of the space and the time that we've gone to get this far. There's all of us who remember when medals would never turn up at games, and it's also the Olympic hockey, the Olympic mission to hold the Olympics in 2036 has great priority. But, a lot of, because the medals, we've got 4 bronze medals at this point, could go up a little bit more tonight. There will be do we need, is this what our priority should be, holding games? Those are the questions that always arise. So after every Olympics, there are questions about how Indian sport is run, administered, governed, that come through, particularly if you're not going to be able to beat the kind of number of medals that you got in Tokyo, which doesn't look like at this point.
There were, I wonder what the reaction was there to the Indian boxer Vinesh Phogat being disqualified for her gold medal match yesterday after failing to make the weight, because on her way to the final, she was unseeded, she defeated the world number 1, and then she gets to that moment of glory and they disqualify her.
Yeah, the wrestler Vinesh Phogat. She was disqualified on grounds of, being not making the weight cut. It's a massive story. It's literally picked up, in Parliament. There have been, protest questions, walkouts, all of that. It's everywhere, and there is a lot of support for Vinesh Phogat. She was the leader, almost like one of the main faces of the protests against the head of the Wrestling Federation, against harassment and abuse. And that story is well carried, and there was a massive I think it was a campaign to not get her to compete, but she managed to get there and put in that incredible 3 bouts on Tuesday that really changed the whole narrative about, and put a lot of pressure on the government, because it's the Hockey Federation president was a member of Parliament. And so that story also has been, and we see that it's got a lot of attention and notice, and I think the rules of wrestling, they're going to think about it and say, look, how do you look at these rules about weight cuts, and particularly because of how women athletes respond to this kind of the weight cuts that you require. So a whole lot of questions have arisen, and Vinesh Phogat will probably return to India one of the most popular and well-supported athletes in terms of the public and the mass media as well. Despite the fact that she was not able to fight for that medal, she would have been. There's a possibility of becoming India's first female gold medalist. That's the chance that she had, and then it was taken away from her because of the disqualification.
Sharda, thank you very much. Sharda Ugra, Indian sports journalist with us. So glad that the vociferous Jordanian fans decided to place themselves right next to me whilst trying to hear a phone line.
Whilst their man was winning through to the semi-finals where he will fight Bradley Sinden.
And
they came for you, Chapman. They came for you.
So Bradley Sinden through to the semi-finals, and he will take on the Jordanian Zaid Karim. Just to confirm as well, Jade Jones completely out. She won't be into the repechage because the woman who beat her in the last 16 was knocked out herself in the quarterfinals, so she is out. But Bradley Sinden in the semi-finals, as I say, a bit difficult to give you a time here because we are delayed. We are probably 20-25 minutes behind, so you're looking at sometime about 10 past, 5:15. Ian Carter at the goal.
testing breeze starting to sweep across Le Golf National, with Morgan Metro still at the top of the leaderboard at 8 under par. Momentarily, Nelly Korda moved into silver medal position on her own with a birdie at the 15th, but that was matched by Ruoning Ying, the Chinese star. So both of those players moved to 6 under par, and Korda at the par 3 16th has just found the water with her tee shot, coming up a fraction short, so likely to drop at least one shot on that par 3. But as it stands, it's Metro at 8 under, Korda 6 under, Yin at 6 under, and in the clubhouse after a 67, Lydia Ko is at 5 under par. It was a second successive 74 for Georgia Hall, so she is at 4 over par for Great Britain. A better day for Charlie Hull. She was 4 under for a round, now 3 under after 16 holes. She's at 6 over par in a share of 46th place.
Thank you. So we say Bradley Sinden is through to the semi-finals. Delighted to say his mum Cheryl joins us now. How are you?
Okay now.
Have you been a nervous wreck so far?
Oh, seriously, I was bad enough for his first fight, although I knew that one, should be a bit of a warm-up for him, but you never know in taekwondo what's going to happen. But that second one, I'm pretty sure he does it to me on purpose.
What? Well, I mean, the first round he won. The second round he had a 9-point lead, didn't he? And you will know.
I don't think it was 9 points, but it was enough.
Well, he had a lead anyhow, and the Croatian came back. Do you ever get used to how quickly things can turn round in taekwondo?
No. You never do, and you're taught, or you should be taught, to fight to the referee and to fight to the very end. So, people do that. There's a lot on the line, and nobody's just gonna, especially when you're only one round down, nobody's just gonna walk over. They're all gonna fight for it. You can never discount anybody.
Whereabouts are you at the moment, then, Cheryl?
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that again? It's still a little bit loud in here.
Well, therefore you're in the same place that I am. So you are somewhere in Le Grand Palais, are you, at the moment?
I am indeed. I've come from where I'm sat, and I'm sat stood a little bit nearer the doors to try and get a little bit. But it's loud wherever you go.
It is loud. It's a sensational venue, isn't it?
It's absolutely amazing, this venue. I was very worried about all the glass rooms, but I obviously could see that they'd been covered. But if anything, this morning it was quite cool. I was getting a breeze and had to put my jacket on, and I was worried about the athletes being too hot, but it's been absolutely fine. It's a lovely venue.
And you must feel a great satisfaction in being here now. The reports of you losing the money you'd set aside to get here, but people's kindness have managed to get you here, and it must be very emotional for you being in this beautiful building watching your son.
It is indeed. I mean, obviously everything was already paid for. The money I lost was just literally spending money.
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to do any sort of fundraiser or anything. My fault, I've lost it. But people I know kept messaging me and saying, give me your bank details, we want to put some money into your bank. And I'm like, no, you don't need to do that. Honestly, you don't need to do that. And they're like, no, we want to. You've always done lots of things for us. We want to do it. And then so it was my daughter Jodie who set up the GoFundMe page. And it's over £1,000 now. Well, what people gave me, I did make the money up for the spending money. So really anything now that's on that GoFundMe, I want to promote it now for Sports Aid, because without Sports Aid, Bradley wouldn't be where he is today. So more or less everything that's on that GoFundMe now will be going to Sports Aid.
Brilliant, Cheryl, brilliant. And when he comes out for his semi-final here, are you what kind of watcher are you? And the reason I ask that is, for example, I know Keirin Riley's mum in the BMX freestyle actually had to watch him through her fingers. She was that nervous. I've known cricketers' parents, when their child comes out to bat in a test match or whatever, have to walk around the back of the pavilion because they can't actually watch them in action. Are you calm sitting there? Are you watching it through your fingers, jiggling your legs?
Neither.
What are you doing?
I'm definitely not calm, but I'm also not watching it through my fingers because I don't want to miss anything. I'm normally shouting at him, shouting if I think I've seen anything that's not gone as it should do. It's one of those. But no, I don't watch through my fingers because I don't want to miss any of it. I want to be totally aware of what's happening.
We're about half an hour away, something like that, because we're running on a little delay. So deep breaths, Cheryl. Deep breaths.
Yeah, I think I'll need a few of them. I honestly thought I was going to throw up, which didn't sound very nice after that match. I had to go straight to the toilets. I was all right, I didn't, by the way. But that's how bad I was, honestly. It was like, as soon as he'd finished, as soon as he'd walked off, it was like, I'm going.
Get me to the toilet.
I shouldn't have had anything to eat at lunch, but yeah.
Cheryl, thank you very much for joining us. Keep going.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Cheryl, who is Bradley Sinden's mum, and he goes in the semi-final, sort of half an hour, 40 minutes, something like that. Ellie's in the velodrome, ready to take over after an extended news update here on 5 Live. It's 25-4.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
And with the news on 5 Live, I'm Richard Foster. More people have been jailed for their part in the riots over the past week. This morning, police carried out raids to arrest more suspects. A short time ago, I spoke to our reporter Jessica Lane, who's in Sheffield, monitoring events there. First, I asked her about the sentencing of 2 men in Liverpool.
It's really interesting, actually, Richard. There's an expression in the kind of legal system, which is that it's important for justice to be done, but it's also important for justice to be seen to be done. And I think that's something that's happening here, because these sentences this morning in Liverpool Crown Court were televised. So a camera was allowed to go into the court, which is quite unusual, and film the judge while he was speaking and while he was giving out these sentences. And they are pretty hefty sentences. So 2 men this morning sentenced to 2 years and 8 months in prison for their part in the rioting that we've seen over the last week or so. Judge Andrew Maneri Casey handed down sentences to the pair at Liverpool Crown Court. So firstly, to 43-year-old John O'Malley, who admitted being involved in violent disorder close to Southport Mosque last Tuesday.
You were present from an early stage at the disturbance on St Luke's Road in Southport. There is very clear footage showing the developing disorder, and you were at the front of what was essentially a baying mob. You were part of a surge that broke through police lines, and you were standing next to the police vehicle that was being destroyed. You were present while missiles of every description were raining down on the officers, including bricks, traffic cones, wheelie bins, road signs, tins of paint, and the occasional firework. It was relentless, and you were at the front and participating enthusiastically.
So he then spoke to 69-year-old William Nelson Morgan, who also pleaded guilty to taking part in violence in the Walton area of Liverpool on Saturday.
The crowd threw bricks that night, and bottles, and bins were set on fire, and they too were hurled at the defending police officers. As those officers were trying to regain control, you were seen at the front of the mob, holding in your hand a wooden cosh, a small truncheon, which you plainly had with you to use as a weapon. But when officers tried to arrest you, you resisted with such force that it took 3 of them to detain you. And later, when asked about the cosh, you said, remarkably, that you had taken it with you that night for your own protection.
So strong words there from the judge, Jessica. Further arrests made this morning as well.
Yeah, that's right. So in total now, around 500 people have been arrested, with at least 140 charged. And then this morning, around 20 officers took part in a dawn raid in Sutton in South London. And a man there was arrested on suspicion of violent disorder against a police officer. Sir Mark Rowley is the head of the Metropolitan Police.
The people we're arresting this morning, the people we've seen committing violence, they're not your average man on the street. These are criminals, and we're finding the ones we're arresting this morning and yesterday from last week's events, about 70% of them have got a criminal record. They've got backgrounds for criminal damage, weapons offences, violence, football banning orders. They're thugs and they're criminals. They're not patriots, they're not protesters, and they're being held to account. They're being arrested, they're being put before the courts. and most of them are going to be spending some time in prison.
And of course, Samart Rowley was quite complimentary about policing last night when those thousands of people turned out for anti-racism protests across England. We were expecting clashes, let's face it, but the disorder didn't really materialise.
No, that's right. I mean, if you remember yesterday, people were talking about more than 100 anti-immigration protests taking part in 41 out of the 43 police areas in the country. So we really were expecting wide-scale violence and rioting. But like you say, it just didn't really materialise. Instead, what we saw in cities and in towns across England, thousands of anti-racism protesters turning out on the streets instead. I've been in Sheffield today, and here in Sheffield they were expecting there to be 2 of the anti-immigration protests yesterday. One of those was meant to be outside the offices of a company which gives immigration advice on immigration applications and visas, but that didn't happen. Instead, they ended up with around 1,500 anti-racism protesters outside the building, all hoping to kind of show their support for people. So Keir Starmer will chair another Cobra meeting later to plan for any further trouble.
Last night, I think the fact we didn't see the disorder that was feared is because we had police deployed in numbers in the right places, giving reassurance to communities. We were able to demonstrate the criminal justice system working speedily. So yesterday you saw the sentencing of individuals who've been involved in disorder days ago, some of them getting sentences as long as 3 years. That sent a very powerful message. But I also think that the work that's being done jointly to reassure our communities is becoming more effective. Now, it's important that we don't let up here, and that's why later on today I'll have another Cobra meeting with law enforcement, with senior police officers, to make sure that we reflect on last night, but also plan for the coming days. The most important lesson is for those involving themselves in disorder, because what we've seen is that those that are being arrested now, numbered in their hundreds, many have been charged, some already in court, and now a number of individuals sentenced to terms of imprisonment. That is a very important message to those involved in disorder. And I say it again, anybody involving themselves in disorder, whatever they claim as their motive, will feel the full force of the law. It's important I repeat that, because we need to make sure that in the coming days we can give the necessary reassurance to our communities, many of whom have been talking to some this morning, are very anxious about the situation.
So he's clearly sort of not really letting up here, like he says to Keir Starmer. Does that mean we're expecting any more protests in the coming days, Jessica?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, just this afternoon, actually, in Barnsley in South Yorkshire, there's been a very sort of small protest, around 20 anti-immigration protesters, and then around 50 in a counter-demonstration as well. We know that police moved them on quite quickly, and it did end, but it just goes to show, doesn't it, that it isn't all over yet. And police chiefs have been warning today as well that we do need to be prepared for the coming days. They say that other events are being suggested online. So, like you say, it's not really time yet for the police or for the government to let up on this.
Our reporter Jessica Lane in Sheffield speaking to me a little earlier with all the latest on the disorder that's been in the past few days and the arrests and the latest sentencing of the various people involved. Well, the First Minister of Northern Ireland says there's no place for racism there after a fifth night of violence in Belfast. Police were attacked in the east of the city. Objects were thrown and fires were lit last night. The Stormont Assembly has been recalled to discuss the continuing unrest, and the Police Service of Northern Ireland says it's asked for more help from officers across the UK. Here's the First Minister, Michelle O'Neill.
We have mothers who are afraid to walk their children to the park. We have children that are afraid to go to youth clubs and to schemes. We have healthcare workers that are afraid to go to work. We have nurses that are afraid to go home. And that is not acceptable. And that is the real human impact of this type of activity, this type of racist activity in our society. And it absolutely speaks volumes in terms of hate, because that's what it is.
Our correspondent Chris Page is at Stormont.
The motion condemning the violence has been brought by the Cross Community Alliance Party. Its leader, Naomi Long, is also the devolved Justice Minister. She's spoken of what she sees as the need to update hate crime legislation. And the motion also calls for Northern Ireland to bring in its own refugee integration strategy by the end of the year. Currently, this is the only one of the UK's 4 nations which doesn't have such a plan. All parties also acknowledging that dealing with the disorder isn't just a matter for the police. It needs a broader political political response, and that won't necessarily be a short-term project. But the priority for now is to try to restore calm to the streets and reassure those communities that have been most affected by the violence.
Chris Page there. Now, a restaurant in Belfast was targeted on Saturday night. Its windows were smashed with staff and customers inside the building. Our colleagues at Radio 4 spoke to the owner, who we're not naming.
They said, we will burn your restaurant. They started shouting like bunch of men shouting like, go, it's our land, go from here. I am 11 years in Belfast. I never, I studied here, I work here, like my friends, my family here, like my life here. I never experienced one like racist like behavior in my life in Belfast. This is my first time. From Saturday till now, it's just like nightmare. It's not real.
Will you stay in Belfast?
Where are you going? I don't know any place to go. I'm 22 years away from my country. Like, it's so hard to feel like, yes, I'm feeling it's very hard. I feel like it's my home here. I'm sorry. Even my kids very scared to go out.
Well, you can keep up to date with all the latest on the unrest on the BBC News website and app. There's a dedicated live page with all the latest information there. Other stories this afternoon, and the Austrian authorities say a 19-year-old they've arrested has confessed to planning a suicide attack on a Taylor Swift concert in Vienna. They say he'd pledged allegiance to the Islamic State group and planned to kill large numbers of people with explosives and knives. A second suspect, who's 17, has also been arrested. Austria's interior minister says a tragedy's been prevented as Taylor Swift's 3 performances in Vienna have now been cancelled. A second Greater Manchester police officer is facing a criminal investigation for assault over an incident where a man was kicked while lying on the floor at Manchester Airport. The footage was shared widely online. 3 teenagers have been shot in South London. Police were called to Orpington last night and found an 18-year-old and 2 14-year-old boys with gunshot wounds. Officers say their injuries aren't life-threatening. Nobody has yet been arrested. The Nobel Peace Laureate Muhammad Yunus has arrived home in Bangladesh to lead a caretaker government there. He says his first task is to restore law and order after recent violent unrest. Sheikh Hasina, the woman who ruled Bangladesh for 15 years, fled across the border to India after weeks of student-led protest. And a Banksy artwork has been stolen in London just hours after being unveiled. It was painted on a satellite dish in Peckham and showed the silhouette of a wolf howling at the moon. It's the 4th in an animal-themed series by the Bristol-based artist so far this week. Well, that's the news so far. Now back to our Olympic coverage.
Bring the Premier League to life with BBC Radio 5 Live.
And a brand new season begins.
Oh, that was late. And out comes the red card.
What a goal!
With more live Premier League football than anywhere else.
Long way out.
The Premier League, coming soon
on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Eleanor Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Welcome back to day 13 of the Olympics, where we have a busy evening of track cycling ahead of us here at the Velodrome. Alistair Bruce Ball.
Yes, 2 more medals up for grabs today. Chances for Great Britain in both. Ethan Hayter goes in the men's omnium. That's 4 events for the all-rounders across the next 3 hours. Emma Finucane and Katie Marchant are looking to add to their team sprint gold medals in the women's keirin.
At the Grand Palais here in the heart of Paris, we've had mixed fortunes for British taekwondo fighters Katie Smith.
Yeah, Bradley Sinden had to go the distance in his quarter-final, but he is through to the last 4. There are 2 bouts to go here before he takes on Zayed Karim of Jordan. Sinden won silver 3 years ago. He wants to upgrade that to gold today. But Jade Jones, the 2-time champion, is out, and she won't be competing in the repechage for a chance for bronze.
We'll also wrap up all the action from round 2 of women's golf, and we'll look ahead to a stacked night of athletics featuring Katarina Johnson-Thompson, Noah Lyles, and a showdown between Femke Bol and Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone. And of course, we'll bring you every Team GB medal live here on 5 Live. You can also keep right up to date on the BBC Sport website and app, or watch on BBC One and iPlayer.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Eleanor Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon and welcome to Saint-Quentin en Yvelines, which is where the velodrome is. And Tony, you were here, weren't you, a couple of days ago?
Yes.
And I mean, it is, well, it's a cauldron, isn't it? I think you'll say down here in what we call the mixed zone. So basically it's where all the riders come off the track, they walk round, they can talk to us or not talk to us, depending on what kind of moods they're in. Actually, all the lights have gone out, so I hope you're not expecting me to read anything for the next couple of moments.
Oh, you get the light show now. This is great.
Light show. I love a light show. But also, apart from the mixed zone and the track which surrounds us, so actually what we've got now is a whole load of ghostly cyclists picked out in lights on the track, which is banked up just in front of us and all around us. But we've also got all the competitors, all exposed really, if you like, behind a few barriers, and sitting there waiting to go on their races. And I'm just in front of the weighing scales, so they're gradually queuing up with their bikes to weigh them and make sure that they are exactly as they should be. So I'm expecting an absolutely buzzing atmosphere in here, Tony, throughout the afternoon.
It's been so exciting listening to you guys, listening to ABB and Vic yesterday. Just two bits of business, Ellie, to get out of the way very quickly. Julien Laurent's turned up here at the cafe. Bonjour, Julien.
Bonjour, Tony.
So already I feel undergroomed. Paris's most beautiful man has turned up, so that's the end of that. Not that I was in the running, by the way. And also, Ellie, just to point out a bit of business, you know, myself and Sonia have been in the very spot you are.
Yeah.
Just to let everyone in on the secrets of behind the scenes at 5 Live, we had to stand for 3 hours in the sweltering heat. You've been provided with a stool, and I feel, you know, those dudes at the taekwondo we've just been listening to can suddenly produce a red card when they want to challenge things.
Yeah.
I haven't got a red card. I'm lifting a sugar cube just to say, how come you've got a seat and me and Sonia were basically filling our shoes with sweat the other night?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, basically, is your rider not good enough, Tony? That's all I'm saying. You know, I mean, I turned around and I said to Tom, our chief engineer, and Liam, who's with me here today, listen, I cannot stand up. Do you not know this is my 13th Olympic Games, summer and winter, so I will not stand. No, I didn't say any of that because, of course, I didn't. But Liam turned up because we jumped in a car to come out here, and he had these two little stools, but they've basically got, I'm standing up now, they've got kind of jungle animals on them, so they've got lions and tigers and toucans and monkeys, and they look like the kind of thing that, you know, you imagine you take your kids to preschool, and those are the things they sit on to eat their sandwiches out of their trying to think of a suitably non-dated children's TV programme.
No, I know what you do. I nearly referenced Albert Steptoe before when Julien walked in. I thought everyone would be going, who? Do you know?
Hey Dougie,
know
I
Albert
think.
Steptoe?
Let's give a hey Dougie.
Steptoe.
Steptoe, Albert Steptoe.
A real person.
I'll show him a picture of Albert Steptoe in a minute. That'll be an Olympic moment, won't it? That seat will not take my weight anyway, Ellie, so you might as well take it home with you. I'm going on Sunday.
Feels fairly robust, all right, already, Tony. I'll try not to get too excited.
Yeah, well, you might do today because there's more great action going on there. It's a fantastic place to be, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely. And basically, we've got 2 gold medals to be awarded today, as Ali was saying, in the men's omnium and the women's keirin. And we've got a whole string of medalists lined up from Team GB already at these games to take part in them. I mean, they've had a pretty good time so far in the velodrome. 4 medals in 3 days, with a gold, a couple of silvers and a bronze. So Ethan Hayter, who was part of that Team Pursuit team that we were watching yesterday, Tony, who just had a bit of a moment in the final stages of that Team Pursuit, just slightly lost it. And then we've also got Emma Finucane, Katie Marchant in the women's keirin, and then the men's sprint quarterfinals featuring Hamish Turnbull and Jack Carlin.
I just want to. I spent yesterday, actually, I realised afterwards at the skateboarding that we self-indulged a little bit, didn't we? Praising everyone for the work they were doing. But Ali, if you're listening there at the velodrome, that you and Vic, that commentary yesterday, as we were all preparing for a 100th of a second dead heat in the cycling, and then it all went wrong. To be able to hi mate, to be able to have your brain switch and to portray that, I'd no picture or anything. I was just listening in. Is a pretty. You've got to be ready for anything, haven't you? Even if you think things are progressing as you would expect.
Yeah, I mean that's really kind of you to say so, Tony. That is just classic radio commentary, I think. Though in a way, you've just got to describe what happens in front of your eyes as it happens, and obviously in here it's happening at high speed. And I'm sure in terms of technical lingo, you know, I didn't get it right, but hopefully we conveyed the drama. But what I found so fascinating about it was in a split second, you had the race on a knife edge, and in a split second, literally click your fingers, it was gone. That's what really struck me about the moment. Everything was at fever pitch, and then suddenly, whoomph, it had gone. And all that 4 years of training and building up to an Olympics, and a tiny little thing like that, a slip off the saddle, and it's gone.
Is Vic there? Is Vic alongside you?
I am indeed.
Oh, hi, Vic.
Hello.
Just one question for me that I was dying to ask yesterday and I didn't get a chance, actually. So, for my sins, I do a bit of amateur swimming, right? We all swim in a line and we all swim in pace order kind of thing. But I'm always having to look for people's feet and if you tap them and things like that. How in cycling, you was really interesting what you said yesterday about people practicing with their heads turned around for the other events.
Yes.
But how in cycling do you maintain that gap? How do you not worry about the other guy just slowing down fractionally or you speeding up fractionally? Because they're so quick and so close. How does that work?
That takes thousands upon thousands of laps practice. And, even as sprinters, so doing the shortest distance, our warm-up is probably about 10k long in distance, so we spend a lot of time in that formation, and also we chase motorcycles with 2 or 3 inches from the back tyre, trying to get as much slipstream as possible. So it's just practice. You learn who's a good wheel and who's a bad wheel, who to follow and who not to follow, to keep yourself safe. But in a racing situation, you just have to, you have to have confidence in your ability to react quickly.
Do you have to assume that they're going to maintain that speed? You must do mentally, because it's quite frightening.
Well, I mean, that's one of the great reasons not having brakes, because if you had brakes, it would be an absolute nightmare out there. It would be like dominoes on the track coming down. So because you have no brakes, most of the acceleration and deceleration happens quite gradually. So you're not going to get caught out unless there's a mistake or a crash in front of you, for example. So when you see a crash on the track, you usually see a few people pile into it by mistake as well, because they have no other option. But yeah, the brakes, having no brakes helps.
Can I just ask you guys, I mean, we're going to see Ethan Hayter, who we mentioned. I mean, he was the guy, basically he said afterwards that his body just completely went weak.
Yeah.
In those closing stages of that thrilling race when they would just seem to be eating into that minuscule lead from the Australians. He said his body went weak, but here he is today and he's coming out and he's doing the Omnium, which is 4 events in the space of 3 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds absolutely brutal. Is he going to be all right for it?
I think so. I mean, he's a very promising road rider. He does a lot of road riding, and he's part of the British Ineos Grenadiers as well. So he's got a huge aerobic capacity. This is on the faster end of probably and the shorter end of what he's capable of. So it should be well within his ability. But also, the tactics of that race is they really try to pick up the speed in the final 4 laps. Now imagine that 4k effort at max chat, and then having a plan to try and raise it in the last 4 laps is pretty unique and pretty unusual. Most people keep to a very even schedule, so they're intending to ramp it up. So I'm not surprised his legs went to jelly. There's a lot of lactic acid.
I don't know about Ethan Hayter's form, Ellie, today, but I can tell you the 5 Live cycling team are in good form. So Victoria and I went for lunch today, found a little juice bar, and we decided to opt for the jus d'optimiste.
Yes.
So we went for the optimistic juice.
Yeah, we did.
Ahead of more action in the velodrome. And the other thing, Ellie, that happened to me this morning, I got persuaded out for a run this morning with our producer Paul Fletcher and Victoria. They said it was going to be 5k. 7:30 this morning. It was absolutely stunning running around the Chateau de Versailles. We got back, I mean, I was puffing and panting and red in the face, and really, I mean, I had to settle for bronze medal, and I was bronze by a long way, and then got told we'd run 9 kilometres. So tomorrow, what we're deciding to do is set up our own team pursuit. So I'm going to set off 10 minutes early, and then they're going to chase me around Versailles and see when they catch me up.
Well, I mean, I think, Ali, you made an absolute rookie mistake there, because, you're taking on somebody with a whole string of Olympic medals to her name, and Paul, who is, I mean, he keeps himself pretty fit. He cycles miles.
I know.
That man. So yeah, well, more, I mean, I won't say more for you, but we've all made that mistake. I remember
I will.
In Rio, I think it was, at the Olympics in Rio, going into the hotel gym for a little kind of little potter on the bike, and next to me on one side was Chris Hoy, and next to me on the other side was Rebecca Adlington, and I thought, yeah, I'm not coming in this gym ever again, because that's the way to make yourself feel massively inadequate. Just to describe where we are geographically, Tony, so I am down in the pit, as we described it yesterday, where all the riders are, where the weighing machine is, where everyone will gather, so literally just right by the scales. And I'm kind of interested to know, Vic, the way that these bikes are made, I mean, they basically look like you could lift them on your little finger. But are they fairly uniform? What kind of adaptations can you make to a bike to make them performance, big on performance, but not going to break the rules?
Well, it's really interesting because the guidelines that they're provided by the international federations say that it has to have 2 triangles in, so it can't be like that Lotus bike, remember Chris Boardman had? It has to have 2 triangles, it has to be this way, it can't be that wide, the seat can't be that far back or forward, like it's really, really strict. But some of the adaptations we've seen over the last couple of Olympic cycles have been really wide forks to let more airflow go between the wheel and the fork at the front of the bike, but also tiny narrow handlebars. If you see the sprinters, they look like they're riding like kids' handlebars on their bikes. But obviously the width of the handlebars was never specifically mentioned, and they found that these things make you a bit aerodynamic. But you could hold the bike on your little finger if you wanted to. There's a minimum weight, and that's why they're weighing it. And actually the Japanese bike, they have to be all commercially available, the bikes in the Olympics these days, but apparently if you want to get hold of that Japanese bike, I think it's about £100,000.
Whoa. I mean, that is mad. I thought Simone Biles' leotard at £5,000 with 10,000 Swarovski crystals on it was quite expensive, but that's different level.
I think I'd rather have a sparkly leotard, to be perfectly honest. I'm not sure I would use it for, but yeah.
Yeah, no, you probably hang it on the wall. Look, Ali, just talk us through what we're going to see, because the men's omnium starts now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And Ethan Hayter we're keeping an eye on.
Yeah, exactly. So 22 riders in this event, and this, Ellie, for people who don't know, is sort of your decathlon, heptathlon equivalent in the athletics. So it's changed slightly. In the Olympics, this used to be 6 different disciplines, and the event was held over 2 days. As you said earlier on, this is really punishing now. 4 different events. Long races around this track at high speed, bunch races as well, 22 riders on the track at the same time. So much sort of strategy and tactics and overtaking and trying to lap riders. I mean, quite difficult for us to sort of, keep an eye on exactly what is going, but at the same time, these riders are always scoring points. So we're going to get a leaderboard at the end of each race. So the first race we're going to see start in a minute is a really basic race called the scratch race. That is 40 laps, and that is quite simply the winner who crosses the line, the rider who crosses the line first wins the race. They get 40 points. Second gets 38 points, third gets 36 points, fourth gets 34 points, etc, etc, etc. We're then going to have 3 other races, the tempo race, the elimination race and the points race. But I think, Ellie, it's probably better to explain those as we go. The most thrilling of them is the elimination race. That was the Laura Trott, Laura Kenny speciality. So that is when they have a sprint every other lap. The bell goes and the last rider across the line gets eliminated. That is a thrilling race, that one.
Well, I'm down here watching the riders as they go up onto the steps and line themselves up to start just going around the track. So did you say how many people in this one at this
22.
stage? 22, right.
22. I mean, Ethan Hayter, I would say, Victor, we're looking, Ethan Hayter, 25 years old. He's a 2-time European champion in the Omnium. He's a 2-time world champion. I mean, he's a serious medal shot. We'll have to see how he recovers from yesterday and what happened. But he won the world title in 2021 and 2022. 2022 on this track in this velodrome, and didn't race in it last year. So he's got a real shot, Victor, hasn't he?
I think he has, and probably after yesterday's disappointment, I think he'll be all fired up and ready to go. I certainly would be, wanting to sort of a little bit of redemption, maybe just a little bit of reassurance that that the training and the hard work will pay off.
So what you'll see here, Ellie, what you are now seeing right in front of your eyes, so the bright light shining in the velodrome and the temperature rising as always, is a little bit of sort of multicoloured chaos. So 11 riders will start on the inside of the track by that thick blue line called the Côte d'Azur that runs right round the inside of the velodrome, and the other 11 riders start at the fence. So that is high up on the banking, right underneath our noses in our commentary position, and some of the riders are now being introduced to the spectators inside the velodrome. They'll get a whistle, they'll get underway, they'll get into formation, and then it's a straight race over 40 laps, and we'll keep an eye on it.
Absolutely. I mean, it is amazing to see all of these people lining up. So imagine it's kind of like the starting grid at Silverstone or something like that for the Grand Prix, except for the race engineers on the cars. You've got the guys holding on to the bikes, everyone just getting on board now, and lots of flags from all the different countries flying around this velodrome. There's a lot of Brits in the house, as you would expect with this extraordinary record of success that British cycling has had over the years that Victoria was part of as well. Just chatting to Joanna Rousel-Shand as well, or Joanna Rousel, who was part of that group of riders who was part. Who Eleanor Barker rode with. We were talking about Eleanor Barker yesterday, she won medals all through those games from Rio and London before that. Did you ride with Jo?
Oh, not with her, definitely not against her as well. Very different events, but we were in the track centre together for sure, and she is one of the trailblazers for women's endurance, 100%.
The other point to make here, Ellie, just before they get underway, you would have heard one massive roar there as the riders' names are read out, and this is really going to help this event in the velodrome tonight. Benjamin Thomas is riding for France, and he is a very capable rider in these sort of events. So France have a medal shout in here, and that, I think, will just help the spectacle as a whole. The whistle has blown, and we are underway. So it is just a multicoloured image of these 22 riders just building the pace up, coming round the velodrome. We, of course, keeping our eyes on Ethan Hayter at all times. He's about fifth in line at the moment as he comes down the home straight in front of us, and that gun signals the start of the race. So 40 laps from here, Victoria, first across the line, takes the 40 points, and what we'll see at times like this is various riders trying to get off the front, or groups trying to get off the front and get away.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, it's a good race to start with, Ellie, because it's slightly more straightforward than some of the other races we're going to watch later today. But it's first over the line, so it should be. I mean, there might be some riders lapped, so you might get a little bit confusing. But yeah, to start with, there'll just probably be some early attacks, but not much is going to break away. I don't imagine in the first few laps, because everyone will be sussing out their competition and seeing who's willing to do what.
And some of the riders' outfits, for example, Ellie, will really help you. So the Dutch riders in bright orange, they're very easy to spot. We've got a Colombian off the front at the moment. That's Fernando Gaviria Rondon, and he's just broken away. He's got about half a straight length in front of the rest of the field, and that is actually Ethan Hayter just closing that down immediately, snapping onto that, all the other riders following. And what you'll see as well, Ellie, is they won't take too long on the front. You know that they're, you can't be out the front all the time because you're just going to run out of gas. So different riders will take it in turns, to take a ride on the front. But occasionally you might see someone like this potentially making a burst into the home straight. Suddenly two other riders have spotted that, and they are onto the back wheel. That is Tim Thorn Teutenberg, which I was really looking forward to saying that name during this Omnium.
Say it really fast 3 times.
Yeah, Tim Thorn Teutenberg, Tim Thorn Teutenberg, Tim Thorn Teutenberg coming down the home straight.
Yeah, and actually this is the scratch race is the first event I ever won a World Cup medal in.
Really?
In Sydney, yeah. First time I ever won a World Cup. Yeah.
So field is breaking up a bit at the moment, Ellie. We have 33 laps of this race to go, and Ethan Hayter is in, well, I guess in a velodrome you can describe it as a peloton. So he's not in this front group, but that peloton are just trying to keep that front group of 5 riders in their sights, and they're closing the gap down at the moment.
Brilliant stuff. It feels, Tony, as if I need a 360-degree neck, actually, because they kind of go all around in front of me and then all around the side and then behind me, and they do it very, very quickly indeed. So I'm going to get whiplash sitting down here trying to watch this.
I was just going to say, if you've ever seen The Exorcist, Ellie, you're like that girl in The Exorcist. You'll be like her before the end if you watch all 40 laps. Right, back with you guys, back with Ellie, Ali and Vic and Two-Ton Ted from Teddington, whoever that was, very, very shortly indeed. Let us go to our sailing stroke weather correspondent, Shojo Saka. What's happening, Shojo?
Well, thankfully, Tony, we have got some racing today. Hallelujah for that, eh? And Ellie Oldridge from Weymouth, whose name does sound very much like Ellie Oldroyd. So Rick got a bit confused this morning, but Ellie Oldridge from Weymouth for Great Britain is on for gold in the kite surfing. This spectacular event, making its debut in the Olympics this year. It's a series of races in the final, 4 women in the final. Ellie Oldridge needs to win one more race, and she will be having the gold medal put around her neck. That will be happening in the next, I think, 10 minutes or so.
Brilliant. OK, we'll be back and forth to you as well, Shoujo. You're listening to 5 Live, of course. Tony here in the Parisian Cafe. Ellie's in the Velodrome. Julien Laurent is here with me. And we're going to talk taekwondo now, because Britain has a serious medal prospect in Bradley Sinden. In the Grand Palais watching is Steve Bunce alongside Katie Smith. Katie, hello to you. Hello, Buncey.
Hello.
Hi, Tony.
Guys, that was so thrilling yet stressful, the quarter-final. I guess, Katie, we're going to be in for a bit more of that. Tell us Bradley's story so far in the quarters and who he's up against in the semis shortly.
Yeah, so Bradley Sinden, I guess the redemption tale, Tony, you have to go back to Tokyo 3 years ago, which is where it started with 8 seconds to go in the final. He felt his gold was snatched away. He was hit with a late kick from Ulubeg Rashitov, who has made the final here. So if Sinden does, he'll be up in a rematch of that grudge match from 3 years ago. But he said straight after that, winning silver, it wasn't good enough. He says, I've got that disappointment still with me. It will always be there unless I win here in Paris. Now, his first round, that round of 16, easy does it. As easy as you could possibly win a fight. Then he got to the quarterfinals up against Marko Golubic, who is a world champion himself from Croatia in a different weight class, and it went the distance. It's now a best of 3 taekwondo, so you have to win 2 of the 3 rounds. We split rounds through the first 2, so it went to a third and decider. It was cagey and it was dramatic, but he is through, Buncey, and he's in the semi-final. He's up against, Tony, a guy called Zayed Karim of Jordan. Now, he's someone that we didn't really know anything about until 2022, and he has then since burst onto the scene and beaten Bradley Sinden within that time.
Yeah, not only that, he's putting together a great run of wins in bizarre tiny tournaments around the world. Not the World Championships, not even the Asian Championships, and not the Olympics, but taking part in the Arab Cup, taking part in the Lebanon Cup, taking part in the Beirut Cup. You see the theme here, and he's putting in wins. We think he's got 2 wins over Sinden. He's definitely got 1. I think he's got 2, and he has been mightily impressive throughout the day. And what's happening, it's really interesting. Even though Bradley Sinden's first fight went 2 rounds, he won on what I call a mercy, but it's the punch gap. He won 12-0, 12-0, and it lasted a total, I think, of 54, 56 seconds. In the last fight, it was hard, it was brutal, they were both very tired, and by the time he starts his semi-final, it will barely be an hour after that particular contest.
Yeah, I found the commentary fascinating, and you were pointing out, Buncey, a bit like in boxing when you know how to take a breather, but they were both down at one point and taking 5 seconds to get up, which is an age. Are we saying then that this Jordanian fella is the favourite then? You say he's beaten Bradley twice. Has Bradley ever beaten him?
No, we can't find. I'm sure he has, because these guys are competing constantly, and you only need to really win when it matters, to be honest with you. You need to win at the Olympics, you need to win in the World Championships, and that's what Bradley's done. 2019 and last year in Baku, Azerbaijan, he's competed and he's won in the Olympics. He went into Tokyo, remember, as the world #1 because he obviously won a World Championship. So you only need to win there. You can lose everywhere. You need to get it right. And remember my big friend, Midian Lopez, okay, the Cuban, okay. He's 40 odd years of age nearly. He's a ridiculous age, 42 coming up soon, or something ridiculous like that. He's an enormous man, 6'5", 6'6", and a giant. And he hasn't won a World Championship since 2014. And in the last 18 months, he's hardly been in a tournament because he's been conserving it, because you need to get it right. And when did he get it right? On the mat, in the final, at the Olympics, to make history and become the only person in any sport at the Olympics to win 5 consecutive gold medals at your particular discipline. And that's what you have to do. You need to be good, in this case, for 3 2-minute rounds or 2 2-minute rounds. And I've got to tell you, as good as Zayed Karim's looked, we know Bradley's got it in the locker, as they say.
Yeah, we should say, Tony, sorry, just to make it clear, as much as the jeopardy is high, in that third round in the quarterfinal, he did win by an 8-point gap in the end, and he is now the 2-time world champion. He went away from Tokyo and defended his world championship title, so he is very much the man to beat.
And just quickly, Tony, just to let you know, two-ton Ted from Teddington, okay, was Benny Hill's rival in the greatest song of all time, the fastest milkman in the West, okay, who was his love rival. So that's who 2-ton Ted from Teddington was.
Listen, I've already had to show Julian a picture of Albert Steptoe. I'm now going to have to show him a picture of Benny Hill and 2-ton Ted from Teddington.
There we go, son. That's culture for you.
He's getting an education today, Julian. And what do you think of Albert Steptoe? It's like looking in a mirror for you, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty scary, that. What about Ted's stuff from Teddington?
Tootin' Ted from Teddington. We'll play it out later. It was a great song, that. Right, so Bradley's in the ring, do we call it? Katie, what do we call it very shortly?
The octagon.
He's in the octagon very shortly. Let's get back to the velodrome, Ellie, where the omnium's underway.
Well, I tell you what, only the fastest milkman in the West would have done all right in this race, I think. Ali Bruce Ball, sorry. If Tony could do the 70s references, so can I.
Yes, absolutely. Tim Teutenberg, who was the man that started all this, the German rider, is not in contention to win the scratch race, the first event in the men's omnium. It's got quite confusing in here, but there are 4 riders at the front of this race. Benjamin Thomas of France, Nicholas Larsen of Denmark, Fabio van den Bosser of Belgium, and Willem van Schip of the Netherlands. They've actually taken a lap on the peloton here, so they're now at the back of the peloton, but they are the ones leading the race. Normally, Victoria, we've only got 4 laps to go, by the way. You'd have someone like, is that him there, who points at the leader in the race to help you understand who's in front, because it does get very confusing.
He looks confused too.
We're trying not to get confused. Don't forget, first rider across the line takes 40 points, next one 38, then 36, then 34. 3 laps to go. Listen to the chants of Allez les Bleus for Benjamin Thomas, but that lot are right in the bunch now. And here he comes, Benjamin Thomas. He's moving up the middle of the peloton, 2 laps to go. I think he's in the front of this race, Victoria.
He is. He's further up than all of the other competitors that made that extra lap, that gained that lap with him. He's well ahead of them.
So here comes the bell for Benjamin Thomas, a 2-time world champion, riding in his home velodrome, and everyone going hell for leather now. Thomas in the peloton, in the back straight, at the front of this race, being chased by all and sundry. And the results will pop up on the leaderboard in front of us as soon as Thomas crosses the line. He's my winner, I think. Benjamin Thomas is going to take the 40 points for the scratch race, and we will wait to see the other results pop up on the big screen. And Victoria, you are holding up 6 fingers, so you
Ethan Hayter came 6th.
Thank you very much indeed. Right, Ellie, we will wait for confirmation of that, but we've got Ethan Hayter finishing in 6th spot at the moment. But yes, it's tricky when it gets like that. It is tricky when it gets like that because that lead group of 4 took a lap, Victoria, then they disappear into the peloton, then they sort of get moved about in the bunch. Anyway, Ellie, that's the first race of the Omnium done. We'll confirm the points in a second. But Hayter 6, decent start.
Lovely stuff. Thank you very much indeed. So back from here in the velodrome, I don't think I actually said yet how hot it is down here, but it is quite hot. But that's fine because I've got something to sit on. Anyway, Tony, back to you in the cafe where I'm sure it's a lovely afternoon, and you're probably sipping on a small pastis or something.
It's beautiful here, but straight to stressful taekwondo with Katie and Bunsey.
We're here in the Grand Palais, built in 1900 for the Paris Expo, and it is just a stunning arena for dramatic sport. And what drama do we potentially have over the next few minutes? The fighters are out. This is Bradley Sinden going in the under 68 kilogram taekwondo category. So they are fighting for a place in the Olympic final. He is up against the 6th seed, Zayed Karim of Jordan, who has beaten Bradley Sinden before. Sinden in blue, Karim in red as they enter the centre stage for the first time. Helmets in hand, they bow to one another, they touch fists, and the head guards go on. They are either side of the referee, and potentially we are 4 minutes away from Sinden reaching the Olympic final, but there will be so much to come before that. The clock has begun. This is round 1, and they are just feeling each other out at the moment. Stood in the centre of the circle, they're just dipping in and out on their toes.
But as you know, Tony, and as everyone listening knows, the clock in taekwondo means very little. It can be stopped hundreds of times. It can be counted down second by second. It's a slow, cagey opening. But in taekwondo, 30 seconds means nothing. Equally, 30 seconds means a life.
30 seconds gone already. Sinden just dodging and diving. He's trying to just sound out his opponent. He's sent scrolling backwards on the right foot of the Jordanian, and they go into a clinch. They're pulled apart here by the referee, who says fight on. That's another 10 seconds, and we're still scoreless in this first round of the semi-final.
it's the first fight we've seen today where there's been no score in the first 50 seconds. I'm convinced.
And a kick to the trunk there, with 1 minute and 9 seconds to go on the clock from Bradley Sinden. That is what Bunsey is celebrating. He took his time. He's just feeling this one out. He's darting backwards and forwards, switching his stance. That was a kick to the body from Keirin, but that didn't score. So Bradley Sinden, with less than a minute now, leads by 2-0.
He knows, Sin. You can tell from his body language. You can tell from how cautious he is. He's twitching. You can just see. He knows how hard this is, and he knows he does not want to make the mistakes he made in Tokyo in that dramatic final.
He's a two-time world champion, and Bradley Sinden is the man to beat here. 6'1" from Doncaster. 37 seconds to go, and they are just dancing around each other. This is so cagey. Sinden perhaps trying to preserve a bit of energy after such a ridiculous fight in the round before.
Well, maybe it's not a case of trying to preserve. Perhaps he has to preserve the energy, because that was a grueling, old-fashioned taekwondo slugfest.
Keirin is the one with more of the attacks so far. 20 seconds to go on the clock. The man in red, who's just switching his stance, left foot forward, right foot forward. He's got the balance on both. Often they're standing just on one leg with the other raised above their head. They're looking for head kicks. They're the highest scoring points here. He goes to the body again, does the Jordanian, but it's only going to land with nothing. Now Sinden tries out a kick. 6.9 seconds to go. The crowd are hushed as well. They can feel the tension. Another kick attempt from Keirin. He sends Sinden down towards the floor, and that will be a penalty to the Brits. So the deficit just 1. We got less than 2 seconds to go. Can he hold on here, Sinden? Yes,
does
he
indeed.
Can.
That was the tensest, most dramatic 2 rounds, and at the same time there was less action in it than any other 2 minutes we've seen.
So Sinden takes round 1. He is a round away from the Olympic final. Let's check in though with Shojo Saka at the sailing.
It is Britain's Ellie Oldroyd going for gold in the kite surfing. She needs to win one more race. Effectively 4 women in this final. She is taking on Lauriane Nolot of France. If either of them crosses the line first, they will take gold, the other will take silver.
So they get a 1 minute break now between the 2 minute rounds. I felt, Bunsey, that was really mature from Sinden. It felt like he knew what he was doing there.
You know that expression that we have in sport, and we use it for male or female, so we probably shouldn't use it for women. He old-manned him out of that. He old-manned him. He just knew enough, even though they're near enough the same age. A couple of 18 months between them. He just knew a bit more. And you got the sense that Zayed knew that. He realised that. So he didn't commit. He's been aggressive. We've seen him twice today. He's been really aggressive. Not today. He's thinking about it.
Well, second round about to begin. Here we go. 2 minutes on the clock for Bradley Sinden to find his way into the Olympic final for a second Games in a row. It was silver in Tokyo, but he wants so much more this time around in Paris. Standing in his way, Zayed Karim of Jordan. Taekwondo is a massive sport in Jordan as he lashes out with 3 jabs from his right leg over and over again. He wants this from Sinden, but their first ever Olympic gold came in Taekwondo in 2016. There are so many fans here, but they're silent right now, Bunsey.
Because you know what? The Jordanian fans that are here are Taekwondo experts. They're devoted to this sport, a sport that had that glory a few years ago with that gold medal winner. And you can sense they're not stupid. They're not endlessly stupidly cheering. They know what they're seeing, this cagey, smart, brilliant fight.
Sinden took the first round. We are goalless, or scoreless I should say, in this second round. No punches or kicks landed yet. The highest scoring could be 5. That's a spinning kick to the head, but so far they're still just measuring each other, standing about 1 metre apart. A bit of foot fencing going on, but we're into the second minute now. 55 seconds to go.
And the referee telling them to engage. There's not enough action, he's saying. The referee calling them together, and they ignored the referee. I'm assuming as long as the referee says engage, that's enough. This is going to be decided, if it's going to be decided, by something very simple and single.
And there we go, the first score, and it's gone to Keirin of Jordan. A kick to the head, just, I think, scraping with his toes the chin of Bradley Sinden. And there's also a Gamjong against the Brits. So now Keirin of Jordan leads by 4 points to nothing. 40 seconds to go.
40 seconds to go. As we keep saying in Taekwondo, that could be a long time. Bradley needs to think now. Does he push for it and leave himself exposed? Or does he just work his way in slowly? Fighting sensibly like he's been doing since the first buzzer, which seems like it was hours ago.
He launches a punch that doesn't land. 22 seconds now. Goes for a kick low down, but that doesn't find his man. Now a kick on the left leg of Keirin. No score still. He leads by 4 points to nil. 15 seconds to go. The Jordan fans stood right next to us in our commentary position are holding their breath. Their man needs to win this to take it to a third round, but Sinden, with 8 seconds to go, needs to find some big score now. Goes for a spinning kick. He lashes out. His man goes down. Does it land?
2.9 seconds to go.
Doesn't know. Now, is there a challenge here? No, there isn't. The clock keeps going. Sinden's looking at his coach. He says, did I touch him? We're trying to understand here if there's a challenge. No, there isn't. And that is the clock run out. And we are going once again for Bradley Sinden. The distance.
4-2 in that round to Keirin. We are going into the third round. Just to reiterate, it's the best of 3. So if you win the first 2 rounds, there's no need for a third. But if you lose the first, you've got to fight in the second to get it back. So that round becomes like a final round. And then wait for it. If you win the second, you go into the third round. So that becomes like a final round. So you inevitably get in hard competitive taekwondo here at these Olympics incredible second and third rounds. I've not seen very much in the first round. It's like they're cagey, whereas I would say go out and win the first round big. Give yourself an advantage.
Right, we've got 30 seconds here on the clock before they fight again. We'll go back to Shoujo Saka.
Britain's Ellie Oldroyd from Weymouth going for gold in the women's kite at Marseille Marina. They are into the fourth of the fourth legs. She is racing along at 27 knots right across the Mediterranean Sea. She's got a healthy lead at the moment. She simply needs to cross the line first, and the gold medal will be hers. Kite surfing making its debut at these Olympic Games. Ellie Oldroyd on this little spectacular board. It's just 1.5 meters in length, 50 centimeters wide, and she's got the boom on her hand, and she's got the big parasail, the kite, which you have to maneuver. She actually darted back to the beach to get a smaller kite to give her the best advantage. It's so much more maneuverable. She's got a really healthy lead. She's bouncing across the seas, coming towards the fourth marker. If she crosses the line first, she just needs to round that buoy, and if she gets past that, and it's a clear leg all the way to the finish line. I think we're gonna get Ellie across the line in 10 seconds or so. Ellie Oldroyd from Weymouth, just hanging on to that core muscle. She's literally 5 seconds or so from the finish line. Ellie Oldroyd going for gold. It's the first time this event has made the Olympic Games. Britain, the most successful nation in the history of Olympic sailing. This will be the very first gold medal of these games. She crosses the line. Ellie Oldroyd takes the gold medal. She puts her hands to her face. She cannot believe it. All the Ellie Oldroyd supporters in the crowd waving the GB flags. We've got so many big names in sailing from Great Britain. Ben Ainsley, Ian Percy, Giles Scott, Shirley Robertson. Will add to that the name of Ellie Oldroyd. It is gold for GB in the women's kite in windsurfing.
And gold is what Bradley Sinden so desperately wants in the taekwondo. It was silver a year ago in Tokyo. 44 seconds of this final deciding round against Zayed Karim of Jordan. They are 1 point apiece, both given a penalty for not coming together, not engaging. And this is the issue, isn't it? You got everything to win and yet everything to lose.
And you can't be sloppy, you can't panic, you can't leave yourself exposed to a counter kick of any description. At the moment, with 33 seconds left, it's tied, but that means, by my calculations, that Keirin would win on account of the head kick.
And he scores! So does Bradley Sinden, simultaneously. Woo. And they have been given, I think, a body kick each there. Has one been taken off? We're just having a look. There might have been a ganjong there as well, a penalty. And that is going to be appealed now by the British coach, who sends his blue card to the referee. A bow from the ref. He holds it now to the umpires.
24 seconds left. The appeal is in.
The gap as it stands is 3 points. Jordan, Zayed Karim leading 4-1 over Bradley Sinden, the Olympic silver medalist. We're looking at a replay now from these two fighters. The automatic sensors told us they'd both scored simultaneously as they were very close together, bringing their legs up, and that has been rejected by Great Britain. So 24 seconds for Bradley Sinden to find his way into the Olympic final. It's all-out attack, but it's a head kick from the Jordanian. 15 seconds, he leads 7-1 in the final round. Sinden will have to find something huge now with 10 seconds to go. What has the world champion got? Goes for a spinning kick to the head.
6.9 seconds left, 7-1 down in the third and final round.
And now we're going to have a challenge from the other side, from the Jordan camp, from the coach of Zayed Karim. Now, we will see. They are looking at a head kick here. The drama could not be higher. So Karim is in red. Bradley Sinden in blue. We're watching a replay now of the left leg of Karim going up towards the body of Bradley Sinden.
He raises his hand as if to say, I've scored. He sends a message to his corner.
He says, I think I've made contact. You need to appeal this for me. And it's coming at a good time for them as well. They're in the lead, but that has been rejected now. So the score stands 7-1. 6.9 seconds here for Bradley Sinden. He spins. He goes again. Can he get his leg up into the air? Can he score? No, it's gone the other way. To the Jordanian. Another body kick. And he leads 9-1. There is still 0.8 seconds on the clock, but he's celebrating here. And Sinden, I think, has conceded the fight. He takes his helmet off. He shakes the hand of the 23-year-old from Jordan, who is going to make his way into the Olympic final in Paris. He raises his arms. He said, yes, it is me. You are right. I am going to the Olympic final. But for Sinden, the road to Olympic glory, that redemption path that he has been travelling since the day he lost in Tokyo 3 years ago, that path ends here.
He's only 25. It's not the end of all of his Olympic dreams, but it's the end of this particular Olympic dream. He had been sensational in the build, sensational all the way through, but he went down there with 0.8 left. He got up and conceded, but it was whilst he was down on his knees, looking at the mat and looking at the mat, no reflection, but knowing full well that his time here in Paris, chasing the gold, was over.
Zayed Karim. Oh, sorry, Tony. I was just going to say he cannot believe it. He's now down on his knees in the centre of the octagon. I think the coach is trying to say we need to move on, mate. We need to get you ready for the final. But Bradley Sinden is having his body armour now stripped off. He's going to go and do his interviews. He looks shell-shocked. How can you come out with any other emotion? He's now covering his face with his hands. A moment now to reflect on how close he was once again to achieving his dreams.
He looks broken, Tony, if you want my honest opinion. I'm 70 feet away, but he looks like a broken man down there.
Just to be clear, does he go on, whatever his mental state at this point, does he go on to fight for bronze?
He does, so that is a key point here. He will fight again, and that is part of the mental and physical battle, very much so today. It's a long day. He's reached the semi-finals. It means there is a repechage now, Tony, where other fighters who went out earlier will try and get themselves to a point beating some of the other competitors to reach this bronze medal match. Bradley Sinden is already there, so he will fight. We haven't got the exact timings yet. I'll have a little look now for that bronze medal fight. That will be at 19 minutes past 7 this evening. But it's ultimately, emotions-wise, he could now finish on a win, but it's absolutely not the colour medal he's looking for.
It hasn't been Bunsey the day we were hoping for then, with Jay Jones going out early and Bradley Sinden not making the final.
It could have been a glorious double gold day. That's what it could have been. Jay Jones going out, and it was a bit of a shock, to be perfectly honest with you. I know that in taekwondo shocks, they're not easy to measure because they're so common. We were comfortable with Jay Jones. We thought we'd have her this afternoon, at least advancing to this stage. That didn't happen. That happened very, very early this morning, and now we've had Bradley go out, and he looks so dominant in his first fight, even dominant in the quarterfinal, the hard quarter-final. But there has been something, and this is not me being an aftertime, there has been something about Zayed Karim all day. He was like a man on a mission. He was like a man who just refused to lose.
You called it a little bit earlier on, saying he was the form guy. Katie and Bunsey, thank you for that. For now, you will hear that bronze medal fight, hopefully later on. I'm sure you will hear on 5 Live around 7 o'clock, 7:15 English time. Let's celebrate, though, with Team GB Gold. We heard it just a few moments ago. Ellie Oldridge in the women's windsurfing, a new sport at this Games. Shoujo was watching. What an achievement, Shoujo.
Honestly, what an achievement. It's been such a difficult Olympic sailing regatta, Tony. I can't tell you. We've had so many races abandoned in this, which is unheard of, really. I think we've had about 11 or 12 races abandoned during this meet. But finally, it's been a really tough meet for GB as well, with only just one medal. We're talking about the most successful Olympic nation in history, so you expect some medals. And finally, we have a gold medal. Ellie Oldridge in the women's kite. This event, if you've not seen it, making its debut in the Olympic Games, take a look on the television, because these things are simply spectacular to look at, especially when they're whizzing along at 30 knots across the Mediterranean Sea. A little board, just a metre and a half long, only 50 centimetres wide, with this big sail. And Ellie Oldridge from Weymouth, 27 years old. She follows in the footsteps of her parents and grandparents to get into this sport. She used to get dragged down to her local sailing club at Parkstone by her mother when she was just 7 years old. It wasn't a great start to all of that, because the first time she got in a boat, it capsized. But there you go. She kept going. And here we are, all these years later, making its debut in Paris. Ellie, I have to say, was fabulous in the opening series. It was curtailed because of the wind problems that we've been talking about. Should have been 16 races. They could only manage 6 in the opening series. Got to the final. She needed to come ahead of the Frenchwoman Lauriane Nolot, which she did, and dominated that final with 2 straight wins and the gold medal.
Yeah, Shoujo, listen, brilliant. Thanks, mate. Ellie Oldridge gets gold. And Julianne, you were celebrating here in the cafe. I'll allow you this. What happened with the French windsurfer?
Well, she got silver, but Lauriane Nolot was one of the favourites, as well as Ellie. So I think both of them were expected to do really well in this race, which means that with your gold, Tony, you are level with us now with 13 gold, but with our silver today in the kite foil, we still have 2 medals ahead of you. So same in gold, 13 each, but we've got 52 medals in total. You've got 50.
That's a bit confrontational for this time of the afternoon. I'm trying to have a friendly chat with you, and you're setting up like a mano. Yeah, I watched a bit of French telly in the evening, and they were saying bravo to the French for your medal haul. So you're still ahead of us.
Still slightly
I'm not
ahead.
going to high five you.
No. There's still three days to go, you know.
Yeah. Right, let's get back to the Velodrome, I nearly called it. Maybe it should be. The Velodrome with Veli.
Well, every time you said Ellie Oldridge, I've got slightly confused, actually. Suddenly reached for my microphone. Yeah, we're back in the Velodrome. Now, we're watching the women's keirin. This is the one with the little moped. Ali Bruce Ball and Victoria Pendleton are up in the commentary position. I'm down in the pit where all the riders are as well. There's seems to be a long gap between the first heat of this and the second heat. That's the first question I want to ask. Why was that so long?
Well, we'll explain that in just a second, Ellie, because the chap on the Derny, which is the official name for the moped you're talking about, is just coming round the Côte d'Azur here to get the second race. This is the women's quarterfinals in the keirin, and we've got 21-year-old Emma Finucane going for Great Britain, part of the team that has already won gold in the women's team sprint, hopeful of potentially 3 golds at this Games, Victoria. She rode aggressively, didn't she, in her first keirin race yesterday. Be interesting to see what she goes for today.
Yeah, arguably this is probably the most straightforward part of the competition, because the first 4 riders from each heat qualified to the semi-finals, so she doesn't need to be at the front, she just needs to be safely through in the top 4.
Yeah, 6 riders in the heat, and the Derny will build the pace for the first 3 laps, take them from 30 kilometres an hour to 50 kilometres an hour, and then, Victoria, it's all hell breaks loose, isn't it? And 3 laps to go. Let's not forget you were European champion, world champion and Olympic champion in this race. Is it just race by race in terms of tactics and how you play it, or do you go in with a plan beforehand?
Well, you only draw numbers just sat down, which is the position you form on the track, just sat down before you go up. So you can't really make too much of a plan. You think, no, if I'm in second position, I'm going to do this. If I'm at the back, I'm going to do this. So you have to have like a catalogue of ideas to put together. But definitely good to be in the first half of the of the string.
Yeah, well, they're coming into the home straight now. The Durney leaves the track. Emma Finucane is in third place. She needs to finish in the top 4, and there, Victoria, she's looking over her right shoulder again, just trying to watch those making a break from behind.
Yep.
She's off.
Yeah, she is. The Netherlands wants to take the lead, and I think she probably wants to get out of trouble and get on the front. Safest place to be at the front. Yep, she's overtaking the rest of the group and getting to the head of the race.
Emma Finucane looking very good for pace here down the back straight. She's overtaken the Dutch rider Hetty van der Wouw. The Japanese rider Rio Ota is up there as well. There goes the bell. Emma Finucane in front, head down over the handlebars, heads into the back straight. Van der Wouw is on her back wheel, but Finucane is in control here. She only needs to finish in the top 4. She's in a fantastic track position inside as she comes into the home straight. And she comes over the line in second place, but she really eased off there, didn't she, Victoria?
She controlled the race well and got what she needed out of it. It was a very strong race by her, and you could see she was building the pace in that final lap, so it made it very hard for the other riders to overtake her. So she very much dictated the speed to them.
Just going back to the delay then, before we've got Katie Marchant coming on track, by the way, in the third race in the quarterfinals. The delay was because we had quite a nasty crash. 3 riders went down at the end of the first heat.
Yeah. So they were coming into the final straight. You saw the Belgian riders squeeze underneath the other riders. It all got a bit tight as they crossed the line, and I think they were sort of. The Netherlands and Belgium were shoulder to shoulder, and it just it went a bit pear-shaped and took out the Chinese as well, who didn't even qualify, can I add, so it's a double blow to her.
3 riders went down, Ellie, as you saw. I mean, it was spectacular. I mean, they're moving at such high speed. It's a dangerous sport. We must say that. We always say that. But honestly, I mean, there was bike debris, there was visors, you know, and the riders went flying across the track and sliding down the banking. They were down for a while, but then all, thankfully, were able to walk off the track into track centre. And then the delay, actually, there, Victoria, was track repairs. It's really important the track gets repaired before the next heat.
Yeah, the problem is if a part of the bike sort of gouges into the track, you can form splinters, and splinters obviously cause punctures and worse accidents, so they have to be really careful. Bit of tape, sand it down, lots of handheld vacuum cleaners getting up all the dust, because the dust will make you slip as well. It's important that the traction of the tyres really clean and the track's really clean.
Can I ask a question about the moped, about the Dorney bike?
Yes.
Because it's one of those things that everyone gets fascinated by this every year or every time we watch an Olympic Games. I mean, who rides it, and also where does it appear from on the track? Because it wasn't in the middle, was it? Is there a little kind of trapdoor that it appears from?
He just came up the ramp. If you look to your left where the riders are coming down, he cycled up the ramp on the opposite side of the track, just quietly.
He snuck past us.
There he is, Ellie. Ellie, look to your left.
Yeah, I can see him. I can see him on the far side of the track.
High up the bank.
No, there's a little ramp to get up there, thankfully. Strictly speaking, you're not supposed to cycle up and down it, but we do. So
rule breakers.
Because it makes it a bit easier than walking around with the shoes on. It's more dangerous with the shoes.
And is the guy who rides it, is he an experienced regular at these kind of competitions, or is he a volunteer?
I would absolutely love to know how they select that, because that would be a great job to get at the Olympics. If you were like a volunteer and they're like, you will be the Durney rider, but I'm sure it's someone who works at the track pacing, and because in training you use bikes and Durneys to sort of improve your speed, so he'll be someone that works with a local team, I imagine. But
here he comes,
love
Ellie.
that job. I would really love it.
Yeah, he's on his way, rolling gently down onto the Côte d'Azur. So in a few seconds' time,
is
go
this
on,
when
Tony.
I mentioned funky moped, or can we not get Jasper Carrot into the 70s references now? I'll just show you in a picture of Jasper Carrot. Okay. Can I just ask a quick question before we get going on comms?
Too late, Tony.
Go on, Tony.
Yeah.
Why did they invent the omnium? 2012. What was the need for a kind of a cycling decathlon? I don't know. Why did they bring it in?
Do you mean why did they change it from 6 events over 2 days to what it is now, or why did it come in the first place?
It was introduced at 2012, and I'm just wondering why the need.
I think they just wanted to refresh the programme a little bit, and it's an exciting race that kind of allows people to be because originally you had to perform in sprint events and endurance events. So originally the Omnium was designed to really test somebody who could do all elements of track cycling, but now it's become heavily endurance focused.
It's not as good for the sprint riders, is it? No, that's a good point, Victoria.
It's been evolving, but it is a ride that you do at national level, domestic level, it's a common race format to have.
We have a French rider in this race. You probably heard the sort of velodrome explode with noise when her name was announced, Mathilde Gros. She's second in line. Katie Marchant for Great Britain needs to finish in the top 4 to join Emma Finucane in the semi-finals of the women's keirin. We will see this competition come to a close tonight. The medals will be awarded this evening. Katie Marchant is 5th out of 6 riders at the moment. Victoria, you've got to be careful you don't get boxed in, haven't you?
You have. I mean, that's the worst thing that can happen. It can happen so easily in a group of 6 riders. If you get caught underneath and there's nowhere to go, you can get boxed out of position. So she just needs to stay clear. I think she'll probably attack coming into the home straight here and come around the outside. And
huge roars for Mathilde Gros, the Frenchwoman who takes the lead in the red, white and blue. The tricolours are flying. Katie Marchant, better position now, Victoria, in the back straight.
But she could be a little bit at risk here because there's riders underneath her and coming over the top of her.
There goes the bell. It's getting tight. Katie Marchant needs to get in amongst it. They are so close bunched together coming into the home straight. Katie Marchant on the move down the back straight for Great Britain. No second chances here, no repechage. I think she's going to be okay. 4th place at the moment. 4th will do. Heading up to the finish. She gets over the line in 3rd. Marchant and Finucane both through to the semi-finals. How about that ride?
That was a good ride. I mean, I must admit, with just over a lap and a half to go, there was a situation where it looks like she was just about to get boxed in. I think we jinxed it by talking about it just beforehand, but she got free, thankfully. The rider on her outside couldn't maintain the pace.
Mathilde Gros for France is through as well. Tricolours flying, Union flags flying. So that is the women's keirin quarter-finals done with. Finucane and Marchant are through, and next up we have the next event in the Omnium, Ellie, which is the tempo race.
That was so nerve-wracking, wasn't it? I mean, Katie Marchant is such an experienced rider, gold in the team sprint, of course, already. So she's another one of the mums on the team. Vic, we were talking yesterday about Eleanor Barker, weren't we? You know, and she's got a little 2-year-old as well. And it seems to be much more of a thing now that the riders can have a baby and come back and keep on competing.
Thankfully, it seems a shame that. I'm so glad that the sport has evolved. Well, all sport has evolved to understand that the female body is very capable of coming back from childbirth, because there was a time where even if you left and got married, they would assume that was you were over. You were obviously going to have children and that was the end of your career and there's no way you'd come back. So I'm glad that people have realised that there is opportunities to have a family, because it's not fair. The guys can obviously do it. I have a family and have a career, and I'm really glad the women can too.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, we're going to see at the Paralympics Sarah Story, of course, who's got a couple of kids, and Louisa is. I mean, she is an absolute legend. Yeah. And I think her kids, when because I know that they already she and Barney take them out, and they do a lot of sport already. So I mean, that's quite scary, isn't it, to think about the Story family kids too.
I mean, I adore. I must admit. Sorry to butt in.
Yeah, go on.
Tiny
please.
Little cycling jerseys are just the cutest as well. Adorable.
Yeah. It's amazing. It's suddenly you're chatting away, and then a bike just rides right past the end of your nose when you're down here where I am at the moment. So coming up next, are we back to the Omnium next?
Yeah. Second event, Ellie's called the Tempo Race. This isn't a massively popular one, so we just were talking during that last keirin heat there about the sort of changes to the Omnium. So this is another 40-lapper. For the first 5 laps, nothing really happens. The race builds pace. You can't score any points. For the last 35 laps, there is a sprint every single lap. If you win that sprint, you get a point. You are trying to finish this race with the most points, and if you do that, you then take 40 points. Like the previous scoring in the last one, 40 for first place, 38 for second, 36 for third. There's also, Ellie, in this, though, if you lap the field, if you take a lap on the field, you get 20 bonus points. And if you lose a lap, if you're part of the group that loses a lap, you lose 20 points. So again, this is going to be fairly chaotic, but the scores will come up on the big screen above our heads in the middle of track centre to try and keep us across it. And we should say Britain's Ethan Hayter, as Victoria rightly pointed out, finished 6th in the first discipline in the scratch race. So in the overall leaderboard at the moment, he is 6th on 30 points, and the Frenchman Benjamin Thomas leads on 40. So in terms of the old Julien Tony Ding Dong, in the medal table. We got a bit of France GB going on there.
Well, mon ami Julien has a question, but he's going to hold that thought for now. We're back with you in just a second, guys. All that confusion around the track when they're all cycling reminds me of why I stopped going to stock car racing. Once they set off, you just had no idea who was winning. But we're back in the track shortly. Julien, hold that question.
Yes.
Let us go to the football. It's the bronze medal match in the men's competition, Morocco against Egypt. Both of them came quite close to causing shocks, actually, in their semi-finals. Conor McNamara's watching.
Yes, we're just approaching half-time, and Morocco have got a 2-goal lead over Egypt. Now, why this game is interesting, why this bronze medal really matters. You're talking about Team GB, what is it, 50 medals, France with 52. Morocco and Egypt, so far at Paris 2024, have 1 medal each. Morocco have got 1 gold, Egypt have got 1 bronze. So if they could win this game and get this medal, it will be a big deal in their respective countries. But Morocco with 2 goals in just over 2 minutes in this first half. Ethel Zuli found the top corner, Rahimi with a header. Egypt really struggling to get going. Egypt 0, Morocco 2, almost half-time in sunny Nantes.
Cheers, Conor. For a second here at the Parisian Cafe, there's been an 8-foot Eiffel Tower sprayed gold at the door. Someone just walked down the street with it. I thought, that's the most brazen bit of thievery I've ever seen in my life, but they've just moved it. In interest of détente, Julien, so we don't come to blows, you can now ask your question.
Thank you, Tony. No, it was just a quick question for Vic, because I understand the need for pace, obviously, in track cycling, Vic, and power and all of that, the technique on your bike, everything. How much is tactics playing into the sport? Like, did you work on it at training? I guess you have to be very smart on when to know when to attack, when you're behind, when you're in front, all of that, or tactics is not really that important?
Yeah, tactics is essential. I wish I had more time to practice my tactics, to be perfectly honest. There was a time when I was part of the team and I was the only woman, so they had to drag in the poor junior lads to come and race against me to give me half a chance to get some competition practice in. But it's, you know, in the sprint race, it's such a split-second decision. You have to be ready for anything. You know, you look over the wrong shoulder, you blink, you could miss it, and it's done. So you have to be very agile and practice those things. But yeah,
you do video work, for example.
Yes,
in my case.
A lot of video review, and also I'm just going to say, when you watch it from up here, I can tell you what, I'm like, that's what they should be doing. Yeah, I can see. But when you're doing it and you're nervous, it's really hard to have the patience sometimes to allow a gap to form, to rush in on a sprint. It's really difficult, but yeah, you can't underestimate the power of a good tactic and good timing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wish I'd done more.
We like good questions. Can I ask you another question then, guys? Well, since we're in a questioning mode.
Yes.
I mean, the fact that we have talked about the heat so much, everybody who's been down here has talked about it, and I'm not complaining, because this is an incredible spot to watch what's going on. Just it's almost like a visceral sense of just speed. You're literally watching the bikes whizzing round and whizzing past you so quickly. But why does it have to be so warm? Because you've got this contrast between the heat in the velodrome and then the riders wearing bodysuit, wearing those kind of icing, those like ice things that go over the top. I can see some of the Australian team members wearing that as well. So is it the bikes need to be warm, the bodies need to be cool? Does that sum it up?
Well, it's not heated in here. It's just the fact that there's so many people in this enclosed space that's making it so hot, and it's a warm day. But it does make the times faster. So we do like it hot. But actually, when they're whizzing around at 40, 50, 60 kilometres an hour, they're staying lovely and cool. We're missing out by being stood still.
So we've got another massive pack. I mean, talking about stock car racing, Ali, I mean, clearly we're talking about that crash a little bit earlier on. We obviously don't want a repeat of that, but I mean, how difficult actually is it to make sure that you don't crash, that you're separate from riders around you?
I mean, well, Victoria, I mean, you can answer that far better. I mean, you said earlier, didn't you? It's just thousands and thousands of hours of practice, and you do. I mean, we will get crashes. That was the first big one we've seen during the Olympics, but they are moving at high speed, and the margins are so fine. And I mean, right at the end of that Keirin race when the crash happened, that was like 3 riders going for the line, going for a place, one just leaned in and bang, the whole lot went down. So right, tempo races is underway. As I said, first 5 laps of this, no points are scored, and then we're looking for a sprint every single lap, and each time you win the sprint, you get 1 point to build to your total, but not your overall total. It's your total within this race. That is how you are trying to win this race. So 37 laps to go. Once we get to 35 laps to go, then we can see the riders start to score points. Let's try and pick out Ethan Hayter. Again, quite happily just sort of tucked in at the back at the moment, Victoria, right at the back of the peloton, just rumbling along the back straight. And again, Julianne's question about tactics. These events, these bunch races, full of tactics and strategy, aren't they?
They are. There'll be certain riders that you'll want to chase down, other riders that you won't bother chasing down, but staying in the bunch will give you a lot of recovery opportunity. So you want to kind of use your energy when you can, save as much when you don't need to do anything.
First sprint is going to be won by Yuri Leitao, the world champion. Benjamin Thomas, who won the first event, the scratch race, is following him round here. So Leitao scores a point. He's going to try and score a second point here, and Benjamin Thomas stays on his back wheel. So Leitao has taken the first 2 points in the sprint, and now he just actually lets Thomas go in front of him because he can't just keep out in front on his own.
Yeah, exactly. They're willing to share the workload, as they are just a small group of two that have broken away, and you can see that Aaron Gates going to chase them down from New Zealand because he wants a bit of that action as well. But the peloton is responding.
Yes, peloton is chasing desperately down the back straight. We've got 3 riders away and clear at the moment by about 20 metres, and this time it is Leitao taking a third point in this race. So Leitao has 3, Benjamin Thomas has 1, Aaron Gate, the New Zealander, all in black, wants to get involved, and the points are getting racked up very quickly indeed. Here comes Gate into the home straight. He takes a point, Ellie, and I think, Ellie, you probably, and hopefully our listeners, are understanding what is going on. 31 laps to go, and if you want to win this race, you've got to get to the front and you've got to start scoring some points. The world champion Yuri Leitao has done that so far. 3 points for him. Nicholas Larson, the Dane, has just taken a point, and the French fans obviously roaring on Benjamin Thomas, who scored a point as well.
I wouldn't say definitively I do understand what's going on, but this is why I'm relying so heavily, like our listeners are all the time, on you two, sitting up there in the commentary positions. So I'm at the Velodrome this afternoon. Tony is in our cafe. Tony, I've got to say, we've talked a few 70s references already today, largely thanks to you. But when I was about sort of 9 or 10, I told my parents that I wanted my room painting purple, and it was pretty much exactly the colour of the carpet that I'm sitting on at the moment in the centre of this Velodrome. And it's given me sort of horrible flashbacks because, bless my father, he did do it, but it was pretty bad.
Yeah,
thinking about it now.
That great parenting though. It's the colour of my school football kit, Ellie, as well. So I had some good memories. Yeah, imagine that. 5 years of that. Right, listen, back to the Omnium. But the Omnium's kind of one of those things. I've said it a few times in the Olympics. I'm excited, but I don't quite know why. Let's go to the golf. I think we've reached the end of the day 2 of the women's competition. Ian Carter's watching.
Yes, it's drawing to a close right now, and with a sense of shock, really, amongst the crowds at Le Golf National, because of the finish of Nelly Korda, who was cruising into contention, got into second place outright at 6 under par, but then had a horrible finish that included a quadruple bogey 7 at the par 3 16th, where she put a tee shot into the water, then a horrible 3-putt at the 17th. So Korda tumbled back down the leaderboard, finished up with a 70, 2 under par on the day, 2 under par overall. She's in a share of 12th place with, among others, Rose Zhang, her American compatriot, but that's fully 6 shots off the lead, which is held by the unheralded Swiss, 137 in the world, Morgane Métreux, who went to the turn in 28 in her 66, wasn't quite so good on the back 9, but at 8 under par she leads by 1 from Ruoning Yin of China, who I would make favourite right now. She had the low round of the day, a 65, 7 under par. Lydia Ko in the bronze medal position. She won silver in Rio. She won bronze in Tokyo. She'd love a gold to complete the set, and 3 shots behind the New Zealander after her 67 today. There's not much excitement from a British point of view. A second successive 74 for Georgia Hall, 4 over par. Charlie Hull followed her 81 from yesterday with a 71, 8 over par. And for Ireland, Leona Maguire, a 79 after yesterday's 78, so she's at 13 over par.
Ian, thank you very much indeed for that. One of the sports I've found most fascinating at these games, when I've seen it, is climbing. So I'm really pleased to say that Louise Flockhart, part of the British climbing team, one of the rising stars of British climbing, and someone who's got their sights set on LA in 2028, joins us. Louise, hello, welcome to 5 Live.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Oh, you're very welcome. Welcome aboard. We've got British success to talk about, actually, but before that, Louise, if you don't mind, there'll be plenty of people listening to this who've seen it on the telly, heard it on the radio. Just give us a beginner's guide. So we've got speed climbing and boulder and lead. Talk us through boulder and lead first of all. What is that?
Yeah, so boulder and lead is a combination of two of the main disciplines of climbing. Bouldering is probably the one that you're most likely to have tried yourself. It's short walls and you climb above a mat. And in a round you'll do 4 boulders. And then lead climbing is 15 metres or taller sometimes. And you take a rope up with you and clip in. And the aim of that one is to get as high as possible.
Yeah, which is the one where I've seen a lot of competitors standing in front of the wall thinking.
So that's probably bouldering.
Yeah, so what's going on there then?
So the one thing that I love about climbing is that the route changes every time. So you'll never know what you're going to get in a competition until you turn up. So when you see people standing at the wall looking confused, what they're actually trying to do is figure out how they're going to get up the wall.
Louise, hi, student. Sometimes you look at it and you choose your route and you say, if I go that way, so right and then left and then straight, there will be this move I have to make that it's too difficult for me. So you choose another route, or sometimes you just have to go for it and hope that you can make that move?
Yeah, so normally the people who set the boulders are called route setters, and normally they will have an idea in their heads of how they want you to do it, and they try to make you have to do it one way. But the best climbers in the world, they can do things that people thought were impossible. So there are normally multiple different ways to get up the climbs. Hence
the thinking, quality thinking
exactly,
time.
Exactly, yes.
And speed climbing takes care of itself, doesn't it? That is Spider-Man-esque,
it's amazing,
isn't it?
Yeah.
That is amazing.
It's incredible stuff, yeah. Today, another new world record.
What was it? Do you know off the top of your head?
4.74 seconds by Sam Watson.
And are they different routes as well? You come out and it's are you familiar with that as you're going up there? I know it's
yes.
not...
So speed climbing is the reason you don't see speed climbers standing at the bottom looking at the wall is because the speed wall stays the same everywhere. So it's a 15-meter vertical wall, 5-degree overhanging, and it's got the same route on it every time. And the aim is obviously to get up to the top as fast as possible.
Yeah, I mean that is nuts in a nice way, Louise, isn't it? Watching speed climbing, the speeds they can get to. What do you say? 4
It's
point
incredible. 4.74 seconds.
Yeah. Let's talk about. I want to talk about you personally, but let's talk about Team GB and Erin McNeice, who's reached the final in Boulder and Lead, which is great. And you know Erin very well. So talk to us about Erin.
Erin's an incredible athlete. You wouldn't have expected her. If you put her in an Olympic final a year ago, she wouldn't have been anywhere as close to how she was today. Over the last year, she's had so much improvement. She's been working really hard with her coaches and just really putting in hard graft, and she's accelerated so much, which is great to see.
She's in the final. We should say well done to Hamish MacArthur and Toby Roberts, who are in the men's boulder and lead final tomorrow. We've got to go back to the cycling shortly, Louise. Quick word, I mentioned you, up and coming. LA 28 is your target, yeah? How confident are you?
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. It could depend on the format, but it's going to be a good game, whatever happens.
Louise, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Louise Flockhart, they're one of the rising stars of British climbing. Back to the velodrome and Ali.
This is the second event in the men's omnium coming to a close. 4 laps to go. Leaderboard is quite interesting. It is just updating because riders have been breaking away and taking laps on the others. And the Czech rider Jan Vonesh has been able to do that twice. So as well as winning sprints, he's picked up an extra 40 points for lapping the peloton twice. So he is going to win this particular race in the omnium. He is on 42 points at the moment. Fabio van den Bossche, the Belgian who says he's in the form of his life, is in second place on 28 points. Victoria, Ethan Hayter, we're coming up to 2 laps to go here. Ethan Hayter hasn't won a sprint. He's not really been involved in any of the breakaways, not really making his mark on the omnium yet.
No, it was unfortunate that he wasn't in any of those front positions or chasing groups, but seemed to be quite content to stay in amongst the bunch, but no one's letting him go anywhere. Every attack he puts in or when he's at the front, everybody comes straight round with him at the same time. Like they're not going to... He's got a target on his back is what I'm trying to say.
bell is ringing now. The peloton is chasing hard. It is Fabio van den Bossa who is way out in front on the back straight, and Elia Viviani, the Italian, is leading the peloton. He's coming flying down the back straight, trying to nick a point right at the end of this race. Van den Bossa's not interested. He is cruising. He has done his job, and Viviani comes across the line, takes the final point, and Ethan Hayter was just behind him. Jan von Esch has won the tempo race in the men's Omnium with a whopping 42 points. Van den Bossa was in second place on 31, and Yuri Leitão, the Portuguese, the world champion, on 28. So that then, Ellie, will translate to 40 points for the winner, 38 points for second, 36 points for third, etc, etc, etc. And the next event, 3 of 4, is the men's elimination race, which is my favourite, Victoria. That is known as the Devil Takes the hindmost, isn't it?
Devils take the hindmost.
Yeah, because the last rider across the line gets eliminated. But Ellie, have I got time to ask Victoria one quick question?
Of course, yes, and I've got a question to follow up with.
Okay, just on Hayter. You know, we were wondering how he might respond to what happened yesterday, and he said, actually, didn't he, after the race, that he didn't feel in great shape. Do you think we're seeing that play out here, or just wait and see?
I think it's a bit too early to say, at this stage, I'd have to say. And that race is really tricky, because if you see someone gathering 30, 40 points, there isn't much. You're not going to be able to really be competitive picking up ones at the front of the bunch. So in some ways, it's like, well, maybe I'll just finish in the general standings and take whatever points come there, and nearly concentrate my efforts on something that the points are spread more evenly.
And the last thing I'd say on that, Ellie, the last event, the points race, you can score a lot of points in the points race. If you lap the field in that race, your 20 points go to your overall total. So you can save a massive effort for the last event in the Omnium. But at the moment, Ethan Hayter will be weighed down. Once we get the updated overall scores, we'll bring them to you.
Well, I was going to ask you about that. I mean, this evening in the Stade de France, of course, we're going to be hearing Katarina Johnson-Thompson in the heptathlon, and there are definitely events that she's particularly good at, and other events that she's not so good at, and as we see a lot with multi-eventers. I mean, but was that on Ethan Hayter's mind? Do you think that it doesn't matter too much if he doesn't pick up points here, because he's got more events to come, so the elimination rates and then the points race to come, that he can pick up enough points to get on the podium?
Well, I think you are very aware of who's scoring the points. I mean, they can see the scoreboard when they're whizzing around. You know, they're quite experienced by that. But also, as long as the points aren't going to the same group of individuals from the first event to the second event, then you don't have to worry too much. If it was the same 4 that were up the top of the scoreboard, then that gets a bit tricky. But you also have to conserve your energy, because there's still a lot of laps to go.
Ethan Hayter, Ellie, currently in 10th place overall out of 22 riders on a total of 48 points. The leader is the Belgian Van den Bossa, who, as I said, has already said coming into this, he's in the form of his life. He's on 76 points. The Dane Nicholas Larsen is on 68, and the world champion Yuri Leitão is on 66, with France's Benjamin Thomas on 60 points. So Hayter is, going to do my maths, 28 points off the lead at the moment.
Which is a reasonable elimination race and a lap
and taking a lap in.
Points.
Yeah. But what you'll see as well, Ellie, in the points race is suddenly medal contenders recognise who is dangerous to them. So if Ethan Hayter tries to take a lap, someone like Van den Bossa is going to stick to him like glue and make it as hard as possible for him to do it. So that's the kind of strategy that comes into play.
Oh, it's all so tactical and strategic, isn't it? Looking forward to seeing that. We've got also quarterfinals of the men's sprints to come up, and the women's keirin semi-finals with both Emma Finucane and Katie Marchant into the semi-finals. The final of that later on this evening, and also the final race in the men's Omnium at around about 5:30. Although I think we're going to be running a little bit late, obviously because of the crash in the women's keirin a little bit earlier on. Back to Tony in the centre of Paris shortly. This is Eleanor Oldroyd here in the Velodrome out in the Versailles district of Paris. But first, let's get the news on 5 Live, shall we? Here's Richard Foster.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Ellie. Good evening. More people have been jailed for rioting. 3 men arrested after groups of protesters clashed in Plymouth on Monday have been given sentences ranging from 18 months to 2 years and 8 months. A couple involved in violence in Hartlepool have also been sent to prison. Chris Atkinson is from the Crown Prosecution Service.
The tough sentences handed out today should serve as a lesson for anyone considering taking part in this type of disorder. I would like to praise the excellent work of Cleveland Police in dealing with this disorder. In addition to their brave response to a particularly difficult situation, they've also secured key evidence against multiple offenders, which has assisted us greatly in building robust cases against those involved.
The National Police Chiefs Council says 483 people have now been arrested after the recent violence and 149 have been charged. A court in South Africa has ruled that a former teacher accused of dozens of historical sexual abuse charges in Scotland can be extradited back to the UK. Ian Wares, who's 84, has been accused of abuse by several former pupils at Fettes College and Edinburgh Academy, where he taught in the 1960s and 70s. The court's decision needs to be approved by South Africa's Justice Minister. NHS waiting lists have risen for the third month in a row in England. At the end of June, there were 7.62 million treatments waiting to be carried out. That's around 20,000 more than the previous month. Here's our health editor, Hugh Pym.
NHS England say some of this was affected by the junior doctors' strike in June, late June. That obviously is moving towards a resolution. They also add that A&E staff were under real pressure in recent months. And in fact, the numbers going into A&E departments in England, 4.6 million, was the highest ever in those summer months of June and July.
The family of a retired doctor from St Albans have made an urgent appeal after he went missing in the Pyrenees almost 48 hours ago. Tom Doherty, who's 67, was hiking and camping when his family lost contact with him on Tuesday. Dogs and helicopters are involved in the search for him. And British Airways is stopping its flights from London to Beijing from the 26th of October. The company hasn't given a reason, but several airlines are avoiding Russian airspace, which is adding to their flight times and fuel costs. That's the news. Ellie has the travel.
And we'll start in Glasgow on the M8, where it's partially blocked at the moment at junction 8 at Baillieston. It's on the roundabout, so really slow traffic heading towards that. Derbyshire, the M1 southbound, you've got long delays because of an accident earlier, which happened between the Tibshelf services and junction 28, the Mansfield turning. Congestion still back before junction 29 there, and the opposite side of the road pretty slow around junction 27 as well. In the roadworks area too, so that isn't helping delays, I'm afraid. The West Midlands, the M5 northbound, one lane is closed on the exit Slip Road at the M6 northbound. There's been an accident there and also a fuel spillage, so it is going to take a little while to clear this up at the M6 interchange. Congestion is back to junction 2 at Dudley. Also the West Midlands, the M6 northbound, one lane is closed and you've got queuing traffic there. Congestion back to junction 7 at Great Bar. It's that same accident, so it's causing congestion both ways. And in Gloucestershire, the M5 southbound, one lane is closed between junction 14 and 15 at the Almondsbury interchange. Really heavy traffic there. It's just a vehicle changing its tyre, so hopefully that should clear soon. Ellie Brennan, 5 Live Travel.
The Olympics, Paris 2024.
You will not miss a medal and you will not miss a victory here.
We have another Olympic champion in the men's triathlon, Alexei of Great Britain.
Here he comes, Duncan Scott. It's glorious gold for Great Britain.
They are not going to catch her. It's going to be gold for Keely Hodgkinson. She is the Olympic champion.
The Olympics, Paris 2024.
Every Team GB medal live
On 5 Live
and BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sports at the Olympic Games.
With Eleanor Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
Yes. Good afternoon. Caught me out the salmon. Good afternoon. Bonjour, bonsoir. Welcome to Paris. I'm in the cafe in the heart of the city. Ellie's out at the Velodrome. You heard the bold claim a few times during that piece of audio there that you won't miss a medal here on 5 Live. Well, you didn't miss Ellie Oldridge just a few moments ago winning gold in the inaugural women's kite sailing final down in Marseille. She's 27. It was a fantastic moment. She won, I think in kite sailing terms, she won by quite a distance round the last buoy, which was fantastic. We are going to hear from her soon, but that takes GB to 13 goals level with France. Two behind them overall. I'm saying that because Julian's looking at me. But a brilliant gold medal in the kite sailing. Medals at stake in the old velodrome, Ellie.
Yes, there will be a little bit later on. We've got the men's sprint, the individual sprint, quarterfinals underway at the moment. I know the Australians are getting very, very smug about how well they're doing. They're having a great games, the Aussies. I read some of their best ever games overseas, but we've got an Australian on the track at the moment, and Ali and Vic, this is this cat and mouse thing, just as they just go up the bank of the velodrome, going very slowly, which I imagine must be quite difficult, actually.
Yeah, well, actually, you'll see them go a lot slower than this. So this is a head-to-head race between two sprinters over 3 laps. Matthew Richardson actually British born but moved to Australia at the age of 9. He's in the green and gold, and he's racing against Yuta Ibarra. And at the moment, the two of them, Victoria, having completed one lap, swerving all over the track and almost trying to... What are they trying to do here?
They're trying to make each other make a move, really. So Yuta is like trying to build up the speed. He doesn't want to get caught up, but he also wants to keep Matthew Richardson close to him, because if he opens a gap on him, it gives him an ability to rush through and use that gap to accelerate past him.
The Japanese rider Ibarra, with a big red circle on his white uniform, has the lead going in the back straight, but Richardson has raw pace, goes flying past him on the outside, comes into the home straight. Ibarra gives that one up, and Matt Richardson crosses the line. Now, in terms of Australians winning medals and potentially gold medals, the red-hot favourite, Victoria, for this event, the men's individual sprint, is the giant Dutchman Harry Livreason, who is the Olympic champion, world champion, European champion. A lot of people think that Matt Richardson could be the danger man to him.
Yeah, I mean,
can you see that in terms of what we saw there?
Definitely. His turn of speed there was phenomenal, and I think he's probably got the confidence and the experience in order to really give it a go. I mean, it's about not being overwhelmed by someone's sprint prowess, because mistakes can be made, and it is a very tactical event. So if you use what you have well, you can outrace someone who is on paper faster than you.
Well, just watching at the moment down here in the middle of the track, a man who, I'm kind of used at previous Olympics to seeing in a skin-tight skin suit and a helmet, but actually he's looking after somebody else's bike, is Jason Kenny, of course. He's part of the coaching team here. And actually, so it's going to be GB against the Netherlands in this next heat, with Hamish Turnbull riding for GB. But the Dutch coach is also a former GB coach. Is that right, Vic?
Who is that there?
It's Mehdi, is
Ellie?
it?
Oh, I think you might be right, actually, but he's very much...
Because he came and had a chat to us earlier on when we were standing down here, and I was standing down here with I didn't come and talk to me, he came and talked to Joe Rousel. But there's been quite a lot of kind of British coaches going to coach other teams.
Oh, well, you just saw
like Paul Manning.
Yeah, so Paul Manning yesterday. We've seen Matthew Crampton was just holding the Australian rider up there too. We've got Craig McLean working for the Centre Mondial du Cyclisme. We've got, who else we got?
Well, the other one I was thinking of was Dan Bigham, who rode for Great Britain in the men's team pursuit that took silver yesterday, and 3 years ago in Tokyo he was an advisor to the Danish team. There's quite a lot of cross-pollination, Ellie, if you could call it that. Anyway, this is a huge battle. The first thing I should say, which I forgot to say during the last race, we're at the quarter-final stage of the men's individual sprint, and it's best of 3. So if you lose the first race, you are not out of it. This is Hamish Turnbull against Jeffrey Hoogland. Hamish Turnbull, 25 years old, had an excellent win in the last round. This, though, Victoria, again, is a level up against Hoogland, hugely experienced sprint cyclist who quite often is outshone by his fellow Dutchman Livreason. But, he was silver medalist in Tokyo 3 years ago. It'd be really interesting to see how Turnbull goes
This is going to be a tough race. Tactically, both very, very astute riders, so they're not easily going to pull the wool over each other's eyes here. I imagine there's a bit of... Hamish is like creating a bit of space there.
He's just behind Hoogland coming into the home straight, and he was up on the banking, and they picked the pace up quite quickly. 2 laps to go. What's Turnbull going to try and do now?
I think he's going to try and encourage Jeffrey Hoogland to sort of pick up the pace so he can get a bit of more height and a bit more gap, because he basically wants Hoogland to commit to his sprint, so therefore he can run in on a static pace, high pace.
Yeah, he comes up the banking, drops down into that inside lane just to give him a little bit more speed. Turnbull making up the ground in the back straight. Good battle, this one, between Hoogland and Turnbull. Turnbull's trying to go on the outside. Hoogland looking to hold him off. Oh, Turnbull's done him.
Yes.
Turnbull, what a ride. Best of 3, and he's won the first of them. That's a scalp.
That is. You could see that he just was encouraging Jeffrey Hoogland to commit to the sprint, because once somebody is at their full speed, you can just give a small gap, and you saw him get slingshot past him as he accelerated through the gap he had between himself and the rider in front. And that's a really important thing with sprinting. You've got to be patient, because you can't just creep past someone. You need that slingshot to come past.
Ellie, that's exactly what Victoria was talking about, the tactics. Timing your run, making you move, bang.
Yeah, and no sooner have we got one Brit just kind of winding down and coming off the track that we've got another. But did you want to ask a question first, Tony?
No, I think what we're going to try and do, Ellie, is get a football update. Conor McNamara's watching the bronze medal match between Egypt and Morocco. Must be into the second half now, Conor.
Yeah, 10 minutes played in the second half. Morocco have got a third goal. They are on their way to winning this game, to getting bronze, which would only be the second medal that Morocco as a nation have been able to acquire at these Olympic Games. Third goal scored by El Khanous against an Egyptian team that features the former Arsenal midfielder Mo El Neni. It is Egypt 0, Morocco 3.
Conor, thank you. I mentioned Britain's 13th gold, Ellie Oldroyd, in the kite sailing. We're going to hear from her shortly after this next race, I think. Ellie?
Yep, absolutely. We've just seen the next rider for GB, Jack Carlin, being pushed to the top of the track by Jason Kenny. So bronze medal in this event in Tokyo, silver in the team sprint here. But you were about to say that, Ali, weren't you? Sorry, I don't want to nick your research.
I wasn't. I was going to say he's just zipped up the suit. I just watched one of the Australian riders, Victoria's pointing out, getting into one of those suits today. Yeah. That looked such an effort, Victoria, to sort of squeeze himself into that racing suit.
He had to put little gloves on, like surgical gloves. I guess because his hands are so sweaty, he couldn't get it down the sleeve. Yeah, so he was like getting talced up. Anyway, if there was a sign of how confident you were based on how calm your coach looks on the line, Jason Kenny wins hands down the calmest, coolest coach on the boards.
Yeah, he's in the white T-shirt, the blue shorts, the white socks and the trainers, and he's just marching back to track centre. Jack Carlin is out there. So Hamish Turnbull 1-0 up on Jeffrey Hoogland in the best of 3. Jack Carlin is up against a Japanese rider called Kaya Ota here, and the two riders at the moment high up on the banking on the opposite side of the velodrome to us, and they're just steadily building the pace here, and Carlin he's just got his prey in his sights here, Victoria.
Yeah, notice he's just slightly pushing the pedals, trying to create an impression that he's building the speed. He's trying to ask the Japanese rider to commit to his sprint and commit early.
Right, lap and a half to go. Ota is building the pace. Carlin goes high on the bank and away to our left. You're going to hear the bell in a second, and Carlin is on the back wheel of Ota. Bit of ground to make up here from Carlin. Pumping the legs hard. Ota's still ahead by a couple of bike legs. I think this is where Carlin will make his move. Down the back straight, shoulder to shoulder at the moment. He's still got a bit of work to do here. He swings wide, Carlin, working hard down the home straight. He's lost that one. What happened?
Okay, so basically the Japanese rider was holding back. He hadn't committed to reaching full pace until he was well into the back straight there. And Jack was timing his attack. He left a gap, but the Japanese rider was still accelerating. So it kind of caught him out on the hip. And when you're travelling around the outside of a rider, you're travelling a much further distance. And it just held him off. It was very, very tactically canny there by Japan.
Jack Carlin 1-0 down. Hamish Turnbull 1-0 up. Next on track, the women's keirin semi-finals with Emma Finucane and Katie Marchant, Ellie.
And those finals to come in the women's keirin and the men's omnium later on this evening. You'll hear them here on 5 Live, of course, but we have more medals to talk about today from a Team GB point of view. And Tony, we're going to hear from the woman who sounds a little bit like she's me, but she very definitely is not.
No, I've never seen you on a kite sail, Ellie, but I will reserve judgment till I do. No, Ellie Oldroyd has won Britain's 13th gold while we've been on air this afternoon in the kite sailing. Here she is speaking to Shirley Robertson.
Ellie Oldroyd, the first ever women's kiteboarding gold medalist. It's got quite the ring.
Yeah, I mean, I still can't believe it, really. It's crazy, yeah.
You will get used to it, I'm sure. I mean, let's talk a little bit about your performance. There was no room for error, was there? You had to beat your French opponent, and it was class. I mean, you bossed those races.
Yeah, I mean, today is all about winning races. Like, if you don't win the races, you're not going to win. So that's how you got to approach the day to win the race. And yeah, the first race was really close. Just about managed to get in front and stay in front, and then just same again for the second race.
You picked the right kite. I mean, a big decision, isn't it, which to use? It was right on the crossover. You made great decisions on the race course. I mean, surely there was a bit of nerves in there somewhere.
Oh, man, yeah. I mean, everyone was on 21s out there. I think I was the only person on a 15. I went out on the 21 to begin with, and I was like, oh, I just don't feel comfortable. I don't know. I just felt like it wasn't the right thing, and I just got to trust my gut and went for the 15. And, yeah, it worked out. It was the right thing to do.
You properly backed yourself. I mean, no sign of nerves. I mean, it was a joy to watch you race.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, it was fun.
I'm just going to take you back in time to 2018 when an email came from the Federation suggesting perhaps, a new career in kiting for gold. Could you have believed 6 years ago, as a young dinghy sailor, you would be standing here with a kiting gold medal?
No. It's crazy.
Well, that was Ellie Oldroyd, gold in the kite surfing. That's amazing stuff from her. Right, we've moved on. I tell you what, the races come thick and fast here in the velodrome, and we're into the semi-finals of the women's. Keirin, Ali and Vic.
This is a big one. The Derny arrives, the chap on the moped in the Paris official gear, different shades of green, comes past the riders. The New Zealand rider, Rebecca Petch, in lane 1, has to take the lead behind the bike. It will build the pace for 3 laps. Semi-final stage, 3 riders. You've got to finish in the first 3 to get into the final. Big race here for Emma Finucane of Great Britain, Victoria.
Yeah, it is a big race, but having seen what she's done so far in this keirin competition, I feel very confident that she's going to keep herself out of trouble and get through safely. She's shown that she's got the turn of pace and the endurance to hold it for a lap or a lap and a half, so I feel quite confident.
She's looking sharp, is Emma Finucane, silver medalist at the European Championships in Apeldoorn, behind Leah Friedrich, the German, who is a real contender for the medals in this event as well, and she's in this heat. Steffi van der Peet of the Netherlands, Elise Andrews of New Zealand, Rebecca Petch as well. 2 laps completed. As the pace builds, after the next lap the bike will leave the track, and then we break in to 3 laps of sprint racing. And Emma Finucane is 5 of 6 at the moment, just picking up the pace. She's right at the back at the moment, but she can see everything in front of her.
It's not a bad position to be at this stage. She has to be careful, obviously. Elise Andrews of New Zealand, she was actually silver in the keirin in Tokyo, so she's definitely got a turn of pace.
2 New Zealand riders in the front 3. Emma Finucane is following them, 2.5 laps to go. She needs to finish in the top 3. She's 5th of the 6 riders, but I think she'll feel she's in control. Looks over her right shoulder. 2 laps to go, Victoria.
Yeah, I think she was waiting for Leah Friedrichsen of Germany to come out, and she's going to match her sprint.
Yeah, she knows Leah Friedrich is going to be right up there. She's stuck with her. Friedrich stays high. We're heading to the bell here. Finucane is currently in 2nd place, and she wants to get out in front. That at the moment is held by Elise Andrews. Finucane is still chasing down the back straight. Now this is going to be tight. She's still in the front 3, coming into the final bend. Finucane still in control into the home straight, and she's going to have the gas to get. Oh, is she? Is she?
I think she has.
Oh, that's a photo finish, possibly. Finucane hasn't got the qualifying symbol by her name just yet. It's her or Steffi van der Peet. Wow, tense moments for the British cycling fans inside the velodrome, hundreds of them again, and we are waiting to see if a cue appears by Emma Finucane's name. It was looking okay with about half a lap to go. It suddenly got very, very tight, and Emma Finucane has an anxious wait as she circles the velodrome here. If she doesn't finish in the top 3, she cannot make the final, and she cannot win a medal in this event. Victoria, you might get a replay here on your right-hand side, so let's just see. We're not quite at the finish of the race yet. You keep your eyes on that screen. I'll keep my eyes on the big screen up above, and we're waiting to see if that precious cue is going to appear.
I think it will.
Beside, Victoria, I love your confidence.
I think it will. We had our optimist drink, remember, today.
We did, our jus d'optimisme.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Oh, it's tight. It is tight. It is so tight. Looking on the big screen, I can't tell.
It's too dark, isn't it?
I think she might have missed out.
Oh, no. Be optimistic. I've got my fingers crossed.
She's through.
Yes!
Victoria was right. You've always got to listen to Victoria Pendleton. And that was by an absolute whisker. She's into the final.
Yeah, this can happen in keirin racing when everyone lunges for the line and everyone's close. You can get trapped, you can get bunched. You never know what's going to happen. But yes, the optimist drink has paid off.
I've seen too many photo finishes involving Team GB athletes during this game so far. You know, in the swimming and the athletics, and and now here in the velodrome as well. But she's such a promising young cyclist, isn't she, Emma? I need to drop my voice slightly because she's going to ride right past the end of my nose in just a second. But at 21 from Carmarthen, already an Olympic champion at this games.
Yes. Huge talent.
She's going for all 3, Ellie. She's trying to win the keirin and the women's individual sprint. No woman has ever won all 3 sprint titles. They've not been available to win that long, have they, Victoria? All 3?
That was in 2012 was the first time they were available. 3 medals were available for women. But before then, there was only 1 sprint medal available. So
yeah, exactly. But in the men's sprint cycling, Sir Chris Hoy has done that and Jason Kenny has done that, and that is what Emma Finucane is trying to do. Elise Andrews of New Zealand and Daniela Gaxiola Gonzalez of Mexico went through as well. Leah Friedrich didn't make it through. That was another thing I just missed at the end of the race.
She swung up because she knew she was nowhere near the front of the race.
Well, she would have been a massive rival for Finucane.
Let's just hope in this next heat,
Yeah.
Katie Marchand makes straightforward work of it. Straightforward.
Giant banner on the other side of the velodrome that reads Allez les Bleus. Go Mathilde, go. Mathilde Gros representing France in this heat, but so is Britain's Katie Marchand. That is one of the best atmospheres I've heard inside the velodrome this week so far. Emma Hintzer of Germany's in this heat, Nikki de Grendler of Belgium, Ryu Ota of Japan, and Hetty van der Waal, which I think is a fantastic name.
I actually think Katie has drawn position number 2, which is the most ideal position to draw heading into this, which means she's not first to take the bike.
Yeah.
She can go into second position, and that means she can allow the first rider to give her a bit of a buffer when she plans her manoeuvre. So that is the perfect position to draw, which looks good for Katie Marchand.
Emma Finucane squeaked through, but she will race for a gold medal tonight, for the medals tonight, in the women's keirin. That will be at about 6:10 UK time. In fact, we're a little behind schedule here this evening, so it's possibly a little bit later than that. But basically the rule is, wherever you are, BBC Sounds app, have it on. Don't miss a moment of the Olympics. 1 lap done. Durney is building the pace inside the velodrome, and Katie Marchand right on the back wheel of Mathilde Gros, and she is a hugely experienced sprint cyclist, isn't she, Victoria?
She is experienced. She's had some good results in the keirin, and I think this is an event that suits her very well as well. So she's in a great position at the moment.
Well, she crashed in the quarterfinals in Tokyo. This is the quarterfinals in Paris. We've got about half a lap or so to go, and then the bike will leave the track, and then it's 3 laps of sprinting. And Katie Marchand just very carefully maintaining her position. Second out of the 6 riders, constantly just flicking those eyes behind the visor over her right shoulder, and immediately she goes.
Yes, she could see there was an attack coming from behind from the Netherlands and also from Emma Hintzer of Germany. She thought, I definitely want to be involved with that.
2.5 laps to go. Hetty van der Waal is on the back wheel of Katie Marchand, and in front of this race is the German Emma Hintzer. Leah Friedrich has already been knocked out. 2 laps to go.
There it is. So we've got Netherlands at the lead, and Japan is coming around the outside.
Yeah, the Japanese rider Ryu Ota is on the outside looking to take the lead. We're going to get the bell.
Is she going to come for an attack? Let's hear the crowd.
Great shout, Victoria. Big roars for Mathilde Gros. Here she comes down the back straight. Katie Marchand in her way. Katie Marchand of Great Britain pacing this beautifully into the final bend, looking to finish in the top 3. She's going to do that comfortably. Yes. Marchand is through to the final. 6 riders in the final going for the medals tonight, and Britain have 2 of them in Katie Marchand and Emma Finucane. Hetty van der Waal is through, and we're waiting to see who the 3rd qualifier is. It is Emma Hintzer of Germany.
We could see 2 British women on the podium tonight.
Blimey.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's great, because I'm just looking at the podium now. It's just sort of just almost kind of a few feet away to my left, and this is as close as I've got during this Olympics so far.
It's a prime position for the
it's
podium there,
Ellie. It's an incredible position. Yeah, you're really, really close. And how exciting would it be to see 2 GB women on that podium this evening? It's amazing to watch this.
Having been there for the women's team sprinters getting their golds on the other day, not only are you close to the medalists, but if you just turn to your right ever so much away from the podium, the flags go right in front of your face.
Amazing.
You can touch the flags as they go up. I mean, that's pretty cool.
I wouldn't advise
it. But
No, I won't do that, I don't think. I've made a couple of comparisons to Formula One and actually just Formula One racing or motor racing generally, and it is the closest experience in a sporting sense or in a spectator sense that I can imagine that it's a comparison with, because when you're on the grid, as I said, when you're in the pit lane, sometimes if you're lucky enough to get that kind of access, you just feel so close to everything, and it's absolutely thrilling to be here. I mean, there's so many bikes lined up. It's like there's just racks and racks of bikes just lined up in front of me. It's almost like people have just dumped them, but they clearly haven't, because they're worth an awful lot of money these bikes. So where are we now? We are coming up to. We'll be back to the Omnium next, Ali.
Yes. Well, this is the best race in the Omnium. I mean, this is a thriller.
This is one you love.
I do. Thriller minute. So this is the elimination race. All 22 riders on track. They'll start off. They'll get a lap's grace to warm up. Then they'll do another lap, and then the bell will ring. And the bell will ring every other lap, and the sprint starts. And if you are last across the line in the field, something flashes on your handlebars, doesn't it, Vic, to tell you that you're last.
It.
And then you're bumped, and you've got to drop off the track. And we keep going, Ellie, until we get down to 3 riders, 2 riders, shootout down to 1 rider. Great. You would have enjoyed this, I think.
Love it. It's a fun race to get involved with, but also it makes it much easier to follow because it's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller field.
Yes.
So it's a little bit easier to follow out there.
So is it a bit like kind of musical chairs or something like that you play in a party?
You just don't want to be in that last chair.
If you haven't got a seat, you don't want to be the last person. You want to be the person who goes out.
Yeah, you do see. It gets exciting as they come down the finishing straight and they all squeeze, and then everyone looks at their handlebars and then somebody looks disappointed.
If we're looking at medal hopes for Ethan Hayter in this field, Ellie, he needs a good elimination race here, as Victoria was saying. So he's on 48 points overall in the Omnium. That has him in 10th, 28 points off the gold medal position, which is the Belgian Fabio van den Bossche. But if you can get a good elimination race in, then the points race, the final event tonight, you can pick up lots of points. So it's key now. It's key that Hayter finishes. What do we think, Vic? Top 5?
Yeah. And it's also, I doubt many of the riders go into this event thinking I'm going to top the table in all 4 because it's a lot to ask. So if you play to your strengths, get as many points as you can in the races that you want to focus your energy into, or that you have the best opportunity into, and then wait for the points race to make those final decisive moves and moments.
They're all going up the steps now, just in front of me, and it's just I am fascinated by the bikes. You're right, Ali, that it is an incredibly colourful thing to watch.
Yes.
Because you've not only got the skin suits and the helmets, but the bikes, and some of them are customised with. I'm just looking at a Spanish one. I mean, it's the Spanish one because it's got the yellow and red Spanish colours, and the Mexican one is kind of. I don't know how you describe it really, but it's almost like an Aztec design on it. So that is fascinating. That they've made these things so distinctive, just a little subtle flash of the tricolore of Italy as well, just cycling around here. But I mean, that is one packed track below you.
It is.
I mean, so some of the riders, Victoria, on their bikes, and they rumble round, don't they, just to get the legs going again, because let's not forget these guys have already done a lot of riding tonight, although as well as saying that, a lot of them are used to doing a lot of riding, spending a lot of time on the road and put lots of miles in the legs. But they'll take their time, and all the coaches are standing on the side of the track, and you're thinking, what on earth is going on here? I'm always fascinated, actually, Victoria, for someone coming to the velodrome for the first time. Some of the velodromes I've sat in, actually, you'll get an explainer. Someone will appear on the big screen and explain what you're about to see, because some of it is very confusing, isn't it?
It is. But also, you kind of forget when you're always in sport, the kind of weird kind of nuances of your sport, because if you've grown up with it, you're like, oh, is that weird to you?
Exactly.
So you forget to explain it, and you can get carried away with yourself and somebody looking at you with a very blank expression.
Yeah. But in terms of this race, Victoria, so in terms of the strategy of this race, obviously you don't want to be last across the line in the sprint. You've got to be so careful here not to get boxed in, get in the wrong position. That's the key, isn't it?
Yeah, and actually I always enjoyed watching Laura Kenny, because she used to kind of just zip in at the last minute and someone else would get picked off, and that's that uses quite a lot of energy, but if you've got a good turn of speed, it's a great way to not do too much effort at the front and just pick people off at the back.
Right, we're going to see this race as it unfolds, but we are very close to the medal ceremony. In the sailing, Tony, it's been quite slim pickings, but finally, Ellie Oldroyd has done it for Team GB today.
Yeah, we were waiting for medals. Then we got a gold one. We've heard the national anthem 12 times during this Olympics. Why not make it 13? Shoujo talked us through the gold medal moment. Shoujo, now you can have the gold medal around the neck moment.
Yeah, it is a big moment for Ellie Oldroyd, 27 years old from Dorset. She won the women's kite at Marseille Marina. Finally, we've had some sailing. We've been looking forward to the races taking place with all that lack of wind over the last 10, 11 days or so. Ellie Oldridge is just about to step on the top step of the podium. We've just seen the medals given out for silver and for bronze to Lauriane Nolot of France, who took silver, Annaloes Lamertz of the Netherlands, who took bronze, and Ellie Oldridge of Great Britain in her pristine white tracksuit steps on to the top step, both her arms aloft. You can see the whites of her teeth, so big is her smile. The gold medal placed around her neck by the IOC member, the handshake. She just tucks in her hair. The wind is breezy at the moment, but there you go. How ironic is that we've had so many races cancelled and postponed over this Olympic sailing regatta. She's handed that poster of Paris, and this is going to be the biggest moment, certainly, of her sailing life. She took silver in the Olympic test event here in Marseille last year. She's just holding up her gold medal for the cameras. As we heard her in her interview a little bit earlier, she switched to kite surfing in 2018, and now she has the gold. And here comes the anthems.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please stand for the anthem of Great Britain.
There in Marseille Marina, Ellie Oldridge with one arm aloft. As I was saying, she only switched to kite surfing in 2018. By 2021, she was a World Championship medalist, and now Olympic champion. She was flawless in the final, Tony, and what a performance.
Brilliant show, Joe. Top stuff, mate. Thank you. Well done to Ellie Oldridge. You'll get more reaction from Shirley Robertson's Britain's double Olympic gold medalist sailor very shortly. Let's go back to the velodrome, Ali. Another race underway.
Yeah, third event in the men's omnium, third event of four, and Great Britain's Ethan Hayter needs a good ride in this. It is a thriller on the boards. It's the men's elimination race. The bell rings every other lap, and you do not want to be the last one across the line after the bell rings. That's a sprint, and on this sprint, Ethan Hayter, no danger of that. He is first across the line, and thank you, Ethan Hayter, for changing your cycling helmet. You are the easiest man to spot on the track right now. Luminous yellow with luminous orange right down the middle.
I know, I'm very pleased to see that too.
So there we go, Tony. Bell goes again, and we will continue to whittle these riders down on every single sprint.
Back with you guys very shortly indeed, but as we've just heard, Ellie Oldridge has just had the gold medal placed round her neck, becoming the first ever winner of the women's kite surfing event. Shirley Robertson, double gold medalist, part of the BBC's TV sailing team, was there and joins us now. Hello, Shirley.
Oh, what a great day we've had here in Marseille. And what a way she won that medal. They normally have a really long series, an opening series of like 18 races. They had 7. There's been much waiting around. But today, you know, she had to go out and she had to stop the French opponent winning. It's a first to 3. And if the French had won one race, then she would have gone away with the gold. So she just came out really, really experienced delivery. She made good choices, bold choices, won that first race, and then held it together while the French rider just kind of fell apart in the next one. So delighted for her. She was a dinghy sailor in Poole Harbour until 2018, and the RYA, our federation in the UK, realised that they didn't really have any kiters and it was going to be in the Olympics, and they set up a scheme called Kite for Gold, and she thought, well, I've done a little bit, I'll give it a go, and here she is 6 years later with a gold medal. It is a fairy tale ending, but she has worked solidly hard for it and really put on an incredible display of racecraft today.
Yeah, I want to get into the science of it very shortly, but we played out your interview with her a few moments ago, and she sounded quite emotional when it sank in. Yeah,
you know, you're first in the line in the mix zone with the BBC, and it was just, I think, her first moment, her first tier. And so it's a very privileged spot, as you know. She will come back and perhaps we'll get a more considered interview, but it meant a lot. I mean, she's really worked hard for this for 6 years, even before Tokyo. It is the first Olympics for this sport, and very little mistake. I mean, I couldn't fault her racing. She made all the good choices. She came in and got a smaller kite, brave move. It's hard to predict the weather. And she's coached by Stevie Morrison, who's a former Olympian. I don't know, they just did a really level-headed campaign, even when many of the other British sailors were kind of falling away, not medaling, not performing as they should. She somehow came out today and delivered, and you could tell in that interview it was just a moment of realization that actually finally after 6 years she'd done it.
Well, 13 golds and she's got one of them. It is pretty amazing. Now she's won gold, we'll all suddenly try and become experts in kite sailing. And, counterintuitively, when we were told she'd gone for a smaller sail, I'm thinking, what? She won't get as much wind. But, I mean, who knows? And also, so talk us through how that works. And also, if you can, Shirley, I read she gained quite a bit of weight in the build-up to give her a better chance at gold. How does that work?
Well, so they have a choice of 4 kites. Obviously, the bigger the kite, the more power. And actually, I guess the kite choice, the maximum size of kite, hers is 21 metres, the lads are 23. It's a lot of power, like really quickly. You don't need much wind to be absolutely powered up. And you're balancing on that tiny hydrofoil. And you'll see the guys are massive. They look like power lifters. I mean, they're like little belly dancers on the board, but they're massive dudes. I mean, they're like 110 kilos. So it became apparent quite quickly that actually the women were a bit small. Ellie did her best. She put on, good 10 kilos from her natural weight. But there is a move now within the sport that the kites will get smaller in the hope that the weight does reduce. But she didn't let that bother her today. She made the right decision for her. She knew her best speed was a smaller kite, which meant she could maneuver better. Our pace was good and she was way more under control, and we saw that. I mean, no errors anywhere on the racetrack, and Lorient Nolot made errors and let her past.
I just want to end, Shirley, if I can, with a more general question. I was at the skateboarding yesterday and just celebrating the amount of young people that were there, the Olympics trying to reinvent itself, etc. You won your golds in more traditional sailing events. Kite sailing coming in, obviously more people will be interested in GB now because of what Ellie's done. Is that the future? Do you guys welcome it in? How does all that work?
I think we have to welcome it. I mean, at this Olympic Games, 5 of the 10 sailing medals have been in foiling crafts, 2 kiting, 2 foiling windsurfers and a foiling multi-hull. I mean, it has to be the future. It has to look better. It has to be more understandable. And I think sailing had made a big jump and some bold decisions to do that. They were thwarted in many ways by the venue. It has been like super light winds. And luckily, really, today that the kites can go and not a great deal of breeze, and they did. So not ideal, not an incredible showcase for the sport, but I really think it is the direction the sport has to go. And we see in the men's kite, leading the way is the 17-year-old Max Mader from Singapore, an extraordinary talent, multiple world champion. And again, Ellie's 27, but behind her, younger riders. And I think, as you say, it will inspire, younger riders, hopefully within the UK, to get going.
We're seeing the future Olympics play out in front of our eyes, aren't we? Shirley, lovely to talk to you. Thanks very much.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Shirley Robertson there, double Olympic gold medalist and part of the BBC TV sailing team. Right, back to the velodrome with Ellie. Hello again, Ellie.
The riders in the elimination race, part of the men's omnium, have been whizzing around past me for the last few minutes. And every time I've looked up Ali Bruce Ball, it seems as if Ethan Hayter he's kind of like the tip of the arrowhead.
Yeah, no, he's riding this really well at the moment, Ellie. We are down to 9 riders on the track. If he can win this event, he'll get himself the full 40 points for this, the third event of 4 in the men's omnium. It seems to me, Victoria Pendleton, like he's really come out on a mission this race and then the last race to go.
That's it. He's really controlling the front of the race. He's just squeezing on when a rider comes close to him. He's got the position on the bottom of the track, so he has to make everyone travel further around his outside. So he's easing the gas on when necessary to keep everyone at bay.
Right, let's see who crosses the line last there. Sam Welsford, the Australian, looked like he was in trouble there. Has he got the nod? Was he eliminated? Yes, he was. So we go down to 8 riders. Ethan Hayter in the dark blue GB suit. No, there wasn't an elimination. Welsford is allowed back into the race here. We're back to 9 riders. The bella's gone, and he's right at the back of the peloton in the back straight. Ethan Hayter in no trouble at all for Great Britain here. At the front of the peloton, of the 9 riders, coming into the home straight, and across the line he goes. He looks very smooth, very in control.
He does look very comfortable, but he has some of the strongest competitors in this event closely stuck to his wheel, so he wants to get the edge over those in the final 4 or 5 laps.
8 riders left. You hear the bell every other lap. Last man across the line drops out of this race, the elimination race. Ethan Hayter looks comfortable at the moment for Great Britain, leading the pack down the back straight. Suddenly the pace is picked up. Viviani's in a spot of bother, the Italian here at the back of the pack. Hayter comfortable again on the inside line. They cross in a big old bunch. Oh, Thomas gone.
Thomas, yes. You could see that he was a bit unhappy about that. Yeah.
Well, he was 4th overall going into this event, and Nicholas Larson, the Dane, who was in the silver medal position, went out very early as well. So this is good for Ethan Hayter and Great Britain at the moment. Hang on, Gaviria Rondon is shaking his head as well. I'm not quite sure what that is about. Thomas gone up on the screen. Thomas back in the race. They've changed it.
No.
The Frenchman is back in the race, and he's desperately trying to get on the back wheel of the pack here. And Gaviria Rondon, the Colombian, has been dropped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 riders left on the track. One of them is Britain's Ethan Hayter. This is going to get tasty.
Now there's a bit more movement on the track as they go up to the top of the boards, like reassess the situation, see who's still left, check out the opponents around you and what they might be capable of.
Yuri Leitao, that was a tired effort from the world champion. Portugal. Yuri Leitao gets the nod. Now he's unhappy with something. He's not happy with the way this race has been called. Maybe he didn't realise that was the sprint and hadn't reacted to the bell.
Oh, it's been a bit confusing. They've had a couple of laps without elimination.
Right, there once was a Brit, a Frenchman, an Italian, an Aussie, a Belgian, and a German. We've still got our friend out there, Tom Teutenberg. Hayter at the front of the 6 riders, coming down the home straight. He's not going to drop out this time. Again, that's a blanket finish. Too difficult to tell. The sensors will tell us, and let's see whose name goes up on the board. Victoria, we're down to 5 riders, and the leader of the overall Omnium, Van der Boss, is out.
Which is good news, because he won't be able to score high enough on the points here. So Ethan Hayter has a chance of taking maximum points in this.
Ethan Hayter out there with 4 other riders, taking them into the back straight in this next sprint. Gets his head down, looks tired at the moment, giving it all he can. Coming into the home straight, Welsford, the Australian, spot of bother at the back here. Looks like he's the one to go. Hayter remains, 4 riders left.
Great riding here by Ethan Hayter. He's really controlling everything that's happening. I don't know how long he can maintain this for. He's done a lot of work at the front so far.
Teutenberg, Hayter, the Frenchman Thomas, who was allowed a reprieve, and Viviani. He is such an experienced rider in these sort of races. Hayter's not having any of it on the bell. Thomas on his back wheel. Teutenberg unhappy. Everyone's unhappy in this race. He throws out an arm, claims he was blocked. He's going to lose this sprint. Let's see what they decide. I think we're down to 3.
Down to 3 riders. They're all looking at each other like, what is going on? It's turning into a match sprint here.
Love it. Love this event. We're down to 3 and a Frenchman in amongst them. Hayter as well for Great Britain. Also Viviani, the Italian. The bell goes, and here they come. Dark blue for Hayter, red, white and blue for Thomas, and the azure blue for Viviani. Hayter takes the 3 of them into the back straight. Come on, Hayter, says Victoria Pendleton. Hayter is holding the Frenchman and the Italian off. Viviani tries to come on the inside. Hayter, I think, just holds on. I think Thomas gone. It's head-to-head between Hayter and Viviani.
Oh, it's getting exciting now.
Oh, here we go. Yes. Half a lap to the bell.
Come on.
Hayter wants the full 40 points to get himself into medal contention. Going in the points race, the bell goes. Hayter against Viviani, the 35-year-old Italian. Hayter's got a lead. Viviani gives up. Viviani gives up. He saves the gas. And I think his coach was telling him, don't go for it.
Save
and Ethan Hayter for Great Britain, the Union flags fly in the velodrome. He was in control from start to finish in that elimination race, and that is going to shoot him up the leaderboard, Victoria Pendleton.
Yeah, I mean, he worked very hard. It was clearly an event that he put a lot of focus and energy into. He wasn't going to give up that position at the front, and he didn't want to relinquish control of the pace of that race. He put in work, but it paid off.
Union flags flying inside the velodrome. Great effort from Ethan Hayter. Ellie, this is how it stands going into the final event in the Omnium. Your leader is the Belgian Fabio van der Bosse on 106 points. Benjamin Thomas of France, 10 points back in the silver medal position on 96. Yuri Leitao of Portugal, the world champion, on 94. Tim Thorn-Teutenberg on 92 in fourth. And Ethan Hayter in the mix for Great Britain on 88 points, with the points race to come.
You were so relaxed, Vic, weren't you, about the fact that Ethan Hayter didn't actually score a point in the tempo race.
Yeah.
But he absolutely bossed that. And is that just, in the end, you talked about the tactics, you talked about people trying to take out the medal contenders and the strategies involved. But as we said, Ethan Hayter, in that luminous helmet, has just completely blown the field away.
Yeah, I mean, with the 4 events and the fact that on the last event you have an opportunity to really mix the points up in terms of you score and gain a lap, your points get added into the final score. I really feel like there's no point in a rider going in and going to win every single race, because I think it's close to impossible with the depth and strength of the field. So I think using your energy wisely in the events that you can perform well in, and sort of maybe being a bit more conservative in the others.
I wouldn't fancy being the ref in that, because there are going to be some angry cyclists down here.
I know.
There might be a punch-up near you shortly, Ellie.
I mean, there was a lot of angry folks out there today.
There were. A lot of gesturing.
Well, the coaches down. I was going to say the coaches down in front of me, down here in the pit, were you could just see the reactions on their faces as the different names came up. The Danes were particularly unhappy for a while, but yeah, Jason Kenny from the GB team and the GB coaches just looking pretty relaxed with life at the moment. We've got the second lot of heats in the sprint as well, in the individual men's sprint, so looking forward to that coming up shortly.
As we say in Burnley, it'll all come out in wash. While we all ponder that philosophical gem, let's go to the football. And Conor McNamara, who's watching Egypt-Morocco, is it all over, Conor?
It's all over. It's bronze medal for Morocco. It's only the second time at these games that Morocco have made it to a podium. Comprehensive win in the end, 6-0 against Egypt, featuring Mo El Neni, the former Arsenal player. This was one-way traffic from start to finish, and the last goal, which came in the 87th minute, scored by the star of the team, Achraf Hakimi, who plays for Paris Saint-Germain. Such a huge Moroccan population live in France, and these celebrations are huge at the moment in Nantes. Egypt 0, Morocco 6.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I missed all that. I thought it was close. But he said that at the end. Julian, I heard Morocco were playing the other night against Spain, and they scored, and you could hear the size of the crowd.
It was red everywhere. And they've been at home, really, through this whole tournament. They have been the best team, really, with Spain, better than France, even better than Egypt, who they beat today, who lost to France in the semi-final. But everywhere they've been today, in Nantes, in Marseille the other day, in Saint-Etienne, where we saw that first game against Argentina, just red everywhere because of the very big community of Moroccans that we have here, whether they're first generation, second, third. But yeah, it's been massive for them. And to be fair, one incredible 18 months, semi-final of the World Cup in 2022. Obviously, that amazing run, first ever African country to go that far in a World Cup, in a men's World Cup. And now, the African Cup of Nations was a bit disappointing in the end, the last 16 defeat. But then this bronze medal for this generation, fantastic.
I just want to be clear on this. Are you saying France against Spain in the gold medal match is not the best final we could have had?
No, I think Spain and Morocco have been the two best teams in this tournament, and they faced each other in the semi-final. It was the way the bracket was made, and the French won their side of the bracket, so they deserve to be in the final. But yeah, I was very impressed with Morocco. Haimi, their striker, is the top goal scorer of the tournament, and really they've been outstanding, and they pushed Spain very, very far in that semi-final.
Yeah. Well, Julian Leron, if you can't guess, is with me here in the Parisian Cafe, where it's the back end of the day now. The sun's setting slowly. I'm just watching Ellie Oldroyd on the telly. They're finally showing her on French telly here, getting that gold medal, if you missed it, in kite sailing earlier on. The first time kite sailing's been in the Olympics, and she won, and as a result, that's the 13th gold for Great Britain in this Olympics, which is kind of cements them in the medals table, which is great. We're hoping, Ellie, at the velodrome, more medals on the way tonight.
Yeah, we're not very far away from the final of the women's. Keirin with Emma Finucane and Katie Marchant, both in it for Team GB. So, I mean, Victoria Pendleton, who's with us here in the velodrome, who had what was it called, the drink that you had?
Optimiste.
L'optimiste. Who is ever l'optimiste.
What was in it?
Carrot, ginger, orange...
and something else, yeah. Absolutely delicious.
Some alcohol.
No, it was very, very much a healthy, fresh juice.
I'm optimistic. I never have that in my life.
Yeah, it was delicious. It works.
Yeah.
Well, ABB needs a bath of it.
But yeah, so that is coming up at scheduled for 11 minutes past 6 your time. I'm not quite sure. We're not that far out of time, are we, at the moment?
We caught up a bit, Ellie.
On time.
Yeah, we were, after the crash, we went about 10 minutes behind. I think we're about 5 minutes behind at the moment.
Okay, so that will be at around about quarter past 6 your time, perhaps. And then the men's omnium point race, the final race in the omnium, around about 6 your time. So yeah, in the space of a few minutes, we could potentially have a whole sack full of GB medals to celebrate.
We could.
Well, good. You won't miss a moment here on 5 Live, which, in order to make sure we don't miss a moment, let's say it's slightly early. It's just coming up to 6 o'clock. Let's get the 5 Live news with Richard Foster.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Tony. Good evening. All the children who were injured in the stabbings in Southport last week have now been discharged from hospital. The last remaining injured girl has been discharged from the Royal Manchester Children's Hospital and will continue recovering at home. Her relatives have thanked the staff there for their extraordinary care. At least 10 people involved in last week's violence have been jailed. William Morgan, who's 69, set fire to a library and vandalised police cars in Liverpool, while 43-year-old John O'Malley joined a mob in Southport. They were each sentenced to more than 2 years. Here's the judge, Andrew Maneri, KC.
At both these locations, there was very serious mob violence, and each of you was at the forefront of that lawless behaviour. Every decent member of the community affected by these events will have been appalled and deeply disturbed by what has taken place in their neighbourhoods.
The Police Service of Northern Ireland has asked for backup from other forces after a fifth night of trouble in Belfast. They've requested 120 extra officers. A suspended Labour councillor has been arrested on suspicion of encouraging murder after comments made at a counter-protest in London last night. In a video, Ricky Jones appears to say that the throats of rioters should be cut. The Mayor of London says Taylor Swift concerts will go ahead at Wembley later this month, despite a terror plot at her gigs in Austria. Yesterday, all 3 of Swift's shows in Vienna were cancelled and 2 suspected extremists were arrested. And NASA says 2 American astronauts could be stuck in space for more than 8 months after a technical problem with their spacecraft. Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams were only supposed to be at the International Space Station for 8 days.
In the latest travel news, in the West Midlands, the M5 northbound, you've got long delays and a lane closed on the exit slip road to the M6 northbound because of an accident and a fuel spillage. Congestion there is back to junction 2 at Dudley, but expect that to be causing some problems for a little while. It's going to take a long time for that fuel spillage to be cleared, I'm afraid. The West Midlands, the M6 northbound, the stop-start traffic because of an obstruction on the road before junction 5 at Castle Bromwich. Congestion is to the M42 interchange. Cambridgeshire, the M11 northbound is partially blocked. There's been an accident between junction 10 and 11 at Cambridge South, and the M25 clockwise, one lane is closed at junction 14 for Heathrow. There's been an accident there. Congestion is back to Staines at junction 13. Ellie Brennan, 5 Live Travel.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Eleanor Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
So coming up later on, we're going to be in the Stade de France with our team, Ali Kirbishley, Kath Mary, and of course Kelly Cates, following Katarina Johnson-Thompson's progress in the heptathlon. We will also be bringing you medal chances here in the velodrome in the next few minutes. Also Bradley Sinden fighting for bronze in the taekwondo as well after he was agonisingly beaten in the semi-finals. But we are focusing on the track for the moment, Tony. I don't know, I'm a big fan of the sprints, actually. I love the cat and mouse element of it, and then the hell for leather to the line.
We're all getting an education in the various events today. I just want to ask Vic one question from me on that last race we saw when one person was ejected at the end of the light. Where is the light on the bike, Vic?
Well, actually, we may have been fibbing to you.
Oh,
the World
vibrating saddle.
Yeah,
Tell me it's a vibrating saddle.
Yeah, no. That would definitely get your attention. there usually is like a little light box on the handlebars.
Yeah.
However, I think with all these modern Fandango Olympic level, like carbon fibre
Gizmos.
moulded handlebars, maybe they don't clip on anymore. They don't fit.
So what
who
is it
knows?
then? How do they know?
Well, I mean, it's announced, it goes up on the big screen, you get pointed at, and you're
then-
publicly humiliated.
Yeah,
So
and
it's
if all else fails,
I take a big foam finger
Yeah.
comes out and says it's
basically,
you.
yeah. So if all of that fails, a connoisseur holds a picture of your flag up and looks very angrily at you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's, so yeah, that's
How
what
low
happens.
tech is that?
I know.
A giant
laminated.
hook comes down from the ceiling,
Yes, yeah.
lifts you up.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to get this second round of sprint races already underway, we're watching Hamish Turnbull again, aren't we?
Sprint racing coming at you thick and fast on 5 Live and BBC Sounds at the moment. Huge race for Hamish Turnbull this, the second race, best of 3 in the quarterfinals of the men's individual sprint. He's one up. He beat the Dutchman Geoffrey Hoogland in the first race. He's led out here, Victoria, and he's not mucking around. There's none of the cat and mouse, let's crawl round the first lap. He's immediately got round the first lap quite quickly. He's about to come into the home straight.
Yeah, he's got a moderate pace. He just wants to keep the pace at a place where he can accelerate on the gear. They're using massive gears. If they go too slow, it's such an enormous effort to pick up pace. But looks like Geoffrey Hoogland wants to take the lead.
Yeah, Hoogland, suddenly hulking figure, goes rocking past Turnbull. Turnbull's out of the saddle on the back straight and trying to catch him.
Yeah, so I think he'll be looking to get some gap. It's turning into the race we saw before. He's getting some height and ducking down in between the Dutchman. He's got a great gap between him and his competitor as he accelerates down the back straight.
Trying to get on the back wheel. Final bend coming into the home straight. If he can win it, he's through to the semi-finals. Looking to beat him on the line. I think Hoogland's got it. I think we're going to a decider there.
Yeah. It's a best of 3 race.
Yeah.
They've got 1 all. It'll have to go to a decider.
They are saying photo finish up on the screen. Yeah, we called it. I got one right for once.
Well done, Ali.
I'm learning,
Yes.
Ellie, I'm learning. So Hamish Turnbull, that was close again, though he had some gas in the home straight there.
Yeah, definitely. I think he left a gap, as you saw in the race before. Geoffrey Hoogland took the race on, and Hamish was quite impatient and then rushed the gap. The gap wasn't quite big enough there, and that's why he didn't have the capacity to come round.
So what that means, Ellie, is a decider. For Hamish Turnbull against Geoffrey Hoogland, which on the schedule comes in at about 6:15 UK time, just after the women's keirin final. Jack Carlin is now coming out on track, but he is under pressure here because he lost his first race. He has to win this one to take it to a decider.
Yeah, I'm going to say that.
Sorry, Vic. No. So in this race, if the Japanese rider is 2-0 up, they don't race the final race.
No, that's it. But I will say that I have probably won most of my world titles by losing the first race and coming back in. Puts the pressure on a little bit if you can't afford to make any more mistakes.
Not deliberately, obviously.
No, just the way it's turned out.
Right. Okay,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, it's trying to make the most of the competition, Ali.
Also-
Look, how you only get to the Olympics once every 4 years.
Yeah, but the longer your career goes, if you keep doing that, if someone goes 1-0 up on you, they're worried, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's the thing. They're worried because they know you're not going away. Right, Jack Carlin, zipping the suit up. Very, very close to us, these riders. Jason Kenny, we can see him clear as day, just holding the bike, stock still here. Now, Carlin is going to have to lead off, and he's 1-0 down against Kaya Ota, the Japanese rider, who very patriotically just thumps his chest where his heart is, gets a slap on the back from his coach, and we are about to have a sprint over 3 laps, and Carlin has to win it to stay in the competition. He's just settling himself on the bike, and there he's just giving his opponent a little look there, Victoria. Just
Jason Kenny just gives him a little pat on the back.
Yeah, here we go. Whistle blows.
Come on,
and
Jack.
This does start very slowly. This is a crawl, and they slide down the bank onto the Côte d'Azur. Carlin in front just puts the wheels up onto the boards again and comes back onto the Côte d'Azur. And the first lap's going to take a while.
Yep, they're going to go very slowly. See what each other wants to do with this race. The connoisseurs walking on the inside line, making sure that they maintain a little bit of pace.
So it has to be at walking pace, Victoria?
Yeah, it has to be above walking pace.
Above walking pace, okay, which it just is at the moment. That was about my running pace today over the last couple of K, wasn't it?
No.
They're on the back straight, they're in the Côte d'Azur. Pressure race for Jack Carlin.
Yeah, Jack Carling, his head fixed, looking over his right shoulder, keeping a close eye on his Japanese opponent.
Still crawling. Now, both of them. Here we go. Now, that's clever. What's the Japanese rider doing there,
So
Victoria?
he's basically skipping his back wheel to get his feet in the right position. So if he needed to do a track stand and stop dead, he would be able to.
Yeah, so
not going to ask for that today.
now they're picking up the pace. OK, we've got just over 2 laps to go. Carlin's still in front, but there's no pace in this race at the moment. And at the moment, Ota is just shadowing him. He's following him, but he's about 5 yards behind.
Yeah, so basically Jack will want his opponent to be as close as possible to him, to not give him an advantage of the slipstream. But here comes the rider from Japan around the outside.
Yeah.
It's an early attack. I think this is a good sign.
OK, Jack Carlin out of the saddle, follows him. They're shoulder to shoulder. They're both high up on the bank in a way to our right. They nearly touched elbows there, and they still do into the back straight. Carlin and Ota. Ota's just got the edge. Carlin has the inside, heading into the home straight. It's going to be a tight one. Carlin's on his way. Oh, it's a photo again, and I think, yes, Ota's got it. Jack Carlin is out. He shakes his head in disappointment. He will not make it through to the individual sprint semi-finals. He was the bronze medalist in Tokyo. He won't be amongst the medalists this year. And if Britain wants to retain any interest in the men's individual sprint, then Hamish Turnbull has to beat Jeffrey Hoodland in the decider. He was well beaten, Victoria, in the first race against Ota, where he slightly got it wrong. What happened there?
Well, I think you could see they came very close to each other and they went up the banking, and when you nearly have a collision like that, a little bit of elbows touched as well coming down the sprinters lane into the finishing straight. We'll have to have a look what the commissaires will have to say about that. There might be a warning, but there was definitely it got physical there. It got physical. We couldn't quite see that coming down into the sprinters lane. They stayed high for a long time and really leant against each other's bodies to try and
That all okay, though? There's not going to be anything called there, is there?
In theory...
Stewards' inquiry?
In theory, you shouldn't.
What do you think?
Oh, yeah. It's a non-contact sport, Ellie.
Yeah.
So, it's a non-contact
So would
sport.
it be okay? Would somebody from the GB team appeal that, or?
I think everyone should stay very quiet about that, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's not...
I want more Carlin than Ota.
Yeah.
And more Carlin than Ota. Okay.
I mean, they both...
Okay.
It looked there from the camera angle. If someone leans against you, rightly so, you have to almost lean back in against them in order to maintain balance. So sometimes it looks like someone's leaning into you and you're pushing them back, but otherwise you can lose grip and fall off. So you have to use your body weight to rebalance yourself, if you know what I mean.
By the way, Ellie, don't panic here. This is a keirin race. This is
It's a classification race,
It's the
isn't it?
7 to 12.
Listen, I know what's going on.
Yeah, of course
it's taken me 2 hours. It's taken me 2 hours. I've worked it out. What I have worked out, partly actually, is because I can see Emma Finucane and Katie Marchant sitting in the little holding pen just in front of us, next to the steps, ready to get their bikes and go up and ride in the keirin final. So that is just a few minutes away, Tony. But back to you for the moment.
Yeah, back to you for that excitement shortly. GB's men in the hockey went out to India. India won bronze earlier on today. The men's gold medal matches between Germany and the Netherlands. And watching that for us is Sarah Orchard. Evening, Sarah.
Good evening, Tony. This is it then for the men's hockey tournament. The final game. Is it going to be Germany or the Netherlands? 0-0 at the moment. Still in the first quarter with 6 minutes to play. You've got Germany, 4 times gold medalists. They're the world champions right now, ranked second in the world. Against the Dutch, 2-time gold medalists, but they're the current European champions and world number ones. It will come as no surprise to you at all that predominantly the crowd are in orange, but I have to say, just on the balance of things, the Dutch have just had a little bit more possession, but there's really nothing in this so far. It's 0-0, 5 minutes, 45 seconds of the first quarter still to play.
Cheers, Sarah. Back to the velodrome with the women's keirin very shortly. I'm in the cafe with Julian Laurent, and we can introduce Bunsey to the mix as well, which is fantastic. Cool. Steve, evening to you.
Good evening to you, Tony.
It feels like a lifetime ago we were sat in this very cafe discussing Cindy Ngamba and refugee status, but very much part of Team GB. Her story goes on tonight. Where are we with the Cindy Ngamba story?
Well, at about 9:30 UK time, Cindy will be in a semi-final at the Roland Garros. A woman who was arrested, threatened with eviction, stuck in detention centres, even though she'd lived in Bolton since she was 11 years of age and has been part of the GB setup for 5 or 6 years. She's been a British amateur champion at 3 different weights. People have battled, and I mean battled, behind the scenes. She got herself onto the refugee team. She carried the flag on that stormy, wet, freezing night, which also seems like it was in a different time zone, a different planet, a different year, a different country, for God's sake. She carried the flag at the opening ceremony on a tiny little boat that they gave the refugees, and that was perhaps symbolic, to be perfectly honest with you. She has battled through, and she is so relaxed, so calm and so confident, but she has a hard night tonight against a woman from Panama called Afinia Bailon. But the way Sydney is feeling and fighting and acting and talking, it might take a little bit more than a pylon to beat her.
Late last night, Steve, I was watching French telly randomly, and they were showing the boxing because there were a couple of French blokes in finals. And just Roland Garros. Well, and I was there on Philippe Chatrier. I was there the other day watching tennis, but it looks at a brilliant arena for boxing. Julien, did you? It's amazing.
I think Bunsey, correct me if I'm wrong, but we've had maybe a Tony Yoka fight there.
Tony Yoka a couple of years ago, yes, the last win.
But back in the day, a long time ago, it used to be a boxing venue as well. Okay. So now they kind of reintroduced boxing to it.
It looked great.
And the thing with it, Tony, and I'll tell the pair of you this, I said the other day, it's 15,000. It's the best 15,000 seat venue indoors for boxing in the world. It's untouchable. It's the number one 15,000 seat venue in the world for boxing, and it's had a couple of days of Olympics and 1 pro fight.
But Bunsey, we've got to leave it there. Back with you for that fight later on and much more boxing as well. Let's get back to Ellie at the velodrome.
Yes, we've just seen the race for the 7th to 12th places in the women's keirin, so that has just been concluded. And in a moment, we will see Team GB's Katie Marchant and Emma Finucane ride for medals in the final of the women's keirin. For people who are just joining us, Ali, maybe just coming home from work, I have no idea whether people are at work today. I don't even know what day it is. But anyway, but if they are, just remind us how the keirin works.
Yeah.
And tell us a bit more about Emma and Katie.
No, of course. Emma Finucane, 21 years old. Katie Marchant, 31 years old, in her 3rd Olympics. This Emma Finucane's 1st Olympics, and both of them already have a gold medal at this Games in the women's team sprint. Here, though, they go head-to-head against Emma Hintzer of Germany, Daniela Gashola-Gonzalez of Mexico, Hetty van der Wouw of the Netherlands, and Elise Andrews of New Zealand. 6 laps of the track. The pace will be built over the first 3 from 30 kilometres an hour to 50 kilometres an hour by a man on a moped on the Derny, as it's officially called. He is waiting to go on the back straight right in front of the fans. He will appear. He'll pull up alongside the riders. You'll hear the gun go bang. He'll build the pace, Victoria, and then the last 3 laps, it is basically hell for leather.
Yeah, but just a group sprint of 6, so anything can happen. So it's quite close and it can be quite physical.
Let me take you back very quickly. London 2012, you won gold in this event. Can you remember actually being on the start line in the velodrome? Is that all a blur?
It's a bit of a blur.
Is it?
It's a long time ago, Ali. It's a long time ago, but this is like the best chance we've had since that 2012 Olympics for a female British sprinter to be on the podium, and we could have 2 on the podium in just a couple of minutes.
You've set that up perfectly, the riders being announced. Now then, Emma Finucane is going to start high up on the banking in lane 6 effectively, and Elise Andrews of New Zealand in lane 1 right on the inside. That is done by a random draw, isn't it, Victoria? And Katie Marchant starts in the middle of the track in lane 4 effectively.
Yeah. I'd be interested to know whether the riders will work together in some capacity. In the past, when there was only 1 rider per nation at the last Olympics, and here the 2 riders have qualified, so they could ride to aid one another. That has happened in the past between riders to ensure a victory, but we'll see what happens.
Do you feel nervous?
Yeah, I am a bit nervous.
Me too.
I am a bit nervous.
Me too. Right, strap in everyone. He's on his way on the Derny. 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Medals up for grabs. The women's keirin final. Emma Finucane and Katie Marchant racing for Great Britain. Focused, looking ahead. The gun goes and the riders pull away. The Great Britain riders in the dark blue suits. The Union flag embossed on their arms. Emma Finucane right at the back of the 6. Katie Marchant in 4th, and Elise Andrews just building the pace right behind the wheel of the Derny. Emma Finucane in that white helmet, just picking up a little bit of pace at the back. Is there any strategy in this bit, actually, Victoria, in the first 3 laps as they build?
No, I mean, obviously making sure that you can see exactly who's in front of you and who's behind you is important. If you're at the back, obviously you don't have to look anywhere, you can see. Look for people who look, I'd say, fidgety, like they're just sort of scoping up before they make a move, but also just stay aero and save energy.
It's a really tense build, this event, because you're just watching them at the moment, slowly, smoothly building the pace, but we know in a lap's time we're away and we're into the racing and there's 3 laps to go, and potentially we could get 2 British riders on the podium in the women's keirin. Now Emma Finucane is interested in making a move from the back, and she is following the back wheel of the Mexican Daniela Gaxiola Gonzalez. The moped leaves the track and Emma Finucane is right up there on the shoulder of Elise Andrews in 3rd. Katie Marchant right at the back, 2.5 laps to go.
Just poised in position, but no decisive moves yet. But I think we will see, probably coming into this lap, we'll see a little bit more action as Emma looks likely to come round the outside. 2
laps to go. Emma Finucane looking to get to the front. Elise Andrews is on her left shoulder. Katie Marchant is trying to stick with the pace. The bell goes. They're into the home straight. And here we go, the medals up for grabs. Emma Finucane, 2nd in the race at the moment, in great position. Katie Marchant picking up the pace down the back straight. Van der Waal of the Netherlands is there as well. Finucane has got work to do. Elise Andrews is holding them off. Finucane desperately goes for the line. I think she gets the bronze. Elise Andrews takes the gold. Hetty van der Waal takes the silver for the Netherlands. And Emma Finucane gets a 2nd medal at these games. But it's not a gold, it's a bronze medal for Finucane, and Katie Marchant is edged out just in 4th. Finucane looked in good position for the last couple of laps there, Victoria, but Elise Andrews rode the perfect race.
Oh, well, Elise Andrews was a silver medalist in Tokyo Olympics. She can't be underestimated as a rider, and she really rode that very well. She got to the front and she just squeezed on the pace and managed to hold them off. Great riding.
Would you say as well, Victoria, that we're going to see Emma Finucane go in the women's individual sprint, and she's delighted. She is delighted. She is waving to the British fans who are roaring around the velodrome at the moment. It's another medal in the bag. It's her first Olympics. She's just 21 years old. We gave it the big build-up. She might win all 3. The keirin is slightly more random than the individual sprint, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's you've got a 50% chance of winning an individual sprint, but here you've got a 1 in 6. So it really, when you get to the final stages of a keirin, especially at a major championships, anything can happen. We've seen Fate Brits come last. We've seen, real names we've never heard come sort of storming through and be in the right position at the right time. Because it's a group race, nothing is for certain.
Elise Andrews for New Zealand takes the gold medal. Hetty van der Waal takes the silver, and Emma Finucane the bronze for Great Britain, with Katie Marchant just edged out in 4th.
Wow, what a race that was. Oh, so tense and so close in the end, but well done to Emma Finucane. We'll see her just ride past us where we are down on the purple carpet in the pit of the velodrome. 1 medal down. Will there be another one in a short amount of time? The final event in the men's omnium coming up, and that will be Ethan Hayter going for gold in that one. But Tony, we'll see the medal ceremony here as well shortly. But for you in the cafe, I think it's bonsoir and bonsoiré à tous.
Yes, what and same back to you. I don't know what does that last bit mean? On tous?
Oh,
everybody.
All of
everybody.
You.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, absolutely.
Or is it just you now?
No, they're all. Julianne, thanks for your company today, mate.
Thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure as always.
And by the way,
yes.
You told me when you arrived you had 18 books in your luggage.
Yes.
And I wondered how many have you read so far in 2 weeks?
I'm 14 in. I've
14.
Got 4 to go, Jules. So, yeah.
Can I just say, Jules, as far as I'm concerned, that means he's not working hard enough. If he's got time to read 14 books, I always bring a book to the Olympics.
A book?
And I brought my Kindle actually this time. Haven't read a single page of anything.
Someone told me medals were available for the amount of books read. I'm going for gold. I'm channeling Team GB. Ellie, au revoir. I'll speak to you tomorrow.
Speak to you tomorrow. Absolutely.
See you later.
by Jules as well.
Bye,
So yeah, off to the athletics track, to the Stade de France shortly. But first, here in the velodrome with Victoria Pendleton and Alistair Bruce Ball in our commentary position, up and away to my right, and I'm just down in that area where just a few disappointed coaches and a few disappointed riders just coming past me now, and it's exhausting. It's an exhausting business in this absolute bear pit of a venue, surrounded by people as well, and the noise. I remember actually that noise from London. You guys were talking about London, and then from Rio as well. And when you just take your headphones off for 1 second, it is deafening, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, Ellie. It's not as loud as the Velodrome. London 2012. If you listen back to some of our commentaries, Simon Brotherton did them then on 5 Live, and Victoria will tell you, I mean, it absolutely blasts your ears off. Always helps having the French riders involved in the races as well. But what the design of the Velodrome is so good and so perfect because you're so tightly packed in, which is also why it makes it so blooming hot. But the noise is kept in because every single door is shut in this place. We're sort of hermetically sealed in a contained environment. So as racers, sometimes I wonder, Ellie, doing the swimming last week, can the swimmers really hear the crowd? Well, they could in La Défense last week because there were 17,000. There is absolutely no mistaking here. I mean, it is bedlam. It is bedlam, and it's great fun.
So just remind us what we've got coming up. We're 3/4 of the way through the Omnium, aren't we?
We're 3/4 of the way through the Omnium, so we've got the points race to come. Look out, everyone, that's 100 laps, okay? So the Omnium is going to be decided over 100 laps. When we get to it, I will explain the rules. Ethan Hayter has a chance of getting in amongst the medals after a really good performance in the elimination race. We've got one decider to come, Ellie, in the men's individual sprint quarterfinals, and it does involve Great Britain's Jack Carlin. He's going up against Kaya Ota. So, no, I beg your pardon, it's Hamish Turnbull against Jeffrey Hoogland. I've got them the wrong way round. Have I? Am I getting confused? No, we got two.
I tell you
We've got two deciders.
Yeah,
we've got two. I beg your pardon.
Can I interrupt you, Ali? Because Katie Marchant's just walking past me. Let me just see if I can say hello. Hello, Kate. Hello, Katie. This is Radio 5 Live. Actually, I tell you what, I'm going to keep this microphone and give you that one if that's all right. Yeah, there we go. I mean, you must be exhausted. We've said so many times during these games, 4th place is just the worst, isn't it? But you're still a multiple medalist here at the Olympics.
It still feels really good, Monday was an absolute spectacular day and a feeling that's going to live with me for a long, long time. And then, I guess to bottle all that up and come and race yesterday and today in the keirin and to make the final and to finish 4th, it hurts a little bit, but I can't be too disappointed. Yeah, in your career, your relatively long career in the cycling world, you've been here a while. I didn't want to say that, you're much too young, but you've become a mum as well in between the last 2 Olympic Games. I just noticed you've got a little gold necklace which says Arthur on it. Yeah, he's very special close to my heart, obviously, and to have him here, and as you say, it's been an absolute journey, and the last 2 years have been the best 2 years of my life, and I think he's taught me so much, and I've been able to take that into racing, and I'm 100% a better person and a better rider and a better athlete than I was 5-6 years ago, and that's what this is all about, like learning and growth, and just being a good human, I guess, and I really cannot complain.
And the atmosphere around this team, because the success rate really so far at this velodrome has been incredibly high, hasn't it? Really, we haven't missed a beat, really.
Yeah, no, all the crowd have been phenomenal, and the women's sprint took a gold medal on Monday, and then 2 of us lined up in the keirin final at the Olympics today, and obviously Emma got a bronze, but it's so special, and it just shows the strength and depth and where we've come, really, and as I said before, the growth that's come from within.
Yeah, well look, Katie, many congratulations on reaching the final, and it's great to see you, and go and get a breast and relax for a bit and enjoy a bit of time with Arthur as well, hopefully.
Thank you
so much. And that was Katie Marchant talking to us there. Vic, goodness me, I mean, she looks really tired, but happy as well, because she's already a medalist and reaching and having 2 British women in the final of the keirin, as she was saying, 2 British sprinters, excellent work. But actually talking about female sprinters, we're looking at another male sprinter now, Ali.
I've sorted out the confusion, Ellie. So if you remember, in Jack Carlin's second race in the best of 3 against Kaya Ota, the Japanese rider, there was a little bit of a coming together, and we wondered whether they'd have a look at that. Well, that race was actually given to Carlin. So Carlin's been given a reprieve. So we've now got deciders for both Hamish Turnbull and Jack Carlin on the track right now. This is the decider between Hamish Turnbull and the great Dutch sprinter Jeffrey Hoogland. So everything on the line here, Victoria. This is all or nothing. 2.5 laps to go, and at the moment they are just very steadily and slowly making their way down the back straight.
Yeah, and I think Jeffrey Hoogland will be very happy to lead this out. He's picking up the pace there as Hamish Turnbull gets some height on the track, kind of close the door on him a little bit. I think he wants to take this race on from the front.
Turnbull won the first one, Hoogland won the second.
Ooh,
goodness me, they are
going.
close. That is
And
intimate cycling there, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Right up by the barriers. They're high on the bank on the back straight. It's such a fabulous view across the velodrome here, picking up the pace, and they've stayed high all the way.
Yes, they have stayed high, which is a little bit daunting, I'm not going to lie, when you're going full pelt right near that barrier.
Go flashing past us on the bell, and Hoogland's still high. Now he darts down to the bottom towards the Côte d'Azur. Turnbull has got work to do in the back straight. Couple of bike lengths behind. Turnbull, I don't think, is going to get there. Hoogland powers into the home straight. No, Hamish Turnbull is out. He couldn't beat Hoogland there. Fascinating race to watch that one. But Turnbull won the first. Hoogland's turned it around. Hoogland goes through to the semi-finals, which are tomorrow. There'll be the final as well, along with Harry Lavraessen and the Australian Matt Richardson. So 2 Dutchmen and an Australian. And coming up, Victoria, we've got Jack Carlin against Kaya Ota. I know you wanted to get the message to Ellie, didn't you, while she was talking to Katie Marchant?
I did.
And she may well speak to Emma Van Aken as well. You wanted to say just how well you think they've done at these games.
I mean, there has never been 2 women in a keirin final at the Olympic Games. It's never happened. And to see 2 riders in such great form and really doing such an incredible job of raising the profile of women's sprinting, raising the level of women's sprinting in the UK, I feel like immensely proud of them, and they should be immensely proud of themselves. Yeah, well, I know you won't say it yourself, but part of the reason for that, Victoria, is because you have inspired riders to follow you and what you did, and you very much were ploughing a lone furrow. I'm allowed to say that, you're not. That's very true.
Well,
right.
Look, I was going to say, if we get the chance with Emma, I'll see if I can put a pair of headphones on her, and you can say that all to you.
That'd be great.
I won't put my headphones on because they're very sweaty.
Right. I've got a much more light-hearted question for you. I've just spotted that Jason Kenny, who's holding the bike of Jack Carlin, has a little Union Jack sort of satchel. So I'm just wondering what he's got. I know that's his accreditation strap.
A little bit of chalk in there.
What's that for then?
Sweaty palms. I could do with a bit of chalk right now, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, so for the handlebars, you can see that their hands, they're quite chalky, like weightlifters or gymnasts, to get a good grip on those handlebars.
Right. This is a decider. Winner takes all through to the semi-finals. Ota thought he was through. Just remind us what happened there, Victoria. They nearly collided, didn't they?
There was a bit of a hoo-ha. I think you used that word, which I really like. So they went high on the banking, and we couldn't see because it was happening sort of just tucked behind our screens here, but they looked like they were leaning on one another. Now, when you're in the final 200 metres of the sprint, the rider leading the race has to stay within the sprinter's lane, and I don't know whether there was a movement out of the lane, but also if whoever instigated that hoo-ha might well have got the relegation or the warning.
Sprinter's lane, just remind me.
The sprinter's lane is between the black line and the red line. So once you've committed to the sprinter's lane in the final sprint, you have to remain within it.
Right. Okay, that's right down on the inside of the track. Yeah. So you've got the Côte d'Azur, which is sort of off the boards, and then you've got those 2 lines right next to the track. Right, let's concentrate on this then. This is Ota against Carlin. And as Victoria was saying in her career, quite often she'd go 1-0 down and come back and win them 2-1. Jack Carlin's been given the reprieve because Ota won the second race.
I hope he grasps this opportunity with both hands.
Yeah. He didn't, in both the first 2 races, hasn't quite got it right, has he, Victoria?
But I think, Ota is a very, very kind of, I don't know, not... Canny, yeah. He's really dynamic. Okay, so he's decided to let Jack Carlin take the lead and pick up a bit more pace.
2 laps to go inside the velodrome here, 16 miles southwest of Paris. Pace is starting to build on the back straight.
I think Jack Carlin should commit early. I really do.
Well,
he should commit now.
He has gone. And we're coming to the bell. Oh, they nearly knocked each other again. Carlin nearly went down there. Now he's got to try and pick up the pace again. Ota is ahead of him, and they are shoulder to shoulder again in the back straight. Ota just edges ahead. Carlin's on the inside, though. Stays in that sprinting lane. Victoria says Carlin's got it. Jack Carlin does have it. Crosses the line and comes back from 1-0 down to make it through to the semi-finals, and he is pumped up there. Roars out loud.
I mean, it got physical again, Ali.
Yeah. It did. It really did. And Carlin did brilliantly well to recover, didn't he? Jason Kenny enjoyed that one.
Looking relieved. They're looking relieved and clapping there. That was really good going.
He is fired up.
Yeah.
Carlin is fired up. I tell you, both hands off the handlebars in the back straight. He looks at all those British fans and he just let out an animalistic roar.
Oh, yeah. That was, I mean...
Yeah, good.
Well, I was... Honestly, when they made contact in the home straight there, I was a bit concerned that someone was going to come down.
Did brilliantly well to recover it. So there we go, Ellie. We didn't even think he was going to get another ride. Got another ride, and Jack Carlin into the semi-finals. He'll race tomorrow against Jeffrey Hoogland, Matt Richardson and Harry Levresse. And we'll see a draw. He won't race them all. He'll draw one of them in the semi-final. Best of 3 in the semis, best of 3 in the final.
Lovely stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Let's nip to the stadium, shall we? Because there is a big night of athletics coming up. There's always a big night. But Katarina Johnson-Thompson back in action, Kelly.